Right. Hello. Good morning. No. Good afternoon. It is just before 1 o'clock. It's Saturday. It's midday. Welcome to Raceface.PRO. It's the start of the 2022 Endurance Series. And you're coming to us live from Mount Panorama. As you can see, the cars are literally on the grid and they're about to start their warm-up lap. Thanks very much to everybody who's joining, and also to our sponsors. We have PWSR, Caribou Networks. Thanks very much for coming on board. Raceface.PRO, DS Films, and Resource Complete. And without them, we couldn't put on the show for you. So thanks to all of you for joining us. But yeah, as you can see on my monitor there, we are about to get going. Where are we? We are Mount Panorama, Australia. As you can see, the proverbial mountain. Not going to go through it all. Most of you do know the track layout and the corners, etc. But we're going to be here for 12 hours today. It's going to be a long endurance championship series. There are 5 rounds in this, and this race today 12 hours, so we're going until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. Going to be a big mix of people in the commentary booth, including myself. Russ Siebold's going to be here. We're going to have Bertus, we're going to have Dochaba, a couple of other commentators, and some various teams, and we're going to meet and discuss and see what's going on within the teams themselves. But right now I've got Russ in the booth with me. Russ, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Alan. I'm fine, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone watching.
Awesome. There we go. So hopefully everybody on the YouTubes is there, enjoying the coverage which we've just started. I have the entry lists, as you can see. This was based on the qualifying times from the last week's qualifying. PWSR Alpha, who did qualify tops, ATK Sim Racing were there, but due to another event tomorrow, they're not going to be able to race today. So that bumps up Hybrid Academy, the usual suspects, into second place. Retro Esports are there, and Hybrid Academy, their second car, and Kinetic Simworks Racing Vibe team rounds out your top 5. So we'll come back and we'll look at all of this in detail during the course of the day. But let's go live to our feed. As you can see, race time, it's 5 minutes past 5 in the morning, and that track is damp, Russell, or Russ, sorry. There's wet and wet for the next half an hour, so this is going to be a huge challenge for these guys.
Oh, in the dark, in the rain, especially if it gets heavier, it's going to be quite tricky as the sun comes up, I think. Exactly,
agreed 100%. So you wanted to see an exciting race, you've got it. We're at Mount Panorama. We're going over the mountain at 5 a.m, pitch dark, and it's wet. So it's all about endurance. It's about keeping the car clean, unhurt, no damage, and trying to maintain a fast pace. Teams are made up with either 3 or 4 drivers. I think there might be 1 or 2 teams that are 2 drivers today, but we'll have to confirm. We'll see how that goes during the course of the day, as they come down the Conrad Straight for the first time. And we should be firing off in the next minute or 2. Welcome to everyone on the YouTube channel. I've already got a whole load of chats and discussions going. Bernard Renner was there, Max there, Hilton, Corne Strauss. A lot of these are drivers in the race, but a lot of visitors as well. So welcome everyone. Chris, great to have you here. Gerrit van Vieren, Peter Solomon, The Animal, JC Krobler, JJ, Andrew Story, how's it? So there we go, got a whole bunch of people. Click on the like button, please click on the subscribe button, the usual, and you'll be kept in touch with what we do here at Raceface.PRO. So Russ, here we go, we're coming down to the Liquimoli Bridge, and we're going to get on the start-finish line for the start, and good looking field of cars. This is a very powerful entry list today.
It's intriguing to see the Hondas coming back in because for the last few years, no one's really used them. Now, all of a sudden, we've got one starting on pole.
That's true. You're right. There are a few. Also, I see a Lamborghini here today and one lonesome Porsche that's out there. But
that Lambo in the wet. It's a brave morning he's going to have.
It is. Right. So here we go. We're about to start. We're going to go to a Helicam. There are a few gaps where guys have left some spaces. But there we go. We're green. We're off. Start of 12 hours, ladies and gents. We have... was a little bit close through T1. It's JW Volkswagen for hybrid with Kieran Patterson for PWSR. And as we watch them head up the first straight going towards the mountain, side by side pretty much. This is going to be a little bit nail-biting going into... Alright, so Patterson backs off and lets the Mercedes run through. So... immediate position change for the lead, but that's okay. This is an endurance. We're not racing a sprint today. Looking a little bit further back, we've got Isherwood and a whole bunch of cars coming through, which all looks good as we just wait for the timing screen to catch itself up. Right.
Nice clean start by the looks of it from everyone.
Exactly. I agreed. Considering it's wet, everyone was being very tiptoe through the first couple of corners, but as you can see from the train on the track map on the right hand side, everyone's nose to tail as they run over the mountain for the first time. Through the Big Dipper, and I'm going midfield with Lionel Clue as he goes through, and everyone follows through there. It looks great with the headlights in the mist. I mean, it's not heavy conditions, but it's tricky enough to just give the drivers a little bit of a curveball. And now their first run down the long Conrad Straight. I'm going to go back up to the leaders because these guys are... Patterson's right under the wing of Volkswagen's Mercedes. Oh, gets close in braking.
Just get it slows down in time.
Well, my nerves, it always happens with me when the guys get close, especially into a braking zone. You know, you're not supposed to make contact, but it's so tricky in certain circumstances where some teams have a braking zone here and others have a braking zone there. So you never know what the skill level's going to be. But that was great stuff from these two, and they've got a gap already of 2 seconds after a lap with Isherwood in third. Now, Jason Isherwood hasn't been around for like 40 years. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen or heard from him, and he's here and he's in third place.
And he's holding strong in third as well. He's got a fair old gap behind him to fourth.
He is. He's in one of the M4s, racing for Retro Esports, his own team, and he's out there and he's in third place, so he's doing great stuff.
We've got a car in the wall into T2.
Oh. Okay. It can't be...
Stain in the number 5 BMW.
Oh, it is. Okay, I've got him, and he's just turned it around and he's got going again, so he did collect. We've also got Mac van der Merwe into the pits early from... he must have had a drama over the mountain, so he's gone back to pits already to maybe fix some damage. But again, this is 12 hours, so let's not read too much into early pit stops. People are going to do what they need to do to keep the car running at as quickly as possible. But Marcus Steyn, unfortunately, dropping all the way to second last with that incident on T2. Thanks for that, Russ. You saw it before I did.
I'm cheating. I'm on the track map.
Okay, good one. Thanks. Well, that'll help.
I mean, Van der Merwe pitting early, you know, if he did make a mistake now, he just gets his head back in it, and he's got 12 hours to start trying to catch up again.
Exactly.
So he should leapfrog a couple when the first phase of pit stops come in.
Right, here we go. So, YouTube's lighting up. Thanks, guys. Clearly everyone's here and awake and enjoying themselves. Sean Buck's there. Hello, Mr. Sean Buck. Dean Kabasa, how are you, buddy? Hilton Gaming. Oh, there's a lot of chit-chat going on. So, Grant, have you all? Ooh, Van der Merwe runs deep through the far chicane. That's allowed the Porsche, and here comes Koketso Pelani in the Porsche, and he goes past. Van der Merwe in the pink Mercedes there, so he's dropping a position. He outbraked himself in the wet, didn't turn the car around, but that's the best result he could have got considering where he was.
And that's actually the second time he's gone wide at that corner.
Okay.
He did it on the first lap as well, so I don't know
Okay.
if he's maybe just needs to adjust his braking marker a little for the wet weather. But it does appear that the rain's starting to get a little heavier.
Let's drop down. I'm going to go to Helmet View with Kurt Glashagen. So we're sitting on board in the Sol Lamborghini, and we'll do a lap over the mountain with Kurt Glashagen, currently in 10th, and looking up ahead, Hansi Meyerberg, Skitter, Paul Fenter, a couple of visitors come to join us in the Endurance Series, and great to have the guys with us. There are indeed, there's a lot of water hitting this windscreen, so it's certainly raining. I can't tell you if it got heavy or lighter, but let's watch this Lamborghini go over the mountain. Looking at the train of cars, everything seems good. There's no yellow dots which would indicate an accident or a drama somewhere over the mountain. Here we go past McPhillamy Park. Now it's Skyline right up at the top. And now this downhill section. This has to be super nerve-wracking in the wet. It's tough enough in the dry, but now it's wet. Kurt Glashagen wrestling the steering and bringing that Lambo around and through the dipper. That didn't look too bad, actually, considering he does have somebody. He's got Jean Leroux right behind him. Jean Leroux, who has gone away from McLaren for this race and climbed into an M4.
I must say, I'd rather be in the BMW than the Lambo in this weather.
Agreed. I have to agree with you. Lots of spray coming off these cars. They were just looking in the back, couple of guys ducking and diving, dropping back to Bernard Barkhuizen, who comes thundering down in the big Aston Martin, hard on the brakes in 15th place. Oh, and just up ahead of him, it's Ruan Kleinans. Oh, there is a car off. That's a BMW that's falling back. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to pick that up quick enough, but it could be Jean Leroux, in fact. No, it wasn't Jean Leroux. It was somebody else. But one of the BMWs didn't get through that chicane too well and did turn around on the second part of it. But no dramas. We'll catch up. I see Mac van der Merwe is out the pits from that early pit stop. So 21st place. Unfortunately, going to be a lap down already. But endurances, especially long ones, 12 hours. There's so much that can still happen. These weather conditions are going to go from this to dry, hopefully, and possibly we'll see another wet patch a little bit later on in the race.
And we've got Manuel in the number 1 Lambo. Looks like he got it wrong coming off the mountain, so he's now into the pits.
Oh, that's in the McLaren. You're right. Here he comes. So, yep, he's had a drama somewhere. Nicholas Manuel. It's a good-looking car. Custom livery on that McLaren. A really nice, nicely turned-out car. And he comes in for some repairs. So let's go and look. And okay, we're going to go back up to the leaders. Patterson, here he is. And JW Volkskank is not getting away for hybrid. So Patterson is just following him. He's just pacing him at the moment in the Honda. Your last laps for comparison. JW Volkskank doing a 2:12.7. Patterson a 2:12.5. And the quickest are 2:12.3s, and Patterson are 2:12.4. So, guys are they're 11-12 seconds off the dry pace that we saw on Thursday, which is kind of on par. We normally look at a 10 to 15 second gap, depending on how heavy the weather, the rain is. But they're still circulating quickly. If we look at third place, Isherwood. He's 2:12.8, 0.3 off, and then the rest of the field is 2:14 and slower. So the top 3 cars are like 2.5 seconds a lap quicker, and that gap you can see is 5 seconds already from Isherwood back to Lionel Clue. He's created a little bit of a gap for himself from Koketso Pelane in the Porsche, so they're doing very well in that Porsche. There was another Porsche, which I now... Oh, no, that must be... Yeah, that's it. He obviously wasn't issued the skin pack properly from his teammates. So, let me just confirm that. It should be... let me just look through these driver names. Give me a sec. Yes, it is. So, Koketso Pilani is part of Kabylian Motorsport with Cabello, Motsumai, and Corne Strauss. They're supposed to be running a custom Kabylian livery, which we saw in the practice server when the other driver was on, but they haven't. He wasn't driver number one, so unfortunately, their livery is not showing. But never mind, they're in the race and they're going, and they're in 5th place, so all good for now.
Unfortunately, you know, there's some quirks with the way the custom liveries sometimes load, so it may be, you know, they changed the file name or something and didn't update it with the number one driver.
Yeah, I think, look, earlier while I was testing everyone in the on the practice server, yeah, Koketsu is listed as driver 1, but we had Cabello on the server, on the practice server, who has the skin, and I've got the skin they use, and Koketsu hasn't used this. He only joined this team for this race, so I don't know if the rest of the team didn't distribute the files to him as driver 1, so that's where the problem is. And even when Corne Strauss and the other drivers get in, they're not gonna, I don't think they'll show the correct livery, because, as you say, driver 1 didn't have the correct files in the first place. Okay, looking at the deltas, no change up front, but there's some close dicing. We're going to 7th place. This is Paul Fenter, who has come across from LNR for this event and come to join the party, and he is looking very strong in 7th place, also in a BM. Paul's been out and about in the Flying Bananas, the big Bentleys, and here they are flying the M4s. There are 2 entries here from LNR League. Paul Fenter's running the one car, and let me see if I can find where the other car is. That's LNR Expendables. This is Paul Fenter, and LNR Cheese and Wine. Oh, that's the other car that hasn't joined yet, or couldn't join, unfortunately. So maybe it is only the one car here today. No, there is. Oh, and as I say that, Paul Fenter just went in the wall there. Let's just do a replay on that. I wasn't watching the screen, but I heard it. Oh, braking, yes, into the mountain. And he got his braking point wrong, and he's clattered the side of the barriers coming onto the mountain. Okay, so, no, there must be another LNR car, because Sean Buck is here. So, yes, it's LNR Academy, and they should be out there somewhere. I've just got to, with 3 drivers, it's a bunch of names to get through. Sean Skitter. Alright, so they've made driver 3 driver 1. So Sean Skitter, he is there in 15th place. Here he is. And this is the other LNR car. So 2 are in fact on the track and going well. Yes, this is the blue one, and this is being driven by Sean Skitter, Sean Buck, and Niall Billion, I think. Yes. So this car should prove quite quick later on in the race. I think Sean Skitter's just pacing himself at the moment and not getting involved in others' troubles. But this driver lineup is quite a quick driver lineup. Just up ahead of him, we're seeing Peters as well. So these guys very close behind Ewan Swart. So this is 13th, 14th, and 15th place, and they're nose to tail, as you can see, as they come down to start another lap. Now, see, JW Volkswagen's got quite a big margin out on Patterson in the Honda. I think maybe did Patterson have a drama somewhere, because he's going backwards by like a second and a half. He's coming up the mountain. Here he is, and he's fallen right off the back of the Mercedes. So there was possibly an issue somewhere along the line, but JW Volkswagen focusing very hard, and now all on his own in the Hybrid Academy Mercedes. as he goes over the top of the mountain through the Big Dipper, and he's 6 seconds up the road now. So Kieran Patterson's had a drama somewhere. Looking at the quickest times, Russ, I'm just going to talk a bit while you monitor what you're monitoring.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going through the first couple of incidents.
Awesome.
Just to try and get them out the way.
Cool. Lionel Clue currently 6 seconds up on his pace, so he's decided to put his foot down. He is in 4th place, but he is a ways off the leaders in the Aston Martin. He does have Koketso in the Porsche 1.3 seconds back. There he is as they come off the mountain and down Conrad Straight. But he is 10 seconds some change behind Jason Isherwood, who's in 3rd place. So a big gap developed there already. But right now, there's Marcus Stein. I'm going to go back down to 18th. Marcus had a problem going up the mountain just now, and he is now caught back up and is involved in passing the cars that are just up ahead of him, busy with his drive back, and he's right behind Devon Ellis at the moment. So we'll see. These guys are all right in the thick of things. Sean Lourero's here, Sean Skitter's here, Petter's here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars here, and we see Marcus Stein looking. He's up the inside of Devon Ellis at the moment. No, he's not. He's pulled back in as they come into the braking zone for the chicane. No rush. Not going to help you to try and force an issue here and then cause a collision, and you put yourself another couple of positions back. Devon Ellis running a little defensive down into the final turn, and Marcus running a little wide around the final turn as well. And now he's got the McLaren of... no, he doesn't. That's a lap car, so that's manual in the blue McLaren. He's out the pits, and he's in fact a lap down.
Yes, that was from the lap 3 incident going into turn 4.
There we go.
On the mountain.
Yep. Right, so Devon Ellis, as we're looking, Marcus Stein moving left and right. They're all kind of moving around, which kind of tells me they are possibly looking for wet patches to try and cool the tires down. So with the practice server having been predominantly dry, I think I don't know if they if these teams had a lot of time out in wet conditions, and possibly there's a turnaround. He sorted it out. Devon Ellis getting a little bit squirrely coming onto the mountain, and now we've got this excuse me. The McLaren is passing, which he's entitled to do. So Manuel is busy trying to unlap himself, and that's all fair and well. If he's got a couple of corners where he has to actually drive away from the car that he's gone past, where it'll then hold valid per se. But it's always difficult, especially when you're a quick car and you get into an incident or have a crash. You go into the pits and come back out with a repaired car, and you are quicker than the bunch. You've got to work hard to then unlap yourself and get back past everybody. Nicholas Manuel is busy doing that. Marcus Stein is back right off. He knows he's a bit more experienced and realizes the guy's trying to unlap himself. But again, look at the time up at the top of the screen. It's 11 hours and 41 minutes and counting. So there's an entire day's worth of racing to be had, and nothing needs to be dealt with right now. So the guys can just relax, let people try and sort themselves out, and where there are races to be had, we'll try and pick them up for you.
And we've got the 75 Astons done some damage coming up between T3 and 4. It looks like he'll be going into the pits at the end of this lap.
That's Renault Peterson you're mentioning. Here he is down in 19th place, but he is going past. That was car 75, confirm, Russ?
Yep, car 75.
Cool.
It looked like he was going in. Maybe he's sorted out whatever it was that was causing him problems.
Okay. He looks good right now. He's right under the wing of Duplessis' BMW as they break into T1 and they head up the mountain, and he looks super quick. In fact, he's already out and driving past the BMW. So I think he's on his way and everything looks good there. I'm going to jump up to Leroux in 9th place. Jean Leroux, as they just start their and as I grab him, he collects and clatters into the barriers again. I've got a bad habit of doing that, but all of a sudden he's all over the track as we go through the... Oh, and behind him as well, Hansi Marburg in the BM just clatters into the barriers. So the Lamborghini is up ahead. It's Kurt Glashagen. He had the BM right behind him, but LaRue hit the barriers and he's dropped off the pace a little now. And behind him, Marburg also slid across and went into the barriers. So there's a... Oh, Marburg's having a drama. He is...
It looks like the track's getting a lot wetter, which may be starting to catch some of them out.
I think so. There's a plus next to the clouds and rain, so I think there is more coming down. This is going to be a trick for the guys to maintain and monitor as we get along. JJ on the YouTube channel, he's giving us proper sunrise time of around 6:55. So there's still at least an hour and a half of dark racing here because it's real time, but we'll see. Thanks for that, Andy. And then we've got Izzy Forever Lace and Chrome rooting for Team Isherwood with the heart. So there's clearly some there's clearly some love being shown there for the Jason Isherwood car. Right, we do have dramas, and as I say that and click on him, he almost turns the car around coming into the mountain, and Patterson is in the pits from second place. So Kieran Patterson, PWSR, has had a moment somewhere and he has probably hurt that Honda. He's come into the pits for an early repair, so he's dropping down. And Jason Isherwood, who as we selected him almost turned the car around coming onto the mountain, but he is 17 seconds off JW Volkskamp, still out in the lead, but in second place and running well. So early
just having a
dramas.
look at Kieran's car in the pits, it appears that he's gone backwards into the wall somewhere because he's got a fair amount of damage.
Okay, so it was definitely a turnaround somewhere, and that's what's happened. Thanks for that, Russ. I'm gonna just get my track map sorted so I can tell you where we are, because I don't always remember where we are. Right, the cutting, that was it. That was the corner. Right, Isherwood flying down Conrad Straight and running well, so all's good and well there. We're going to drop down to 9th place. Bernard Barkhuizen coming off the mountain and just behind Hansi Marburg, who we saw just now tickle the barrier at Skyline, so he's possibly carrying a little bit of damage. Through Forest Elbow they go, and now this long fast downhill section. I'm impressed. Kurt Glashagen, alright, we've got a few dramas up ahead, but Kurt Glashagen has he's got the Lamborghini into the top 10 and well up, in fact, in 7th place. So a little bit of changing going on. We're going back to Marcus Steyn, who is busy driving through the field. He is in 15th place and about to attempt to pass on Sean Lorero just up ahead of him. We see them come through the slow down chicane. Marcus Steyn teaming up with his teammate Chris Heinecker. These guys are racing under the name. Ooh, and Sean Herrera gets a terrible exit out of the final turn, and Marcus Steyn just cruises right by over the start finish line. So he moves along and goes up into 13th place. Where did my YouTube channel go? There it is. Chris. Yeah, I see. Kieran Pitting, got you. Hilton's, Hilton's Dinkabasa, a little bit of might be. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Just catching up, boys. Right, looking at the deltas again. So here's Marcus, and he's got a little ways to go. Right, it's adjusted. So Ruin Kleinans, it'll be his next position. I'm going back to Barkhuizen, who is in 9th place. Bernard Barkhuizen in the oh wow! And as I say that, Ewan Swart just behind him heads through the sand trap at Skyline. Is he okay? Oh, he's struggling over the mountain. Just getting to the dipper now. And Ewan Swart has lost a pile of time. Jean Leroux's about to arrive on his tail, but he seriously struggled over the mountain there, did Ewan Swart. Ben Barkhuizen just up ahead of him, chasing Hansi Meyerberg down Conrad Straight.
We've got the 222 Porsche has just lost it on the second last corner. And I believe he's going into the pits. Okay. So we're going to change the position up at the front.
Let's go back 30 seconds and watch that happen. Thanks for that. Yeah, we're seeing... Oh, it's through the slowdown chicane, and he has nosed it into the tire barriers. So Koketso, he got onto the gas a little bit quick through the exit of the chicane. Tiptoes back onto the track. Rejoins safely, and off he goes. So good one. Thanks for that, Russ. If you can give me the car numbers that you see when it happens, it'll allow me to find them quicker.
So and excuse any names I mispronounce.
Yes, my English friend, it's all good. I'll cover you there as best as I can. No problem, man. So, JW Volkskank, Hybrid Academy Shake, they've called themselves for the endurance. And do me a favor, the rain is now clattering down. This is my word of the day. I've said it about 10 times. We're going to go into the helmet view. Okay, it doesn't look so bad on the windscreen, but geez, from our cameras, it's looking quite hectic. So I think you're right. I think the track it's not a full-on sheen, but it's definitely wet. And it's still wet for the next 30 minutes, as you can see the weather widget up at the top right. Ambient temp and track temp at 15 degrees. So it's still quite cool. But we expect that in 6-8 hours time, track temperature, unless it's raining. If the sun comes out here in hot and sunny Bathurst, we will expect upwards of 30-31 degree track temperatures.
Does appear that, especially down Conrod, there's a dry line forming, so I wonder how that's going to affect the tyres as we get into the first hour or so.
I see Sean Skitter, who was raving about, is in the pits with the LNR BMW, and the whole right-hand side has all been rubbed away. There's a bunch of damage on this BMW, as you can see. So he's in for repair. And I've just heard Pilane leaving, so Koketso's got the Porsche fixed, and he's just driven out the pits. So some early pit stops getting done. Let's get back out there. Marcus Steyn already all the way up to 11th place as he comes down Conrad Straight. He was down in 19th just now. I just heard I think an Aston Martin with it's Ewan Swart. No, they haven't spun. Alright, so all good. I don't have any yellow flags. Everything's good up ahead. There's nobody off. So Marcus Steyn busy with the drive back for Slick Racing. And they taking their time. Earlier we were seeing Manuel busy unlapping himself, and here he is in the there is somebody the final turn. I don't know who it was, but somebody had turned around on the last corner. I could see it in the background, so again, sorry about that. Nicholas Manuel in the McLaren has gone 2 laps down, so he's possibly had another drama somewhere. He is no, he's a lap.
I believe it was the number 11 Audi you saw in the background.
Thank you. Ruan Kleinhans. I also saw him tiptoeing out of turn 1. Here he is, and coming up to the mountain. Okay, car looks good, no damage, and he tiptoes through T2, and Ruan Peters are going up the inside of him. No, Devon Ellis, sorry. Yes, Devon Ellis takes a position away. So there's lots of dicing still going on, and we are trying to bring it to you as they go through the cutting and they start going up the mountain. Excuse me. Devon Ellis, in fact, well through racing for Team Tryhard Racing Green. There's quite a trick little livery setup going on with TTHR today. predominantly green car, which is this one with orange highlights, and then there's an orange car with green. Oh, and there's an Aston around, and Devon Ellis has just driven into it. That's Reino Peterson. Excuse me. I'm going to go back 30 seconds just to look at the replay there. Go to Helicam View. I need to get something to drink. Oh. The Aston coming over Skyline. Starts its braking and right left, and he misses the right, hits the barrier and turns the car around. Oh, and there Devon hits him with the BM and helps to actually turn him around, actually.
No, not a problem. Yes, it was a big hit on the Aston Martin coming up over the hill there, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's not going into the pits now. And yes, there we go. That's the number 100 going Aston. Sorry, number 75 Aston going into the pits. It's going to be a long old repair for him.
Yeah, shame. They hurt themselves. I am back. Devon Ellis also in the pits for driving into that Aston. So at least they got back and they didn't escape to pits, because that's an immediate 2.5 minutes. You're going to go down a whole, you know.
Oh, I mean, that's your lap down almost
exactly.
guaranteed.
Exactly. Okay. Got some lubrication, and let's carry on and see what's going on. So looking all the way up to the top of the grid and all the way back again, I don't see any close dices at the moment. Gaps are pretty large already, but that's expected. Barkhuizen not too far off the back of Myberg still. These guys have been going at each other for quite a while now. Oh dear, and as you say, this is definitely going to be a commentator's curse. I think a couple of guys are going to throw some tomatoes and apples at us for every time I select somebody, we see an incident happening around them, or they're having an incident. Jeez.
Looks like Mayberg got away with it without. He only lost one place, but he has got a bit of a train coming up behind him.
He does. But wow, look from our camera view at how much rain is falling. I mean, it's seriously. Yeah, there's a lot of rain here at the moment. Oh, there we go. So if you look at the weather widget, you now see a little mindless sign in the next half an hour. So it should slowly start to calm down. But I think all in all, the guys have been doing extremely well considering the conditions.
No, I mean, definitely. I mean, if they're gonna, I think they might start running into, do we stay on the wets for that little bit longer in the hope that the rain does stop, or do they just risk taking a new set?
Oh, as I select, that's Hansi Myberg's driven wide in T1. So he's now in that train of 3 cars. He ran very wide into T1, went through the sand trap. He's out, and 3 cars going by. So Hansi needs to just settle himself down, get the car to work again. Wowee, it is Marcus Stein, the last of the cars that went by. Hansi Myberg is seriously tiptoeing around the track right now. He is crawling as he comes up the hill here. He's gone through Quarry Bend at like half the normal pace. So I don't know if
he must be carrying damage going off at T1.
But he didn't hit anything. I think this is still from the mountain damage he had when he was going over in the previous lap. We're watching him now. Yeah.
He's got a lapped car behind him, so he should make it back to the pits without too much position loss.
Oh, and right up ahead of him, there's cars all over the place. Or one car. It's got going again at Skyline. You know, the guys are struggling over there. Look at that. Just up ahead of him. He tiptoes through as they come through the dipper. It's... Gee whiz. I'm going in car here, actually. Let's see if we can see an actual difference. But... see, again, on the windscreen of this car, it doesn't look that bad. But from our cameras, it is horrendous. Right, he's going flat stick down the Conrad Straight, but I do suspect we'll see this car come into the pits now. And I want to go ahead to Marcus Steyn. Okay, he has got past Jean Leroux. So Marcus Steyn is going well. He's already back up into 9th place.
And Hansi's staying out, so I'm not sure what the issue was on the previous lap.
Very interesting. Maybe it wasn't car. Maybe it was equipment, or you know, the wheel moved, or the rig. Or I don't know.
The number of random technical faults we've seen people have in some of these races.
Total. I had a really good chuckle, Russ, the other day. In I think it was Pro-Am on our either the Sprint or our GT3 Championship. It was at Zandvoort, so it was about 2 weeks ago, and the guy was saying it was at this point where my monitor fell on my head, and basically his monitor fell off the table or his rig, and he had to try and steer the car and put the monitor back down and stabilize it and then try and drive still. The stories, you know, you can just picture this happening while the guy's trying to drive around Zandvoort and the monitor falls off the table.
I mean, he's lucky it was still working.
And then the other one I saw, I don't know if it was Reginald Mitteleni or somebody, he changed a monitor during a pit stop. Oh, and Hansi's hammered the wall. Oh dear, you're seeing that as well with me, so he's struggling. The the TTHR Team Tryhard Racing orange car is now he's even slower, but he's seriously hurt that BM.
We got the 75 Aston is back in the pits again.
Oh dear.
Can't see any damage, but the rain's making it a bit awkward.
No, I mean, the conditions are way worse than they were now, than they were just now, because our cameras, it's almost a whiteout how much rain is falling at the moment. So it's its hardest it's been since the start of the race right now. Hansi Mayberg is half pace down Conrad Straight. Here comes Sean Loureiro, flat stick behind him, I believe. It is. So Sean Loureiro, this approach speed's going to look serious. He goes past him there. You can see how much slower Hansi's running. Sean Loureiro cruises by, and Hansi is now heading for the pits. Make no mistake. Here come another bunch of cars. It's Mac van der Merwe coming up behind him, and Hansi can't get round the chicane, nor can Mac van der Merwe, who runs wide and on the grass. Back on the track he comes, and he's going by, and yes, Hansi's sticking to the left, and he peels off into the pits. Does he? He does. Okay, so poor old Hansi not having a good time of this. You can see from a helicopter view trying to watch Barclays go up the mountain. My word, as I select people, they almost spin their cars. Jeez, we're having a commentator's curse day today, that's for sure, Russ.
You're gonna have some words from some of the drivers when they watch this back.
Unbelievable. Okay, looking further back, we have had some driver changes. I see Niall Bouillon is in the Niall Bouillon has got into the BMW. Sean Skitt has handed back. That's the LNR car. I have had a couple of races with Niall. He's a Scottish chap and races with his dad like myself and Kieran, and he's super quick. So as I said earlier, I expect this car should actually climb up the grid later on as the pace gets going, and also as it dries a little bit.
Looking at the weather map, it does suggest that it's going to start drying up in the next half an hour.
It does, yeah.
Until the sun comes up, this track's going to be wet for a very long time.
We'll wait and see what happens.
We have the number 22 BMW pointed back. Oh, yep, completely backwards, coming up over the back half of the mountain.
Oh, he's right up at the top, in fact. That was just before McPhillamy, and right next to McPhillamy. He's got going again, but here comes the Mercedes. I think that's the hybrid Mercedes of JW Volkskenk. Let me just double check that. Yes, it is
indeed.
Wow, so they are flying along. JW having a very, very stable setup in that Mercedes. That's another thing, Russ. Are the guys running a hybrid setup a wet setup. You know, we don't know this info until we maybe talk to some of the teams later, but they would have had to build 2 complete different setups and decided which one to use when they were on the grid.
I would guess that the top 3 or 4 are probably running a hybrid, because it is very risky to have a dedicated wet setup with the way that the weather works in the game.
Yep.
You know, it can be a completely dry race, and so you end up losing seconds every lap just because you've had to raise the ride height, etc.
Yes.
Oh, and we've got 2 cars off. Mayberg again into T2. Looks like there's another one tied up in there as well. Number 5 BMW as well.
Marcus Steyn. Oh, it is Hansi Mayberg. Oh, Marcus Steyn is stuck on the track.
I think, yeah, it looks like his wheels are spinning on the grass and he can't get off the curb.
Okay, he's reversing. He's going to try and reverse. So this is how steep the hill is. He is now on the inside of the corner. There he goes. Oh, it's so wet. His wheel spinning. You're right. Oh, shame. He spent the last half hour busy driving his way back up to 7th or 8th place, and he's had a huge moment with Hansi in the BMW. He's just got it going, but you can see the amount of damage on that BMW. It's the whole front of that car is smashed. The bonnet's ajar, and he's seriously struggling just to go around corners at the moment. So Team Slick Racing, Marcus Steyn gonna a long lap over the top of the mountain to get it back to the pits. He's just gone through Reed Park. He's coming up the hill towards Salmon Park and McPhillamy Park, the camping sites and spectator points of view on the right hand side. But there's no one around him, thankfully. In fact, there is no one around him, but yes.
Just looking at the replay of that incident, it looks like he didn't see Hansi through the spray and just clipped the side of him going into the braking zone.
Oh, that's bad luck. Wow. It just goes to show the rain is seriously hammering down. The guys are struggling. Oh, Marcus is hitting the wall as he comes down the mountain. So he must have some steering damage. I suspect this is going to be a long pit stop. And we have in 16th, G. Duplessis. Kerry Duplessis is also in the pits with his BMW. That's Gramadulas Sim Racing. It's a typical local team name. I can't even explain it to you, Gramadulas, and what it means and how the Afrikaans use it. But if you reference you out in the Gramadulas, you're like out in the wild, in the bushes, in the veld. It's a non-meaning name. Let me put it to you that way. Oh my word! And I see Patterson coming back into the pits. So PWS are back in the pits, as is Sean Loureiro, and the Honda is hammered. So Kieran's had a huge moment somewhere, and he's back in the pits. Yeah, Bernard King on the YouTube shouting, "Where is the safety car?" Wow. It's and the animal on YouTube saying, "Edmund, why did you have to punish us with these conditions?" I mean, geez, I'm not going to lie to you, but it's seriously, it's not easy out there. But some people are managing. JW Volksking, for instance, now almost a whole 30 seconds. He's almost a clear pit stop ahead of the whole field at this point in the race. They've been going for 45 minutes. So the equivalent of a sprint race finished. But JW looks super stable. That Mercedes, we're going to go in car and watch him do a lap. Oh, little nudge there. But you look at his steering inputs, he's so smooth, and you can hear with the engine, he's just driving based on the conditions. He's not trying to outdrive the car, he's just driving the car.
He's also seems to have been extremely lucky with where he's catching traffic, so I don't know if he's got that going on the back of his mind as well, just to make sure he's clear over the mountain.
Yeah, good point.
And then use the sort of the wider part of the track to start catching traffic.
Yeah, true. Listen, they say luck is a big part of this, and I don't know if it's me, but that sky's looking a little lighter already ahead of him. So Ooh, you almost had a moment there. All right, so it's not as planted as we're making it out to be. He went into the slowdown chicane off Conrad Strait, and it was pretty squirrely. But and again, he's running off the racing line, like you say. So he's hunting for the wet lines to help keep the tires cool. And I think that also does help, to keep the tires in the optimum operating environment versus just letting them overheat unnecessarily is going to help the handling of the car as well.
Well, especially with the way the new tyre models are reacting with the heating, I should say.
Hello, Helicam on YouTube. Yep, it's all about just going around and not crashing. And it's definitely a lot lighter in the sky. It's not as dark as it was. So we're heading towards dawn, as they say. But you're not going to see sun for a while because this cloud cover is very thick.
Now, I see what you mean about the onboards and the weather. It's we've got a #1 McLaren manual has just turned it round up. Is that Skyline just past it?
I got him. Oh, it's Nicholas. It's just before the Big Dipper, and he's got to do a 3-point turn, and he's got to move. Can hear the cars coming. There we go. It's Hansi's BMW's just gone through. And he's got it round, so yep, right in the middle in one of the blind corners, and he has got going again. That is the difficult part of this track. When you do turn it round on the mountain, you inevitably have to initiate more damage to the car because you can't turn it around cleanly. The track is so narrow up there, and you end up kind of clattering into a barrier and then pushing it round that way.
And I mean, if you watch the way he cleared there, he had to put it into the wall to make sure he was out the way.
Yeah. He did his best, and but he's had dramas already. We've seen him a couple of times at the back of the grid, and look at him now. He's in 17s. There's a lot of people already behind him. That's how tough it is out there. So and he's peeling back in, and I can hear somebody else in T1 that was having a problem. Who is that? It's Sean Loureiro. He's just come into the pits again. So Sean Loureiro coming in with his BMW that's also been smashed up in the front. The bonnet's up, and that's an awesome looking livery. This is a Team Luxury Time Racing. It's a custom livery and a sponsor that they did get on board to help them. So well done to that team, but they're struggling at the moment. So where do we go? Let's go and see what's going on up ahead. Up to 5th place, it's Paul Venter for LNR Expendables as he comes off the mountain, and the BM looking good and clean, and he's keeping his nose clean as well. William Wentworth, how's it? Are you supposed to be in this race, William? What's going on? Are you guys... Oh, no, you're not. Yes, you are. Weren't you? Were you? I can't see on the listing now. But yeah, seriously hectic conditions. As you can see, Paul Venter breaking into the slowdown chicane, and it's almost like a whiteout screen ahead of us. So I've also got the game settings in maximum to try and produce the best looking result for you guys. So, and you can bump up your quality on the YouTube feed as high as you want. It gives it an awesome look. But make no mistake, it's raining. But yeah, as Russ said just now, if you look at the weather widget up at the top, there's a minus sign next to those clouds and rain. So we are expecting it to start calming down in the next 30 minutes. As we can see through that rain, the clouds are going light grey, so we are heading towards sunup. It is 5:56 a.m. and thanks to Andrew, who said expected sun-up time was something just before. Let me see if I can go and find that.
I think he said it was 5 minutes to 7.
Oh, 7. Okay, so all right, we're still an hour early then, but it is getting lighter. So as you can see on the timing screens, the deltas are pretty big. Ben Barkhuizen pretty close at the moment in 7th place. He is tracking Kurt Glashagen in the big Lamborghini. There they are. They're a second apart, and this is the closest on track at the moment. Now I've said it, I'll keep quiet because I expect there's going to be a drama here.
Just looking down on Conrad, it does appear that the dry line is coming back again, so the rain is definitely easing up slightly.
Okay, good to hear. I think that's also why we're seeing a lot of cars run off the normal racing line, because they're hunting for the wet patches to cool the tires. So I think you've got a point there.
Oh, and we've got an incident with the 118 BMW and the number 1 McLaren at the start of Conrad.
Oh my word. Sean Loureiro is he's just come out the pits and that car's smashed. We're going to go back 30 seconds and have a look. Here they come down, Conrad. Yes, we're trying to see. Oh, that McLaren's tiptoeing. Oh, he's driven into the McLaren. That was so slow. That McLaren was off the racing line, and Sean didn't see it properly, and he just clattered into the back of that McLaren. He's going to have to make another emergency trip to the pits. He is turning the car around now, or trying to. He's now stuck up against. There we go. Back to live racing, and yeah, that car unfortunately straight back into the pits after spending a whole lot of time in the pits. He is now 3 laps back already, unfortunately. Nicholas,
it's almost appears that he saw the car on his right but didn't see the one on the left through the spray.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I don't know. I think he maybe thought that car was going at speed. He was going to slipstream it, and it was in fact crawling, which was the Nicholas Manuel McLaren. And they arrive in the pits together again, and probably have a friendly wave and say sorry about that. But that was bad luck. Let's go back up to Bernard Barkhuizen. He is still on the tail of Kurt Glashagen in the Lambo. And wow, yeah, let's give Kurt Glashagen some dues and respect for wrestling this Lambo around Mount Panorama. Although in saying that, but not in the same conditions, we have seen the resident alien Jordan Sherritt go around here in a 159.4, which is an obscenely fast time considering that car and this track. So I think if you put any car in the hands of those super talented that can really drive this game properly, they're going to go quick irrespective of the car. It's just some are quicker than others. And the Lambo is not a slowpoke around this track at all. So I'm surprised to see only one of them out there. But like you said, it's not the easiest car to drive either.
No, it really isn't. It's extremely tail happy in the best of conditions.
Yeah, totally. I see PWSR have done a driver change, so we've got Jordan's younger brother Cody Sherritt in the Honda, and they are back up to 13th place. So Kieran wasn't happy in the wet at all. He had 2 or 3 huge moments, and they've gone from second all the way to almost last, and there they are, in fact, just behind these guys. Let me go and select him. Yeah, so they are a lap down on the leaders after all the repairs going on, but that's okay. You can be 4 laps down. There'll be a lot of pit stops happening, and a lot of other people will have some dramas. I'm sure you're hoping, or other people are hoping, but endurance races, the predominant rule of thumb is to spend as little time as possible in the pits. That's actually what will win the race. You look at Le Mans 24 Hours, the juggernaut that was Team Audi back in the days with their R8s and R10s and R15 LMP cars. Over a 24-hour period, the 1 year, I think they spent 24 minutes in the pits over 24 hours. It was just in, fuel, driver change, go. And, they won that race by a good couple of laps. So the less time you spend in the pits, the more track time you've got, and therefore the higher up the grid you'll be.
No, I mean, Porsche, prime example, I think they had a mechanical failure, managed to get it into the pits, and they spent something like 45 minutes repairing the car.
Yeah.
And still managed to come in first because someone else crashed. So it's it's worth sticking around till right at the end because you never know what's going to happen.
I'm quickly going to our leaders. JW Volskenk is in the pits. This looks like a normal stop because it's almost on the hour. So I'd say that wasn't due to an incident. That was just a refuel and tire change, probably. So Jason Isherwood goes through in the BMW. He inherits the lead. And I think JW Volskenk will know once they get to the first sector, but it looks like he's still in the car. So he's double stinting for now. But they do have a monster team lineup in that car. It's JW Volskenk, Ryan Ottens, Christopher Radloff, and Johan Bega Grobler. So your top protagonists in the normal GT Championship, all in one car. This is a strong team, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with today. Excuse me. DMR Wolfman Willie on the YouTube saying, check the spray on board. Insane, can't see anything. We'll go back to camera view. I mean, we need to be... Yeah?
Amazingly, in the first hour of the race, we've only had 3 reported incidents.
Wow.
So hugely clean session so far.
I see Ben Barkhuizen has now got past Kirk Glashagen's Lambo, because we're now on board with the Lamborghini, just trying to see what the spray on the windscreen does look like. But you can see how light it is in the sky. So the darkness is gone, and the guys are able to see a lot clearer. But there are drops here. Let's go to the bonnet view. The bonnet view is a different view altogether because that's outside the car, and you can see here the rain that is falling. But cockpit view, yeah, doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. However,
there's still a tremendous amount of spray coming off the cars in front, as the comments were saying. It
is. And look, we did see that that BMW run into the back of another car down the straight here. So I think when you're in close proximity, the mist and the spray off the car ahead is a drama. Just looking at the YouTube channels. Izzy Forever going, please, can the weather calm down now? She's obviously wanting it to stop because her man and favored driver is Jason Isherwood is currently leading as he tiptoes around the mountain here. Well, it's looking decidedly light outside. And Chris saying, next time he races and I commentate, I can't, every time I select somebody, there's an incident. He's saying I've got to keep the camera off Chris's car. It was obscenely weird that everybody we selected just now was having a moment.
Well, you know, the Formula One guys always like to say it's the commentator's curse.
It is.
We know we're just making it that bit more realistic for them.
Okay, I'm going to try and find a close-up because Wilfred is definitely saying when you're in the car and you're close behind somebody, the view up and over the mountain is seriously difficult. So we're looking for a close delta here that we can, like, sub 1 second, and we'll go on board and see what it looks like. Sean Buck joining us. Hello, Sean. Yeah, it's crazy wet start.
I think if you go onto the number 100 Honda, they're running fairly close together.
Oh, indeed. Here we go. So thank you. I couldn't see their delta, but they are indeed trying to follow behind somebody. And you can hear Cody is struggling with the Hondas. The car is just wheel spinning or he's feathering it. He's also fighting the wheel now, as you can see coming down the mountain. But yeah, make no mistake, this is... Oh, look at that. It's like a full-on whiteout. You can't see a thing. All right. Wilfred, point made. I withdraw my comments and say it doesn't look so bad. It does, in fact, look seriously bad. So full respect to everybody out there. That's possibly also why the deltas are a little bit bigger. Guys are lifting and just getting a little bit of a gap so that they can in fact see what's going on, you know?
Well, I mean, watching your stream now as he comes down the mountain, he just cannot see a thing.
Sure. Oh well, it's not a boring race today, Russ. Let's be honest and say that much. Drivers can't say that they aren't getting some excitement out there.
Well, I mean, at least the worst of the weather is hopefully behind them for a while, so we can everyone can get back into it as the sun comes up, and we get a few hours of just, you know, people trying to get back into position, etc. Because you've got a few that are quite far out of where you'd expect them to be running at the moment.
So that's Kurt Glashagen's Lamborghini just up ahead of them. So Kurt Glashagen in 7th, Cody Sherritt a lap down in 13th. So a lot of work to be done for this team, for PWSR, my own team, and but a lot of time for them to do it in. Same goes for the likes of Marcus Steyn and Slick. I was expecting they would be in the top 10, and they are both quick drivers, but they've had huge dramas already this morning. And I heard a car's engine drop.
We've got the number 2 BMW turned around at the top of the mountain.
I heard it. Number 2. No. Oh dear. No, it wasn't. It's as they go into... That's the engine I heard. I heard the engine drop. So Niall Bullion, this is the LNR car is telling you should be quite quick. He's just... We'll go back 30 seconds and pick that up. Yeah, they come up the hill towards us. And it's in the braking zone. He turns in and the car just slides around and that's it. He's on the racing line. Oh, and the Aston has to go round him to avoid him. And another car, so he's waiting for a gap in the traffic. Good man. Does get a decent reverse in. And unfortunately does bang the front of the car, turning it around. But
it's such an awkward place to get stuck in the wet. You've got to be so careful trying not to spin the wheel.
He did well to get it fixed. I heard it in my earphones. I just didn't know which car it was. So thanks for picking that out so quickly.
Oh, and very well dodged by the Aston Martin.
Very. Agreed. So we got Kleinhans in the pits from 11th. Possibly, and we should expect or see the pit lane light up because we're an hour in. So people who are running your stock standard strats, they're going to be pitting on the hour. And we've just gone through the hour now. As you can see, it's very light in the sky now.
And as you said, we've got the number 111 Lamborghini going into the pits. What it
there it is.
A tyre change.
Yep. I've jumped up ahead to JW Volskenk, who has driven himself back up into 3rd place. On my timing screen, this man is 8 seconds up on his last lap. So that either says it is getting better or he's out of traffic. We'll wait and see when he gets us round to 8 tenths, 9 tenths, not 8 full seconds, no. So he's almost a second up, so he is getting quicker. And as we look down the Conrad Straight, you're 100% right, Russ. There's definitely a big racing line that you can see there.
Well, that adds into what you were saying about, I mean, that's a long old drag with no way to cool the tyres. So you'd assume they're going to start running into problems as the track starts drying out quicker and quicker.
Exactly.
Okay, so 111 is now leaving the pits. Where's that going to bring him out? It's like he'll still be in the top 10.
Looks like it. 9th. Is Koketso Pelani. Where's the Porsche? Now the Porsche has gone through. It's the Porsche, so he's in 10. He should be 10th.
Yeah, 10th.
Yeah, Brandon Kruger's coming down the hill on the other side. So Kurt Glashagen 10th. And that's good stuff for the Porsche guys. Koketso Pelani, who was having huge dramas earlier on in the race, he is now up into the top 10. And the car's going well. Sounds good. Still got full-on rain for the next 30 minutes. It's not going to single row, but there's a racing line, and these wet weather tires, if the car's set up properly, they should work. You just got to keep the car off the slippery painted surfaces like the curbing and the stripes, and you should be okay. Right, Barkhuizen again, he's getting a lot of airtime, but he's close here. He's coming up the mountain behind Mr. Paul Venter, and we'll go to his helmet view. My word. Shame, man. You're driving and hoping, really, at this point. I mean, you can't see a thing. Oh, you cannot see it. Oh, he's right here. The BM is right here. He's moved out of the way to see a little bit better. I mean, jeez, is that what it's like in the car today? Because you can't see anything. Russ, look at that. Look at my screen.
It's just BMW just disappears every time he gets alongside him.
Jeez. I mean, that is heavy going. So, yeah. Wow.
I mean, as you were saying earlier, it's why they're leaving gaps, because it's just not worth running that close over the mountain.
No. And he was right there. I mean, we're outboard now, and you can see there's a substantial gap between him and that car, and he can only just kind of make out what's going on ahead of him. So, filthy conditions. Our race MC, Mr. Burtis, he has seriously and I don't know if you were involved in this, Russ. You can either fess up to it or not.
As far as I'm aware, it's a randomized system they use for the weather now. I think they can put a range in, but we had issues last year where we were saying there was going to be mixed weather, and it just stayed the same for the entire race.
Yeah.
I think in the background they've been doing a bit of work to try and get some form of randomized weather into the servers.
PSR chocolate on the YouTube on the YouTube channel. The spray means we can't see any cars in front. We need a red at this point. I mean, you know, if it existed that we could have a pace car, for the fun of it, we could maybe implement it and put a pace car out and everyone runs on the pit lane limiter, but the game doesn't support that at the moment. So, but hang on a second, the drops are getting... No, they're not. It was just that camera view. I don't know. It looks like it might be getting less.
The Kyle Army race last year, where the heavens opened and it went from a lap into a red flag.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. I remember that. Even when we went up, I was lucky enough and flew up for the first one when they came back. We had the huge field of cars, and as usual, the Highveld storms, they happen every afternoon, early evening, and we had one there, and everyone ran to climb in their cars, and the end of the race finished in a very wet condition. So we're seeing behind Ben Barkhuizen's Aston Martin comes Cody Sherritt for PWSR, busy cutting through the field and trying to obviously get their lap back. So he's arriving on the back of these guys. Or there's a slow BMW just up ahead of them. Or there's somebody off at Skyline just up ahead of these guys. He is back on now. So through Skyline down towards the Big Dipper, and it's just white haze with the cars up ahead. Gee. Okay, they all get through there safe and sound. But Sherritt is going to want to now get out from behind this car.
Unfortunately, he's got two cars fighting for position in front of him, so he's going to be hard-pressed to clear both of them.
Yeah, he does. That isn't who I thought it was. It's not Brandon Kruger up ahead of him, so I can't tell you who it is.
It's Barkhuizen and Venter, I believe.
No,
but they're about to catch slow car ahead as well, so it's going to Constantine up quite quickly for them.
Yeah, behind Barkhuizen is a car that I'm not sure. Oh, that is now Paul Venter. You're right. I'm sorry. So Sherritt is following behind Paul Venter. So there's a position change. Barkhuizen passed Venter. So he's gone now up into 4th place as Ben Barkhuizen. Those guys are doing really well. Isherwood still hasn't pitted, mind you, after running for almost 70 minutes now. And so he's running a full tank in that M4. and he is almost 30 seconds clear of JW Volkswagen. So when Isherwood pits, it's going to be interesting to see where he comes out, because they're going to be close. I think this is a 30 to 40 second pit stop.
And the 27 Aston has just gone wide at the last corner, so he's lost a place to LaRue.
Thank you. Hannes van Wyk in the Aston Martin for Black Widow Racing. It's just not getting any better for these guys at the moment. It's so tough. Seriously, very difficult for them to see, but it is getting lighter, as we can see, and they can theoretically or hopefully see a little bit better.
Got the number 11 Audi is just pitted for what looks like some repairs, maybe a change of tyres.
That's Jake Robler into the pits. Just going up ahead to 6th place. Ewan Swart, I heard the Aston feathering a bit, and it is him, so he came up the mountain a little bit iffy, but he is going over the top without a problem. Behind him is Jay LaRue, and behind him is Van Wyk. Now they all come over the mountain. Good. So DMR Wilfred on the YouTube saying that indeed Jason should be pitting soon. Fenter should be pitting soon. Oh, very funny. Andrew saying, well, with all this rain, the graphics cards should be running a little bit cooler. How's that mindset? I like that.
Guys, some extra water cooling.
Good one. Hey, Luke. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, filthy conditions. Filthy conditions. But it's made for an interesting start to this 12-hour, the first of 5. Here at Raceface.PRO, and let me remind everybody, we're watching this with thanks to a couple of sponsors, including Caribou Networks, who have come on board to offer some prize money for the first round. Bertus and Raceface.PRO and the Raceface shop opening soon. 9.5 liveries, PWSR, DS Films, and Resource Complete. So there we go. Gotta keep the sponsors happy. Gee, big gaps now. Differentials on the timing sheet. 20.
I mean, Isherwood has the entire Conrod straight ahead of Volkswagen.
Wow. And he runs through. He is now gone for 73 minutes. So he's heading to the 1 hour 20 mark, which is... It'll be in the next couple of laps, I'm sure he has to pit. The BMW carrying, I think, 110 or 120 litres. Track conditions still wet. Interesting, with all that rain, it's not flooded. It didn't change the track condition to an even worse condition. So, can you imagine what that must be like? The Porsche kindly moving over and out the way is Pilani. And Van Wyk into the pits with the Aston Martin from 8th place. So, yeah, we are seeing those are the teams out there that haven't had any contact or any damage seem to be running longer pit stop strategies in this event. Not hourly, but they're going to try and stretch them. And it makes sense in long endurances because you can then reduce the amount of time spent in the pits. But it just makes for a heavier car and more difficult to drive over the longer period. Ruan van der Merwe into the pits from 3rd place. So they've run a full stint with that Mercedes. And a good 5 or 6 laps longer than JW Volkswagen. But there the position changes.
Oh, and we've got the 399 BMW behind him pitting as well.
Paul Fenter's in, indeed. So right on the button. Oh, hello, Carl Petzer. Thanks for joining us. Wilfred saying Fenter was pitting soon, so thanks for the feedback there. And indeed, he is in. So, yeah, we should we'll get some more position changes, but it's going to be tough to see the quicker teams that have had the early race dramas how they unlap themselves from this situation and get back onto the lead lap. The likes of PWSR, LNR, and here comes Isherwood. So following the lead around, and he's just peeled off, so he's in. So
and we have the number 11 Audi has lost it up at the top of the mountain. Slowly unsticking himself. I don't see too much damage on him.
I can't even see him.
He gets going again.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he was right at the beginning of the up. So camera's got him again. We have picked him up. Krobler, Yaka Krobler. So yeah, we see JW Volkswagen going past Isherwood and retaking the lead for Hybrid Academy. Great start for that team. They certainly got away from everybody and kept that Mercedes very clean for the first hour. I don't think JW Volkswagen had any contact and are up the road by the best part of 30 to 40, if not more seconds at the moment. Oh, 7th place. Let's go. This is close. Pilani on the back of Van der Merwe's Mercedes-Benz. This gap under a second as they go up over the mountain past McPhillamy Park. We go to the Helicam View because this offers us the best view at the moment through the rain, and hopefully this rain is going to start. Andrew's saying in 30 minutes there's thunder and lightning. I mean, do me a favor. It's been bad enough as it is, buddy. So we now need this to turn to single line of rain and start drying a bit. Thanks, Luke. Luke saying 75 minutes max. So that's the timing on these cars, and they're pretty much there with 1 lap to go as far as this our race time goes. So
just looking through, not seeing many driver changes yet. Although the 111 Lambo has had a driver, so got Dane Stewart in the car.
Dane Stewart,
now.
He's back in, yeah, or not back in, has got in. Well, excuse me, Volkswagen didn't change. Isherwood hasn't changed, so they double stinting. Barkhuizen in from 3rd place, LaRue in from 5th place.
We've got the number 27 Aston's turned himself around coming onto the Conrad. Looks like he's gotten away cleanly again.
Hannes. Oh, Hannes. Okay, so he's going. I think is that Marcus Steyn just behind him? It is. So Marcus Steyn, who is 2 laps off the leaders at the moment. He's following suit. Marcus, who had some huge dramas and got stuck a little bit on the way up the mountain earlier at Quarry Bend. He's got the car clean and he peels off for a pit stop. So Marcus Steyn probably going to hand over. That was a pretty eventful stint for him. Chris Heinecker should get in this car unless he's double stinting, but we'll see shortly.
We've got the 465 BMW just going into the pits now as well. So he's lost a couple of places.
Out the pits, yeah, 465 Jean Leroux, in fact, and there we see Hannes van Beek going past in the BWR Aston, although I don't think that is for position.
Yes, I think
it is for position.
Yes, they've just moved up to 9.
Yes, you're right.
It's sometimes a bit tricky with the way this doesn't update, unfortunately, so you have to jump around cars working out who's where.
Yeah, from the helicopter you can clearly see that racing line going up the mountain as well. So
and it's only going to get harder for them now that the track's temperature's starting to go up.
I'm just watching the comments on YouTube. These guys are seriously talking about light rain in 10 and then 28 minutes until thunder. So I don't know if that's coming from in-game, from the drivers in-game, and we're not seeing it. But my weather up at the top is not saying the same thing. But we'll wait and see. Thanks for the feedback, though, guys.
It doesn't update on that view until it's cleared the block of time that we're currently on. So we may see when where it says 10 at the moment, when that moves up, we may see it get replaced by something different further on.
Cool.
The number 5 BMW pitting, but doesn't look like any position changes there though.
Divan Delport on the YouTube, welcome buddy. I was having a good chat with him on Discord before the start of the race, and he's saying ZA Racing Team finally unlapping ourselves. Let's find them. That's the McLaren.
We now have Bertus Hugo driving.
Our man Bertus is in the car. There we go. So the number 10 is finally updated, and it's the legend himself, Bertus Hugo, owner and administrator extraordinaire of Raceface.PRO. And he's in the car. And I see Marcus Stein is out the pits and still in the car. So he hasn't given it to Chris and is doing a double stint there. So Devon is talking about the McLaren, the blue McLaren, which Nicholas Manuel's been driving for the past hour and a bit. And they are slowly climbing back or unlapping themselves, or trying to unlap themselves. They've had huge dramas throughout this race, including being driven into while they were tiptoeing down the straight here. So it's an eventful race, and yeah, there we go. We've got a single line of clouds, ladies and gents, as you can see. So it is going to finally stop raining. You can see the drops on the screen is hopefully, or is getting less. So welcome to it. Here we go. 6:30 a.m. here at Mount Panorama in Bathurst.
Okay. I'm just watching Manuel coming through the T1 now in the trainer cars, and the spray is just unbelievable.
I can imagine. I'm looking at Pilani now in the Porsche through T1, and he's right behind Van der Merwe in the Mercedes, the pink Mercedes, as they head up the straight. And he is close, 4/10. I mean, let's go on board to the helmet view. It's a little bit better than it was, let me put it to you that way. You can at least see there's a car there now. So Pilani fighting. Oh, and the Merc runs wide. The Merc runs deep. And Pilani sends it up the inside, and that was a nice clean pass. So Robin van der Merwe having a drama in the Merc. And he might have clattered into the barriers, but he is going, and he is now following the Porsche as they head up the hill. Luke saying on the YouTube, good to see the Mercedes towards the top end. But drivers also, the Mercedes drivers in this race at least are, as we know, the top teams in Raceface.PRO. Oh, that Merc almost got sideways as it went through that little fast chicane, and then it bombs through the Big Dipper, and hence heads down. Last corner coming off the mountain, Forest Elbow, a tricky downhill braking corner, easy to lock up, and then easy to send it into the wall on the opposite side. So for those of you watching, and we currently have 46 people live on the stream, so thanks everybody. Hope you're enjoying this live coverage of the 12 hours of Mount Panorama. Every now and then we might go a little bit quiet, just getting some snacks or a cold drink or whatever, but the streams will run until this stream will be constant until 7 o'clock this evening, I think, and we're then going to switch to the second stream and then take it from just after 7 o'clock to the next to 1 o'clock Sunday morning for the next 6 hours. So non-stop coverage. We might not all be talking throughout that 12 hours, but we'll do our best, and if not, we'll put it into remote mode. Bertus does have an option to do some camera controls a little bit later. I will take a break. Russ will take a little bit of a break and sit and keep quiet and maybe eat something, but there will be other teams and commentators here throughout the day.
Yes, unfortunately, load shedding is going to start playing its part later on as well, so there will be a bit of muddling around as people switch over power supplies,
Yeah,
etc.
indeed. Right, on watching Hannes van Wyk in the Aston Martin, he is behind Dane Stewart, who's now in the Lamborghini. This is for position 7th and 8th respectively. Lamborghini's running well, and Dane Stewart's doing a good job. They in turn have a slower BMW just up ahead of them. I think it could be Ruan Fenter. I'm not 100% sure.
It is the number 6 Skuman.
Skuman, there we go. They're in 13th place. Paul Fenter on the YouTube, welcome back. Oh, as the Lambo almost runs wide at Skyline. Just making it, yeah.
We've got a potential position change coming up for 3rd place. So they're right on top of each other as they come into the last part of the lap.
Pilani pushing hard. Koketso driving them wheels off this Porsche right now, and they do have slower traffic ahead. So we'll watch this. Paul Fenter saying on the YouTube channel, just getting it out there and making it very clear, LNR Expendables is in fact hashtag Gooi Millies. There you go, buddy, I said it. Bernard Burnsy King, he's my other driver. I often end up having a good dice with when I'm not smashing. And here we go, the Porsche's up and next to Barkhuizen. Barkhuizen's got to run defensive into T1. The Porsche's going around the outside. Gee, they're side by side through T2 in the wet. Nothing wrong with these guys and their racing capabilities, but Koketso, he's flexing muscles here. We'll stick with this lot as they now go up and over the mountain. Peter Solomon, how's it? He's also there and shouting for Team Lambo. Dane Stewart, who we were following shortly, and they are up in 8th place. Bernard Benzie King is in touch and talking to Mr. Bernard Barkhuizen and telling him and reminding him just to breathe every now and then. So, Mr. Barkhuizen here in the Aston. Oh, and he's... Oh, wow, there was the other Aston almost hitting the wall. That's Hannes van Wyk just up ahead of them, I think, who's in 7th place, and he almost clattered into the wall. Let's just confirm that. No, it's not Hannes van Wyk. There's another Aston Martin. Is that Mulder?
It's the number 75 Mulder.
It's Mulder. Okay. So, Koketso and Barkhuizen will go into in-car with Barkhuizen, and that's looking decidedly better now. But into the braking zone, does Koketso follow? Koketso's got an out tiptoe. He's got, and that, well done. Mulder does, in fact, hug the apex, moves onto the outside of the corner and lets the quicker cars through. Good, superb driving there by Mulder. So there we go. We're 1.5 hours in of this 12-hour event.
That was great awareness of Mulder, seeing how quickly they were catching him as they came into the corner there.
Robin van der Merwe comes into the pits from 5th place at 1.5 hours. So that's a little bit opposite the others, the default pit stop.
Does look like he's got a bit of damage to the car, so maybe it's for repairs rather than anything else.
We have Brandon Kruger in the BMW for Kinetic Simworks Racing. So here's a driver change in the green and black car. And he has in fact just gone past Bertus Hugo, who is trailing back there in the Kinetic Simworks Racing Force BMW. And poor old Bertus, the front of that BM's looking a little bit worse for wear. So he's had a moment somewhere. But Brandon Kruger onwards and carrying on. Brandon Kruger super quick in the normal GT3 championship. Cody Sherritt now into 12th place for PWSR. And further back. Let's go and have a look at Werner Skuman. Here's Werner Skuman, the Gramadula Sim Racing team car, the white BMW with black top and purple highlights. Car looks good. Oh dear, Devon Alley's team Try Hard Racing, the green BMW, and he's going up the pits, at least up the straight to T2, and that bonnet is up in a jar, so he's carrying a little bit of damage in this car, and the front left corner of that BM is looking a little bit worse for wear. So Devon's going to have to spend an extended time in the pits doing some repair work there. So with 1.5 hours done, let's take count of what's going on. Here we have JW Volkswagen for Hybrid Academy out in the lead by Jason Isherwood, who's in second place, still halfway up the mountain. So Volkswagen at least 30 something seconds clear. Jason Isherwood doing exceptionally well for Retro Esports, running a clean second place at the moment, having just arrived after not being here for a couple of months, so that's grand to see. Third place is Bernard Barkhuizen in the Aston Martin, and he is... Where's JW in relation to this? Oh, he's just behind him. So let me tell you what, JW Volkswagen has lapped up to third place. That's the pace of that car. They are almost a lap up on the entire field. After Bernard Barkhuizen, we've got Coquetzo in the Porsche. This is the Cabellian Motorsport car that's running in a nice clean fourth place and going very well. And then we have Giancarlo Schuler in a BMW for the LNR Expendables. So this is a driver change. Paul Fenter got out this car, and this man's taken over. And they're running in the top 5 now. So good effort from the LNR Expendables stroke Goy Milli's car.
We've got the 404 BMW pitting again, so the damage was obviously too bad for them, as we saw earlier.
Devon Alley's coming in.
And as you were mentioning, the race leader is just catching up to the guy in 4th, so...
Sure. And this Merc still looking like it just rolled off the production floor. There isn't a mark on it. JW Volkswagen has now essentially done 1.5 hours in atrocious conditions over the mountain, and the car looks perfect. So give that man a bells.
Looking at the weather radar as well, it looks like we are going to see an end to the rain.
Yep.
If that's to be believed.
Dry in 30 minutes. Eric Kirstein on the YouTubes. Thanks, Eric. And there we're then going to see the pit lane light up, as it'll take a few laps for the dry line to develop. But then it's going to be the gamble on who comes in to put dries on and how much quicker they go. Clearly from our camera view, you can see the drops are becoming a lot less. And in-car view, this is JW Volkswagen we're on board with. And he is going past Coquetzo Pelani in 4th in the Porsche, who kindly moves over. So
I mean, there's definitely a lot less spray already because the cars aren't disappearing behind each other
exactly
anymore.
As Volkswagen went through, they went super wide through T2 and literally just held the car on and not go into the barriers. So I think he is I don't know.
We're already seeing they're all starting to search for wet parts. Just to try and get the heat out the tyres a bit.
I need to get an official gap between Volkswagen and Isherwood. Even my timing system can't tell me it's so big.
Unfortunately, mine's the same. It's just blank at the moment.
It's got nothing on it. So huge gaps.
Our leader's just coming off the mountain now, and Isherwood is just climbing the start of the mountain. So it's a fairly large... there we go, 50 seconds.
50 seconds. So a whole pit stop in hand for JW Volkswagen right now. They've come out of this first 1.5 hours the strongest and the cleanest out of everyone. But Isherwood's there, Barkhuizen's there, and is Pelani in the Porsche. They've all done very well. A lot of other teams have had dramas in the first hour, and it's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of slugging and hard work for them to both unlap themselves to get back on lead laps and to then get into this race again.
Well, the 222 Porsche has just been lapped by the race leader,
Yeah.
so it looks like Barkhuizen's about to as well.
Volskink on 42 laps. Isherwood, Barkhuizen, Pelani, Schooler 41 laps. And then Van Wyk, Stewart, Renner, Kruger, Hugo, and the rest on 40 laps. Werner Skuman, Schutter, Marcus Stein, Grobler, Daryl Mulder, Fenter, Joubert, and others on 38 laps. So the spread is, after an hour and a half, 4 laps from last to first place. That's how much has happened in the opening rounds.
And we have the number 6 BMW pitting.
Brandon Kruger pushing hard. Sorry to the guys on the YouTubes. We've just been catching up on some other things, and I left the car on the leaders. Kinetic Simworks Racing indeed has passed Renner, Van der Merwe and Hugo, so they are on their way and up into 9th place. Mulder, let's go to 17th. We've got a race here coming over the top of the mountain. It's Grobler and Mulder. It's Audi versus Aston Martin. Oh, and there's an Aston Martin in the wall there.
Our 4th position just managed to turn it at the bottom of the mountain.
Are you serious? Was that Ben Barkhuizen? Bernard Barkhuizen. It was.
Yep.
So Koketso Pelani has gone through and into 3rd place. Oh.
And it looks like he's lost a position to, is it Schooler as well?
Giancarlo
Yes, he has.
Schooler. In fact, he has. So Mr. Barkhuizen, he took a breath. He locked up coming down off that mountain into the elbow, and he has in fact hammered the Aston into the wall. There's a sizable amount of damage, but I suspect he'll probably pit. Let's see. He doesn't.
No, he's staying out.
Interesting. So it can't be that bad, but okay, there we go.
I can't imagine he'd be trying to stay out waiting for the track to dry if the damage was that bad.
Pelani into the pits from 3rd. Now, this could be a driver change, in fact. So we might see Conrad get in the car. Let me just get the team names up here again. We'll go back to on track. Bernard Barkhuizen, here he is. So Cabellion Motorsport, that's Koketso bringing it in. It's either going to be Cabello Motsamai getting in the car or Corne Strauss. So we'll see if there's a driver change happen there.
And as Luke's mentioned in the YouTube chat, the track is going to take a very long time to warm up and dry out.
That's a good point.
Especially if if it stays overcast, it's going to take it even longer because we're not going to have the sun to help drying it out.
We have 1 temperature or 1 degree increase since earlier this morning. It's gone up to 16. But it's still half an hour before it actually officially stops raining, and then it's going to be at least another 15 to half an hour before, as Luke says, it's going to get warmer. But that racing line's going to become more defined, and I think we might see that'll be coming up onto the next hour or even hour and 15 minutes, and we should see some possible teams gambling onto slicks early to see if they can deal with that racing line turning dry.
I mean, you can see up on the mountain now, there's definitely a dry line starting to form quicker and quicker.
Indeed. Okay, going back down to Mulder. Mulder in the Aston, still chasing Grobler's Audi as they come through the slowdown chicane. This the closest ice at the moment. This is half a second. Mulder's now looking. He's not running behind the Audi. He's just looking for, trying to spot his braking marker. And he's also trying to get inside Krobler's head.
And we have Polani has stayed in the Porsche, so we've got no driver swap there. And Schooler has taken Barkhuizen as well. So Schooler up to third.
They're going well. That's a long stint then for Polani in the Porsche. He's doing triple stinting at the moment. So that's some good stuff. Obviously going to probably or possibly run 3 hours. We'll see.
I mean, it may be that he's just comfortable on the wet and would be happier to just stay out doing that rather than another driver come in and have to get to grips with it.
Yeah, you've got a point. He's comfortable in the car now. It's handling. Daniel Rowe, our other fellow alien and resident racing driver who's joining us. He's down in, I think, Port Elizabeth or East London. I forget now, for some real motor racing this weekend. Thanks for joining us, Daniel. Sure, these guys are close. And that BMW behind, that is, that's the LNR BMW. That's the third place car, I believe. Yes, it is. That's Giancarlo Schooler. And they're wanting to come and get by. This guy's happening ahead of them. Right, Sherrod in the PWSR Honda has now put the quickest lap in. So they're now in the 2:11.295. They're half a second quicker than the leaders and over a second and a half quicker than the rest of the field. So Cody Sherrod's putting foot down. He's getting more comfortable with this dry line that's happening. And he's got a long ways to go. They're on 43 laps. The leader, JW, on 45. So there's been some big differentials happen for the first part of the race. And it's all down to the teams managing this, managing these conditions going forward now. So we'll see how they do.
Sorry, I'm just having a look at a couple of the reports that are coming through.
You do that. Mulder down in 17th again in the Aston, still chasing the Audi of Krobler. Oh, and the BMW trying to get by. The Expendables LNR car also wanting to come by. He can't exactly see what's going on properly up ahead of him. Let's go to the Helicam because this is going to get complicated. The Aston of Mulder looking. Oh, he almost runs into the back of the Audi. Has to lift. The BMW has to lift. And now they're on their way as they head up Reed Park. Now Salmon Park. And the Aston still looking to try and get by on the mountain. They come to McPhillamy now. Krobler sustaining a lot of pressure coming from the Aston Martin. They're both getting the blue flags because Schooler's right there in the BM. Well, that BM ran a bit deep there. Almost ran into the barriers. And behind that BM is another car that's now joined them. I don't think that one is for position. But Schooler should get the run on this Aston now down the straight and should be able to pass. He might lift and let him go by. That's the other Aston Martin behind them. I think that is Hannes van Beek in 5th. No, it's not Hannes van Beek. It's the other car. Never mind. We'll come back to it. So Schooler in the BMW, hard on the brakes. Hey, Aleric, how's it? Welcome. Yeah, look, unfortunately, Paul, the back markers are also having their own race. They don't exactly really have to move over. It's up to the guys, the cars to pass them.
Unfortunately, you know, GT3 doesn't really have a blue flag rule, unlike Formula 1.
Yeah.
So we ask that drivers do pay attention, but it is up to the chasing driver to lap the slower car.
And he has done so. So Schooler does go by. The Aston Martin eventually lifts and gets out of it. So Schooler now arriving on the back of the Audi of Kruger as they now start another lap going up the hill. And Mulder will eventually get back onto the tail of Kruger's Audi. And now Schooler looking up the inside of the Audi lifting. Oh, the Audi's now become very slow as he lifted to get out of that. And the guys behind had to put on some extra brakes just to avoid running into the back of the Audi. All's good and well. I don't know who that other Aston is. I need to find out who that is. Is it Renner? No, it's not Bernard Renner. It's jeez, is it Barkhuizen? Oh, it is. It's Bernard Barkhuizen, who's also in this train of cars. So the other leader's fourth place position car, and he will now get a run on the Audi and get that position done and dusted. And then we'll have Mulder and Kruger going at each other again. And here comes Mulder following, and the Audi pulls back in. So here we're going to see a huge moment happen down into the chicane. They're all slipstreaming Barkhuizen, and the Aston's on the grass. Wow, I can't believe he kept that in a straight line. Mulder in the Aston Martin just managing to keep that car on, and he does now finally get past Kruger's Audi, and that could have got very dicey and very sketchy very quickly. Barkhuizen now trying to get by another BMW. I think this is Franco Gibet. No, not Franco Gibet. Not Sean Loureiro either. Is it Fenter? It's not Ruben Fenter either. It's Van der Nest, I think. Oh, and he's got turned round. Let's go back 30 seconds and have a look at that. So, Bernard Barkhuizen arriving on the back here of Rian van der Rijst. So Bernard is now on the inside as they head up to T1. And flashing to let him know he is on the inside, and he does in fact go by. Rian goes around T1, and the BM behind actually taps him, so I think that's going to be a penalty handed out. Who was that other BMW? You're going to probably see that happen shortly, Russ. It's not Sean Loureiro. It's not Bertus. It's Brandon Kruger's BM. It's not Brandon. It's not Sean Skitter. John. Yeah, it's not Jason. I don't know who it was. Sorry.
I'm just skipping through the replay trying to find it as well.
Yeah, okay. So it was T1 and it happened to poor old Rian van der Rijst. But it was a BM, I think. I'm pretty sure it was. But I've pretty much selected all of them, so I might have been mistaken. It might have been an Aston. Okay.
Yes, it was the Aston of...
Is it Mulder?
Yes, it was.
Oh, Daryl Mulder. It was an Aston. Yeah, shame, man. So he unfortunately has turned him around. I'm sure something will happen there. Okay, the leaders in the pits. Let's catch up with this race, ladies and gents. JW, as is the PWSR car in the pits. Oh dear, JW runs through his pit box. Had to reverse a quick moment. So we've got PWSR in the pits, off the Jackson rolling. Cody Sherritt looks like staying in the car, but we'll see once I go through first sector. So Volkswagen pitted. Jason Isherwood, where is he? He's coming round the final turn. So Jason Isherwood going to again pass and go back into the lead as he is busy passing a BMW here. The Retro Esports car, there is the pass happen. And we're about to, in 10 minutes time, the rain will be stopping. So, is Volkswagen putting wets back on? He has to be. There's no way he can do this now and run on slicks. So he's out the pits. Yeah. They're going to have to re-pit then, ladies and gents. So here we go. We're going to start playing this game. And the PWSR car was also in the pits. They've had to probably also go back out on wets. So nobody can capably run on dries yet. So anyone pitting now, as the clock comes down to 10 minutes away from the hour, we were mentioning earlier about them possibly having the opportunity to go to slicks, but I don't think it's going to be time yet. The track has gone up another degree. Oh, JW sliding the car a little bit as he starts going up the mountain. CO, Fenta just tuned in. What happened to Cody? They've just come out the pits, so they had to do a pit stop. So Cody Sherritt in 12th, and he's got to run this tank out. He is now busy arriving on some slow markers, but PWSR themselves, Cody on lap 46, 2 laps off the leaders. Brandon Kruger on 47th, yeah he is, so that gap is the difference, I'd say probably 20 to 30 seconds between Kruger and Sherritt.
Oh, and we've got the Kruger has just gone off after the chicane.
Number, Kruger, car, I don't know who Kruger is.
Number 22 Audi.
Sorry, oh the Audi, okay. Brandon Kruger. No, man. It's a BMW.
No, sorry. Number 11 Audi.
11 Audi. That's Krobler. That's why I couldn't find him. Okay, so driver change. Jaka Krobler in the car. He is going again. And that was at the slowdown chicane. Comes to final turn. Over the start-finish line. And now they're heading up towards the mountain. Okay, got that cleared. Van Wyk, let's go to 5th. They close. Hannes Van Wyk and Barkhuizen. Sure. 4/10, half a second apart as they go up over the mountain. And they both tiptoeing. We'll go on board Helicam View with Hannes. Hannes van Wyk's been in this car since the start, so he's running 2 hours now. Through the Essies, through the Big Dipper. Careful not to run into anybody or the walls. Now this downhill braking marker. Don't lock up. Nicely done. And then climb on it to hang into the slipstream. And here they come down Conrad Straight. Barkhuizen and Van Wyk, nose to tail, the two Astons. Isherwood in the lead. JW Volskenk 7.6 seconds back, and I'm listening to Van Wyk actually lifting and climbing out of it as he comes down the straight, so not wanting to pass right now. He's comfortable just to follow the Aston, who gets a little bit of a sideways moment through the chicane, and running a defensive line into the last turn, now moves across for the racing line. And they start their laps. Last laps, Barkhuizen, a 2:12.6. Hannes, a 2:12.4. So he was clearly quicker there. And he's going to follow as they go back up the mountain. There in the distance. Oh, JW Volskenk got a 5-second penalty. So, Russ, you'll have to, seeing that you're live with me, you can tell me what that was for when it happened.
He caused a collision on lap 43.
Okay.
And turning the Aston around.
There we go. That's a good 7-8 laps ago. So this is Russ catching up.
There's a group of us, so I don't want to be doing it on my own. So I'm like waiting for input from the 3 or 4 of us, and just it's a bit more democratic than it sometimes is.
Perfect. Good job done, and we'll let you carry on with that. But also thanks for the co-commentary. It's handy to have.
And an warning is going to be issued for Darren Mulder.
Yeah.
For the incident we saw on the stream.
They're in the pits right now, and busy doing a normal pit stop. So there we go. Van Wyk, back to him. They are within half a second of each other. This at the moment the closest race. Bernard Renner in 7th place. So he's got in for B team. This is the other Aston Martin that I've been struggling to get. So Bernard Renner, B team. Let's see which B team. They haven't explained themselves properly. We'll see if I can just look at the team names quickly. Okay, so this is Vibe Squad. It's Ewan Swart, Bernard Renner, Peter Maher, and Ronaldo Boersma. But they haven't named their car descriptor properly, so it should be... Yeah, it's just Vibe Squad. They normally race as Kinetic Simworks Racing Vibe Squad. Barkhuizen, wow. That's happened? No, they're still carrying on. So Hannes van Beek has passed. And he moves up to 4th. Ben Barkhuizen drops down to 5th place. But he is in fact hanging on to the back of Hannes van Beek. I think a change happened again, so there might have been a pass and a repass, because now Barkhuizen's back ahead. Dane Stewart in the Lamborghini, a couple of seconds further back, having a lonely but good clean race for that Lambo. And it's running good lap times here.
Hey, he's keeping his nose clean. I mean, he's worked his way up from what, I think he was 10th after the last round of pit stops.
Yep, definitely. So they're doing well. Quickest lap time has now moved across to Brandon Kruger, as you can see, in the BM, running in 11th place, and that being a 2 minutes 10.1. So the pace is now going to start getting quicker. As you can see, the drops are becoming a lot less. In 10 minutes the rain does stop completely, and we'll see that little purple marker jump up and down the timing screen as various teams get quicker. We're going down to 18th place. It's Franco Jabé in the Team Tryhard Racing green BMW, and he's chasing Van der Rijst in the other BMW just ahead. Oh, gosh, how close is that as they go over Skyline? Guys, got to be careful. You can't just nudge people out the way, because that's just not acceptable.
It does, however, look like that number 6 BMW in front is tiptoeing his way over the mountains.
It does. You're right. Jabez definitely a lot quicker there. So Van der Rijst either carrying some damage or just struggling, or the tyres are completely cooked.
He does appear to have a bit of damage on the rear, so maybe the diffuser's a bit bent.
Well, here comes the pass. And the pass is happening super quick. Oh, wait a minute. The front of that Van der Rijst BMW is also... The bonnet's up. It's had a huge moment somewhere. So they'll be in shortly for some repairs, I expect. But Jabé goes past. And he moves up then into 17th place. So good to see DAS is happening all the ways up and down. And the other BM doesn't come into the pits. So they're going to run on for a bit.
So we now have, the track has now shifted to damp. The wind is starting to drop off, and the temperature's gone up.
Yeah. Well, it's still 17, in fact. So we were at 17 just now, but we are 2 degrees up from where we started. And the drops are becoming a lot less. So, yeah, within 10 minutes, the rain should stop. And that drying line you've been talking about will definitely become more prominent. Hope you guys are all still with us here on the YouTubes. We have, in fact, gone up to 41. Thanks to everybody that's joining us, and hope you're enjoying the coverage. Don't forget to click on that little thumbs up. It does help to keep the interest going for Raceface.PRO, the sport that we all love and enjoy either participating in or even watching. I'm going back up to 5th place. Van Beek now, still chasing Mr. Barkhuizen's Aston, and they're coming down the straight. And I guarantee you Van Beek's lifted again, because he had a huge draft there. and as he's taken his foot off the gas as they come into the chicane. So I think he's just I don't know if they looking to try and do fuel conservation, but he just, is he going to try and go past again? We'll keep an eye on these two now because they're super close. Over the line they come. Hey, Corne Strauss, how are you, buddy? Here is the man that is part of that Porsche team with Coquezzo Pelani doing super good. Unfortunately, they didn't hand the skin over Corne, so you guys don't have the proper skin because you didn't give it to your number one driver. Renner in 7th place is arriving and wanting to attack Dane Stewart in their Lamborghini. So they are now within a second of each other, is Renner and Stewart.
Barkhuizen is making that Aston as wide as he possibly can coming up the mountain. He's just not giving him an inch.
Yo, look at this. We'll go back on board with Hannes and listen to him come down the straight. I guarantee he's lifting. Through the dipper they come. He manages to hang on to it. Drops a little ways off, but now through the elbow, final turn. And he's as close as he can be. So they'll be kind of at the top of the hill before the chicane. And you'll hear Hannes lifts. He's not close enough now, I don't think. Typical, but he is in the slipstream. Here he is. Here he closes up. There's lifting. So he's already lifting before they get into the little kink. Obviously he can't stay in it because that'll just be a collision, but he is getting the tow, so he's just got to work out when he wants to get this pass done. Thanks, Corne. All good. Yeah, it's all good, but sorry, man, you guys didn't distribute your own skin properly, so Coquezzo doesn't have it. And now look, I think either Barkhuizen's listening to us or he's moving all over. He's going to find the wet line down the pit wall, and now he's staying all the way on the right hand side again, trying to find the wet going up the hill. So I think these gents, there we go. Our cameras show the rain has stopped. And just behind them you can see the PWSR Honda arriving as Dane Stewart takes the Lambo into the pits. Oh, Van Wyk almost rode into the back of that Aston. And now Cody Sherritt needing to negotiate past these two guys who are having their own dice. But Cody's on the process of trying to march back up this grid and unlap himself. So he's going to have to hang on until he gets onto the quick downhill section.
We've had the number 75 Aston's just turned himself around and got going again up on the mountain.
Okay, that's just ahead of these guys. No yellow flags yet, but he is just through the Big Dipper, and these guys are arriving on that now. Oh, that is super close. Van Wyk, oh, I'm sure he almost scraped some paint off the Aston of Barkhuizen. Right, into the elbow, and off they go. And the super quick Honda of Cody, he's also going to now he is going to try and get past these guys to unlap himself. And again, Van Wyk gets as close as he can. Now the Aston's having to run defensive lines just up ahead of Barkhuizen. So they come through the slow down chicane nose to tail. The Honda's right there as well. So Cody Sherritt having to mind his time and work out when he can actually make this pass happen. We'll see the Aston go up against the pit wall now to try and cool the tires down. Does it? No, it doesn't. But look at the track. I mean, the track it's not shiny as much anymore. So we are drying. Temperature's gone up to 18, by the way, Russ. And now we are jumping. Things are happening quickly here. Yeah, Corne, you're right. Alex Romalut. Oh, I can't even say your surname. Sorry, buddy. Aston on Aston crime. Definitely. I mean, Hannes van Wyk needs to be so careful not to run into the back of Barkhuizen. These guys lost laps. Barkhuizen at 2:11.1. Hannes at 2:10.9. Cody Shearer 2:10.5. So he is the quicker behind them, but he can't really get past them now. Let's go to the Helicam view. Look how close this is. Van Wyk right there. Right, into Skyline, now down in through the Essies, through the Big Dipper. And Hannes now, if he's going to try and make a move, he needs to come out of this forest elbow as fast as he can. And he does. His foot was down, he was planted. This is close now. Let's see if he can get out the slipstream coming down the hill, because Barkhuizen's going to have to start running defensive. And he's going down the middle of the track. Is Hannes going to switch over here to the inside? He does. So Hannes has flicked it out. They're side by side as they come to the chicane. Hannes comes through, goes over the bump and manages to control the car, and the pass is done. It's a great pass by Hannes van Wyk. And now Schooler, the quickest man on the track, in third place. So as I said, that's going to start moving around as these guys get quicker. Pass done and dusted. Hannes goes into fourth. Barkhuizen fifth. Schooler's last lap, just FYI, is at 209.3. They're breaking the sub 210s. So the track is drying, people. Here we go. Peter Solomon on the YouTube shouting for Team Lambo, his team. Van der Westhuizen in that car now down in 11th place. Rowan van der Westhuizen as he goes over the mountain. And he's all alone up here at the moment. There is no one near but Van der Nest in the BM coming into the pits from 19th place.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of people gambling to go on to softs now that the rain's actually stopped. And I think it may still be a little wet.
I agree. You mean slicks?
Yeah, sorry.
So these two Astons as they go up with Cody Sherritt following suit. Skitter now gets the quickest lap all the way down in 13th place. These guys are all quick teams that are busy trying to drive back up the grid and unlap themselves. There's three Astons up here now. Oh, this one Aston is tiptoeing. And oh, he's going to move in the way there. He's just ahead now of Cody Sherritt. Oh, Cody having to climb on the brakes a little bit harder than normal, but holds the Porsche out the barriers. And Barkhuizen and Van Wyk get through. Is this Renner? It's not Renner, no. Sorry, it's another Aston. Right, so Cody Sherritt in the background. Let's drop back to him. He's now going to want to get by, and he does pull out the slipstream.
It is the number 20. Sorry, the number 75.
Oh, it's Van Nevenhuizen in 19th place. So he's.
Thank you. I don't think I could have pronounced that.
It's all good. He is carrying some damage on that Aston. The bonnet's slightly ajar, so they are running slower than normal. So Sherritt now going to put his foot down to try and close back up on those two Astons up ahead. And he needs to try and get through and get by them because, yeah, we're coming up to the point now where we're going to see cars coming into the pits and putting slicks on. It's going to happen soon.
Just had the 118 BMW losing it in the first corner.
Alex, yeah, sorry.
Looks like he's taken a fair bit of damage as well.
Oh. Okay, going to the Porsche. Alex asking for a Dane. Thanks very much. Onboard view of the Porsche of Koketso Pilane here. Sure we can. We can do what you guys would like to see within reason. Koketso goes over the line now. That lap at 2:10.2. So he's not yet under the 2:10s and not as quick as the BMWs and the cars up ahead. Kruger now the quickest in 10th place, and Kruger's last lap was a 2:08, a whole 2 seconds quicker than this car. So Brandon Kruger starting to pedal, and he's in 10th place, and everybody, as and when the conditions come to them, are going to start going quicker and quicker. Marcus Steyn in 14th place. He's having a little bit of a lonely drive for Slick Racing, but he is on the back of the Lamborghini. This is not for position, but Marcus Steyn on 54 laps. The Lamborghini of Van der Westhuizen, who is in 11th place on 55 laps. So the Lambo kindly moves over and just lets the BM go through because he is busy trying to unlap himself and climb up the grid. So Van der Westhuizen in the Lambo, and for the Lambo lovers, Ron Van der Westhuizen's last lap, a 2:14, so not the quickest laps right there, but he might have had a moment on the mountain, or he is just letting traffic go through. Prinsloo in the McLaren into the pits down in 21st place, and we started this race in fact with 20 cars. So this is the blue ZA Racing McLaren. So somebody has joined late and managed to get going. I'm not sure who it is actually, because I remember us only having 20 cars at the start. Our lead is Jason Isherwood on 58 laps, going strong here. His last lap at 209.6. JW Volskenker 209.8 in second place, who is 18 plus 5, 23 seconds back. And then Giancarlo Schuler for LNR Expendables, his last lap at 209.8. So top three are all now sub 210s, running quickish lap times. Van Wyk now extending his gap. He is 3.6 seconds up the road from Barkhuizen, who might be starting to have overheating tires, I expect. There we go. The bottom of the group, the pit lane is lit up. Here we go. Oh, and Prinsloo gets a stop go 30 for speeding into the pit lane. That is unforgivable, really. I cannot deal with drive-throughs. You speed in the pit lane, that's just such a silly mistake to have. Russ?
Yep, that's the game's automatically applied that, so that's nothing to do with us. There is, however, a 15-second time penalty coming through for number 75. He caused a collision on the slowdown chicane with JC, and a warning going for number 11 for pushing a car off track on the Conrod. Oh dear.
I'm just jumping to these BMs in the pits. There has been a huge crash somewhere. Sean Loureiro back in the pits again with the Team Luxury Time Racing. I don't want to jump back a long period, but the front of that BMW is finished. Jaka Kroblo, if we jump to Fenta's BM, you can see there the damage on both BMs. And Loureiro hasn't done a repair. So Sean Loureiro is now going to kick himself 4 times because he's now come off the jacks and his car is still damaged. He hasn't done a fix up on the repair. So if you watch as he comes out the pits, you can actually see the front of that car. He's going to crawl this lap round, and he's just going to be absolutely fodder for those coming behind him. Yeah. I can hear him screaming at himself already because he didn't do a fix repair on the car. So Van Evenhuizen picks up a 15-second penalty. Thanks for pointing that out. And here we go. Loureiro can't even drive this car. It's in so much strife. And he slides the car into T2. And now he's done a donut. Oh, he's having a drama here. Team Luxury Time Racing. Cars are just going to be bombing past him. They are literally going to go almost a whole lap down. The car's so bad. Shame, I feel for him. He forgot to put on the repair, fix car. I'm sure it was a mistake. And the rest of the field just slowly but surely catch up and come past him. He is struggling with this car as he comes over the mountain now. Prinsloo back in the pits to complete his stop go 30 in 21st place in the McLaren. And Loureiro now struggling and slowing so badly the cars behind him need to all tiptoe.
Well, unfortunately, he's got the race leader up behind him as well, so this is going to hand back a fair chunk of time to Wolfgang.
It is. That's right. You're right. Thanks for pointing that out. It's Jason Isherwood who's behind him. So he's now cannot get by because of the damage and the narrowness going over the mountain. He's going to send it coming down the hill, that's for sure. But Lorero is just like, I can't believe he didn't have fixed repair on. I mean, I know there's a lot going on. I must be honest. When you do come into pits, there's so many things you've got to look at and get right and change tire temps, and he just forgot to look. So I guarantee,
especially with how tricky the pit entry is here when you're doing everything else as well.
Isn't that true? And Marcus Stein comes into the pits from 14th for slick, and I'm going to hesitate to guess. No, Marcus, he's going to put slicks on. Is Lorero coming in? All right, I don't actually understand that. He's not. So he's going to rather just stay out and drive it as it is. That just doesn't make sense. That's not actually changed to... what is going on here? Is my timing screen? It's Mare. It's Uwe Mare in the car.
It's just updated for me as well, so I'm not sure quite what's going on there.
Yeah, that took like a whole lap to almost update. So he's in the car, but... yeah, okay, then it does make sense why he might have spun, because he wasn't used to the weight and all the rest with the car. This is his first time in the car, but they should have repaired damage at least. I think that was a mistake on their behalf. Yeah, thanks, Chris. We only just, our screen's only updated that now. So, right, let's go to Marcus Stein quickly. I'm going to take a gamble on this man. And I don't know how you people see this, whether they're on slicks or not. Let's go and change this view to basic HUD. And he's on dryers. There we go. So Marcus Stein is the first car out the pits on dryers. So we're going to go back to our broadcast screen and we'll monitor the times that Marcus does for the next 2 or 3 laps and see if he starts going into the low 205s or 204s to justify changing tires. I'm going to just put myself on mute and go and get a cold drink quickly, and I'm going to leave the car on Isherwood for now, our leaders. I'll be back with you, and Russ will be back with you in a couple of minutes. We're just going to take what is commonly known as an immersion break. So there won't be any commentary, but we're going to just leave the camera on the leaders for now, and we'll be back shortly.
And I believe that is Schooler coming into the pits now, more than likely changing onto the slick tyres, as it seems like the times are dropping for everyone. Alex on YouTube, I'm not 100% sure because the view I'm doing, I don't actually see the timings properly. I will ask Alan when he gets back and we'll let you know. And then we have a change at the front. Volskenk has just taken Isherwood as he's leaving the pits. So he's back up into the lead again.
Come back. Thanks for that. I had to just go and do what we have to do. I just see apparently Schooler's just had a disconnect game crash in 11th place.
Yeah, luckily he was in the pits when it happened, so it looks like it's allowed them to rejoin without any problems.
Okay, they're up, they're out, they're going, so all looks good. They were in fact lucky. Pelane brings the Porsche into the pits from 5th.
And we've had Isherwood has pitted and has done a driver swap. And unfortunately, Kruger managed to spin into T2, coming out the pits.
Schooler's just killed the LNR BMW going into T2 on live stream. Oh, and now he's just killing it some more, and he's going to get in the way now. So he's got to wait a little bit for these cars. Right, no cars are coming. Now's your time. Oh, the car's stuck on the curbs. Oh, they've ejected back to pits. It's just going from bad to worse for this LNR car. Paul Fenter and company, you guys need to just settle that down. You could have got that car out of there. This isn't going to help you. That was bad luck.
Unfortunately, it looks like they're just slightly greasy track caught him out.
Well, they're going to drop another lap down, and that's not going to help them. I see Patterson's back in the car in 11th place for PWSR. Couple of driver changes have happened. Jason Luck, we're watching now in the Aston Martin for Black Widow Racing. Andrew, to answer you, issued penalties or time penalties that will automatically get added to the next pit stop. So the next time JW comes into the pits, his pit stop will be whatever it is, 30 or 40 seconds, and then the 5 seconds will automatically get added to that. So the penalty will be cleared at the next pit stop. Let's put it that way. I see that can't be right. Jason was running down the inside of the track there, so let's just put him back onto basics. And they're on dries as well, so they shouldn't be hunting for a racing line. It's right there. He just came down the track a little bit odd there up against the pit lane entry. So Jason Luck and BWR, thanks to Hannes and company, having driven a very clean race in the early part of this race, and they are in 4th place overall. Voskenk for Hybrid Academy doing superbly well. They are out in the lead by 64 laps. Dwayne Hall in 2nd place at the moment, who they've also done very well and climbed their way up into oh no, they haven't, sorry, it's a driver change from Jason Isherwood, but they've also managed to keep their car out of others' troubles and are, as I say, that he runs very wide through the elbow. In 2nd place, Bernard Barkhuizen in 3rd place for Kinetic Simworks Racing Prism. And those are your top 3 at the moment. Swat having a very bad ping at the moment in 5th place, so there might be shedding happening somewhere in his part of the world. I don't know if shedding's happening today or tonight.
As far as I'm aware, it starts at 5. One thing I've noticed doing these races over the time is the mobile connections.
Yeah.
You know, the 4G and 5G, they tend to show the ping being a lot worse than it actually is.
That's true. Right, so we have a driver change in the Porsche up ahead. We've got Matsumae in the car now. Prince KB, as he is known as, he's a music producer, rapper, DJ in the local music industry. And Ruan van der Westhuizen in the Lamborghini, 3/10 behind this Porsche and pushing this Porsche down the Conrad Straight, as we can see. The speed differential here is going to be mega, and the Lambo pulls out. We'll go to Helicam. I'll tell you what, there's no holds barred here. Matsumae holding on to his ideas and his racing line, and he just slams the door closed. Hey, Kurt, that was an awesome stint that you put in the Lambo earlier. We were super impressed with you. To answer you, I will probably not talk for the entire 12 hours, but the stream will run. I'm expecting and waiting for Bertus to join, and possibly a couple of other teams that are going to come online. You're most welcome to come and have a chat with us if you want. We're inviting people to climb into the interview room, and we'll drag you in here and we'll chat to you about how your stints went and how tough it was in that Lambo in the opening hours. So feel free. That's an open invite to all the teams for that matter. We'd like to hear more about what you guys did. Are you running wet setups, hybrid setups, dry setups, and so on and so forth? So let's hear from you guys whenever you want to. Just find your way into the interview room, and I'll pick you up and pull you into the actual comms box. Barkhuizen into the pits, by the way, from 3rd place, so they will be swapping over onto dries, as I'm sure everyone will. Patterson, as expected, now has the quickest lap in the Honda in 11th place. I'll give you some feedback on quickest laps now. We're watching Ruan van der Westhuizen at the moment in the Lambo. His last lap at 209.8. Cabello just ahead of him in the Porsche, 209.7. Patterson further back, he's doing 205s, so he's 4.5 seconds quicker than these guys. As the Lambo now sends it up the inside. Is the pass going to stick now? He's now moving back to the middle, and the Porsche staying on the inside. Ooh, little touch there, but the guys are racing. Good, clean racing here. I heard that off come out of your mouth, Russ.
No, they are just right on top of each other for that entire back straight.
For real. The Porsche, Matsumaia is not going to give that position up so easily, and he doesn't need to. They are racing for position, so it's they're watching their radars, but he has every right to do what he's doing. The Lambo needs to get by himself, so he's going to take a deep breath and try again. All right, good, Kurt. We'll catch up with you when you do get in later. Mac van der Merwe's there. How are you, Mac? Gideon in the car without any force feedback. Oh dear. I don't understand why the equipment is so across the range, whether it be a Logitech or a Thrustmaster or whatever. I even have my own teamie. Sometimes Chris was saying now and then he'd lose force feedback, and that's with a Fanatec base, I think. But, guys, it's so iffy. It's not rock solid for a couple of people, and it's just weird that. Right, leaders in the pits, by the way. Volkswagen comes in, so he's now pitting. He's going to go into slicks, and he'll clear that 5-second penalty. So let's see where Dwayne Hall is on the track. Here he is. He's coming down the Conrad straight. And I just need
it's going to be close whether he can get out in the lead again.
Yeah, look, the Merc's still static. I'm watching the BM. Back to the BM. He comes through the chicane now, but the Merc's also got the added 5-second penalty. I did see Aleric's there. How are you, Aleric? It's ACC being ACC. It's not the hardware. Okay. Yep. All right. Good point. Volkskank, is he still in the pits? He is. All right, so this should extend out by maybe 10 to... there he's rolling now. So he's just come off the jacks. He's coming out the pits. I can hear the Merc coming up to speed. Thanks for the feedback, Aleric. We had a question earlier, and maybe you might know a little bit more accurately. It's not possible to say how long a pit stop is when we don't know what the strats are that the guys are doing. But a general pit stop through Mount Panorama in... a refuel of say 100 liters, I guess, or whatever it may be, and then out. What are we talking here at this track? It's about 30 or 40 seconds, or is it longer? Okay, Chris, thanks for being flat out honest right there, buddy. So it helps to turn the thing on, in other words. That's what you're saying. Hilton's gaming, I know. Yeah, buddy. Hilton, you had a whole lot of drama on the other league. I remember trying to assist you quite heavily there. I myself and Kieran have had... I'm still on Logitech. I've never had any trouble whatsoever. So that's why I was trying to give you that assistance, because I don't know why. It also depends, I guess, on the Windows installation, Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows 9, whatever previous versions. But myself and Kieran started in this with the other league in 2020, and I've been on a Logitech base forever since then. Kieran's recently upgraded to the Fanatec direct drive, but I've never had force feedback losses. I've never had driver problems. I've never had steering wheel problems. I've built my own 3D printed wheels, and I've had those problems where I've shared off a couple, a quick release coupler or something like that, but I've never had a driver related issue with the Logitech software. I don't use that other stupid version of the software. I just use the gaming version, the little G in the bottom right hand corner, the blue one, not the G hub. That I don't believe in, and when I did load that, it was causing, it did some weird things, but I've still had the steering wheel run no problems though. Thanks, Luke. Luke says a 56 for full stop, 56 seconds. So just on a minute. There's an answer to our other question that was out there earlier about the pit stops at Mount Panorama.
And we still have the battle for 5th and 6th carrying on.
So Cabello in the Porsche, still hanging tough and keeping the Lambo back. Van der Westhuizen doing super well to push at this pace and this close proximity. We'll go back on board with the Lambo and see how it goes. Hilton, I wish you all the best moving across to Thrustmaster. I've heard other dramas about them sometimes overheating. It seems that everything actually gives a problem one way or another, but I don't know, you know, I thought you had solved the problems with the Logitech base. I really don't know what else to say, to be honest. I just shared the drivers that I've used, and as I say, you know, if everything's up to date and in place, and your USB and your motherboard hardware is all right, and you're in the right port, and you're not using a port replicator, blah blah blah. I mean, there's so many variables involved, but Logitech's, you know, it's a branded name, just as is Thrustmaster, as is Fanatec. You shouldn't have problems like you were having. So I don't know what it is, man. You just got a really dodge install somewhere, or you've got a USB that's not behaving. Might even be a cable, who knows, but
I mean, I had issues with my G29, and it turned out that it was a dodgy USB port on my motherboard.
Exactly. You know, you can't blame the hardware for that, man. That's a motherboard issue. It's not the steering base at all.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the list of variables when it comes to this stuff, it could be that you had the newer G-Hub installed and went back to the gaming software.
Yeah, yeah.
There was an iffy driver just left around in the installation somewhere.
It's not a quick and easy thing to resolve. Bar actually deleting and reinstalling and rebuilding the PC from fresh and getting that 100% rock solid and stable with all its own drivers before you start installing Logitech or whatever it may be. Oh, Lyric, you can just shut your mouth. We're not talking about that garbage. I'm as anti-iRacing as I am anti-Apple products. It doesn't exist in my household. It never will. I don't believe in it. So ACC's become pretty stable, and I mean you can't knock it. It's a very, very solid product. Good racing sim. I did briefly look at iRacing. I didn't buy a thing, and I didn't get into it. And the my opinion, which I'm entitled to, is just purely that I don't want to have multiple different systems where everything does something differently. I was only AC and then ACC, and that's all I'm still with. I doubt I'll ever install iRacing or look at another product, to be honest, for as long as I stay in this game. So, but everybody can obviously do their own thing. I'll tell you what, this Van der Westhuizen's running well in this Lambo. His last lap, a 2:05.7. Cabello, his last lap, a 2:05.7. They're matching each other's times, and they're identical at the moment. No, Lyric, I am not missing out. I've looked at it. No, rubbish. And I'm not going to keep on throwing money at it. That's also just wrong. The way their price model structure is, it's rubbish.
On a slight side note, it looks like we may be having a fight for first position on our hands.
Let's go and look. There you go. Within a second of Mr. Hall just up ahead. So here we go. No, not this camera. No, enough. We'll come back to this. So the BMW versus Mercedes. Last laps for your info. Dwayne Hall, a 2:05.0. Bago, a 2:04.1. Let's see who else is quick at the moment. Martin Rautenbach, who is now getting himself back up and into this race in 9th place, doing a 2:05.0. Cabello in the Porsche, 2:05.0. That's all impressive.
I mean, that's what, about 6 seconds faster than we're doing in the wet.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely drying up quickly now.
Yeah, Hilton, you mentioned that about the ACC menus flicking all over the screen. That is, that's literally, I'm convinced. I mean, I'm not going to ask again, but I don't know if you replaced your keyboard. it doesn't do that. I mean, ACC doesn't do that. So, and you've revalidated, you've reinstalled, I know, your whole machine. That is just something. It's like a key is depressed on your keyboard and it's flicking the menu around. It's just weird, man. This is now super close. We're now on it as far as first place goes. We are 9 hours and 20 minutes left in this race. Jeez, it's still a lifetime as far as a sim race goes. And it's been a long time since I've done a 12-hour live stream. But here we go. It looks like a JW. I mean, it's Bega Krobler in the car, actually. So it was a driver change at the last stop. And Johan Bega Krobler, he now takes the Merc past Hall and into first place. And we'll see how how does the BMW hang on to its pace. Last lap was a 204.7 for Dwayne Hall, and Bega Krobler doing a 204.1. So the track is drying. The temp's up at 18 degrees. The track is still green, not optimum, and they're at 204s at the moment. So race pace and getting quicker as they reduce the car weights. They should go down to 202s once the track gets up to optimum and builds up some rubber. Yeah, Bega currently quickest man on the track. I'm going to go back to 8th place, Jason McGregor. Oh, there goes the usual gunshot. It wasn't so loud this time in my headphones, but it's also one of ACC's little quirks, that little bang that happens. McGregor in this very bright pink Mercedes-Benz for Hybrid Academy, known as Hybrid Academy Pink. And Jason now starting to push on Barkhuizen. Barkhuizen still in the Aston. So he's been going forever and ever. I just heard a ding, so somebody, no one's there. Yeah, JW, if you want to come and chat, feel free, buddy. Climb into the interview room and we'll drag you in, and Russ and myself can chat. This is an open invite to any teams, any members. You're welcome to come in and come and tell us what your opening stints were like. So we're waiting. You need to, however, join the interview room for me to bring you into the comms box. I can't do it from a private chat. So in media room. Or the steward's waiting room, for that matter. It looks like that's also an open channel. So Jason McGregor still running 1.3 seconds. It might have been Barkhuizen that went past him, in fact, because the delta was pretty close just now. Right, there's JW. Let me see if I can get him in here and we'll have a chat with him, Russ. So just sit tight there. Alright, okay. JW, it seems I don't have the right rights to do this. I'm going to try and get hold of Bertus. So if you can hear me, just bear with me. I'll find Bertus, and Bertus, he must update my rights or help me here. Yeah, I'm not an admin. It doesn't seem I can't. I can see you there, JW. I just can't move you. So just hang on there until Bertus arrives. He must be somewhere. Russ, I don't know if you've got any kind of those rights.
Unfortunately, I do not.
Okay. Right, sorry guys. So we'll have to wait until Bertus does an update here. And once he's let me know, then JW, I'll give you a call, or I'll talk out on the stream. Come back into the room and we'll work it out.
Well, let me just.
Jason,
no, I don't have the permissions anymore, I'm afraid.
Jason Isherwood also now in that room, so they can have a chat in the interview room. Bertus isn't driving at the moment, so I have have reached out and pinged him. Hopefully he reads my message and he will fix up my rights or update me. Watching McGregor, yeah, and here he comes. The Aston having to run defensive now down to the last corner. So McGregor's attacking again.
And you can definitely see that hot pink mark in his mirrors now.
Okay, I've just had a whole load of things happen there, so I think Bertus has done something. Thanks, Bertus. Let me check. Okay, now I can even see a whole lot more things, so something's happened here. Right, stand by. JW. Yes, here we go. Right, JW, how's it?
Hello, hello.
Welcome, buddy. You I now have rights. I've been granted rights, so I'll leave Jason out for the time being. Tell us about that opening stint, dude. You were like on rails.
Yeah, it was the first two stints went pretty well. I was doing, wet weather bit of training beforehand, which worked out brilliant for us.
Yeah.
Because then the car felt well, and I think we went for a mid setup, not something completely dry and something that's wet. So this whole week we were struggling to find a good setup for the car.
Okay, so was a hybrid setup, eh?
Yeah, it
Cool.
was a hybrid setup. Yeah, so we went for the one that's felt less murdery around the track, and it seemed to work well. And I think the initial jump on Kieran at the start was pivotal.
Yeah.
First, because it was agonizing sitting behind someone with the spray. I think the spray itself was hectic, but the lights,
yes,
it just makes like a complete fog.
Yes,
you can't see anything.
You can't see anything. Yeah, we saw that. But I mean, your car looked super stable, JW. So when we did watch you over the mountain, while you weren't kind of flat sticks, you were just driving the car comfortably, but it looked very comfortable. You looked very in control, and no leery moments and no squirrely moments. So nice setup. The car's obviously behaving.
Yeah, no, it was, like I said, the first two stints we were in proper, the pressures, everything was looking good. The first one might have been a bit low because we weren't certain about the rain, and then it just intensified like way worse.
Yeah.
But the second stint we were dialed in properly, and then the third stint by accident I actually went out on dries while it was still raining.
Okay.
So that's why we lost a lot of time in that third stint initially, but right towards the end, we started getting track temperature again, and we started getting up to the speed of the guys on wet tires, so we didn't lose out too much. But yeah, Bago's out now, and I think we're looking good.
And do you have a different strat? I mean, Bago was listed as driver 4. Have you swapped drivers around, or is this just how you guys feel more comfortable for the hybrid guys?
I think initially the reason we went with myself going out first is I'm not too phased about going out first. A lot of people might have
the
a
pressure
bit of pressure in the first stint, so I was happy with that. And the main reason is I've got a good inverter system, so if we have to connect in and load shedding happens, I should be the one to get in.
Okay, so good. And the other guys, everyone's comfortable, they're happy with the car. I mean,
Yeah, the thing is, it's very difficult. I think one of the things that people don't understand from the endurance part is getting a setup that works for all 4 drivers.
Exactly.
Because one guy likes an understeering car, one guy likes an oversteering car, one likes the brake bias, do this, do that, and the pressures. And we spent a lot of time actually just up until last night is when we decided this is the setup we're all going to use. We're all happy with this. And yeah, we're very happy with that. So I think it'll work out well for the guys. I think Bago and Ryan and Chris are probably faster than me in the dry, so this is actually going to suit them well. That's why I initially I was dialed in the wet, and I said, let me continue with the wet while I'm dialed in.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah.
So I think we're in a good spot now, and we just need to keep our head down and keep it out of the wall.
That's it. Well, listen, you've got a big target on the back of that car because you're literally almost an entire lap ahead of the field. So. But the dice between you and second place with Jason Isherwood's team, I'm going to go and get them now for a chat. It's going to look good, but yeah, wishing you all the best. Still a long way to go. 9 hours. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen these races.
Yeah, we've just barely scratched the surface of this race, and there's so much more to come. Sunlight and more rain, and
exactly,
it's going to get hectic. But thanks, guys, and all the best for everyone else, and enjoy it.
Thanks, JW. Thanks, buddy.
All right, cheers.
Take care, man.
Good luck.
Bye. All right, there we go. I'm going to, as we watch you and Swat, I'm going to go and fetch Jason Isherwood, our second place team.
Oh, and we've just had McGregor lose it on T2.
Car number? McGregor. What's the car number? 59. Okay. Are you sure it was McGregor?
Yep, 50. Pink Mercedes.
Okay, he's going again. Yes, Jason. Jason, how's it?
How's it, Alan? How you doing, man?
Hey, good, buddy. How are you, man?
Good, very good, very good.
How are you doing, buddy? Yeah, that opening stint, nice and good work coming from you. Tell us about
Thank
it.
you. Yeah, we were pretty stressed out when we saw the rain. And when we saw the rain would continue into the second stint, we knew that I'd be staying in the car.
Yeah.
I was used to the rain, so on and so forth. But, you know, the whole way through, Gio and Dwayne were just saying, you know, keep the car safe. Doesn't matter the pace, just keep safe and keep going. And that's what we did, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's you've seen now, there's a whole mixed match that's happened. PWSR, Slick Racing, Martin Rautenbach's team, etc., etc. Guys are getting into some serious accidents and dramas, and you know, we've been talking about it, Russ and myself, as JW did and as you guys did. You know, keep the car clean and out of everyone else's dramas. Minimum time in the pits, and you're going to be up at the sharp end of the stick. And you guys are there. We're talking 7.8 seconds between the two of you at the moment. So you're feeling and running very comfortable with the car, and your teammates, Hall, etc., are they all happy?
Yeah, Dwayne's good. He's had issues because he lives in KZN, so he's had issues this last 2 weeks with the rain and flooding and all that. So,
okay.
But he's handling the car very well right now. And Gio, this is his first ever big endurance race, so he's quite excited for it. And yeah, we've been working hard this last week, getting the car prepped. The setup sort of came naturally. We got something together, worked on a little, made it a hybrid, and it's been perfect.
Yeah, that's awesome. Look, I know Giovanni's super quick, and having been done some work with GTWR and Luke and all the other guys. But bottom line question here at the end of the day, Jason, is where have you been for the past 2 bloody years?
2 years. It's more like 8 months. I took a bit of a hiatus from racing.
Okay.
I ran into some issues and some motivation issues with sim racing.
Got you.
But you know, every chance I had to do an endurance race, I was there, and that's really where my passion lies. But weekly stuff, it's difficult for me to dedicate the time to it.
Okay.
But I still love it, and I'm glad to be back and glad to be working with everybody and seeing the community, because I miss it. I really do.
Wicked. You've been missed. I mean, yeah, you know, there was a lot of noise here, and then we only had one Jason Luck, my buddy, and you vanished. But I know we were talking in the other channels. But yeah, good to have you back, and glad that you're involved. And listen, buddy, it's not like you're struggling here. You only 6 seconds. I mean, pedal the car now.
Yeah, we decided that our goal is not to try and, you know, push it to try and beat first place. You know, they clearly are faster than us.
Yes.
We're happy at the pace we're on, and you know, it shows that, you know, they made some mistakes with their pit stops and so on and so forth. So the chance is there to get first place, but we don't want to push it, try and get it into a situation we're trying to, you know, we're making mistakes.
Yeah,
we're
stay in control.
Just, you know, go with the wind, just, you know, nice and easy.
Sounds good.
And wherever we finish, that's where we're happy.
Wicked, man. Well, Grant, you've got some lots of love going on the YouTube, so all good there. And Grant to have you back, buddy. So I'm sure we'll chat a little bit later. Still 9 hours to go, but go and take a break and chat with the guys, and we'll catch up a little bit later.
Awesome. Thanks, Alan.
Awesome, man.
Thanks, Russ. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, there we go. So first strats, and yeah, it was good to hear from JW and Jason, for that matter, talking about the hybrids. We were right on that. The guys needed to keep in mind it could have been wet or dry, and they built the car based on that condition. So I wonder if there are any teams out here that are still running their stock standard dry setup just with wets on. You know, Russ?
I mean, it is very possible that you could be. I mean, you'd probably find you were losing a lot of time in the wet, though. You know, just bottoming out in places.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at Bago's time now, its fastest laps are 2:02.9, so the track's drying very quickly.
It is. We're still at 18 degrees, and it's fast. It's not green. So the rubber's going down. You can see the marks. It is building up. And yeah, we should see low 202, 201s possibly. Still no sun, and but there we go. There's 30 minutes
rain
time.
on the forecast.
Oh dear, this is going to be an interesting day. And for those of you on the YouTubes that are watching, it's not going to be milk and cookies. There's dramas, and here we go. We'll see what happens. That's endurance racing for you, and that's what ACC is giving us. So 30 minutes time, it's going to start raining again. Bertus. All right, give me a sec. I'll be back in 2 seconds here. Oh, somebody's just walked in.
Good afternoon, Bertus.
Bertus, good afternoon. The boss man is here. Russ, you better behave now, buddy.
I'm the one who needs to behave.
How are you, Bertus?
No, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, just time's flying. I mean, it feels like we just started and I already did a stint, and
Oh no,
that's done, and now I'm here.
and how did your stint go? Talk to us. How's your car?
Well, so we were going for the Honda at first,
Yes.
and the whole week everyone obviously prepared with the Honda, and then with about 15-20 minutes before the driver's briefing, we decided this Honda is gone. So we said, okay, no, let's swap to the BMW.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy that we did that, because yeah, we've been able to keep it out of the wall. I think Jean had a slight spin at the end of chase, but no contact, no damage. And yeah, I also managed to keep it out of the wall very slowly, but at least no damage.
Yes.
No unscheduled pit stops. So
So
yeah, so far so good.
how bad was it in the rain?
When I started, it was easier, so
Okay.
it wasn't that bad. I had to tippy-toe the first couple of laps because it's the first time I'm doing Bathurst in the wet in the BMW on
Okay.
that setup, so it was sort of feel my way around for the first 2 or 3 laps. But once you get some pressure in the tires, then yeah, it's okay. It's not too bad. But yeah, I mean, it was already raining a little less when I got in the car,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
think that helped a lot.
Sure, I mean, it was wild. Even on the stream, it was so much rain, and yet the track wasn't
Yeah.
flooded. So
And
it
the
wasn't.
spray.
It wasn't. And the spray, but it wasn't the worst condition the game can give. So I would absolutely hate to imagine what that must look like. But for us and on the stream, I mean, you can go back and go and have a look. It was treacherous conditions, man. But the guys were saying it's just an absolute whiteout. When we were in the car and they were close behind, you could not see the car ahead of you. You know.
Yeah, no,
So-
for sure. You couldn't see anything. And even the spotters, like our team, the guys who were spotting, they couldn't see anything. So
Exactly.
they had to change camera angles. But, I mean, overall, I think starting on Bathurst in the dark
Yeah.
with a wet track,
Yeah.
I think it's been the cleanest race that we've seen in a very long
Yeah,
time. So,
no, it has. The guys
so
were
yeah, so-
awesome on the opening laps.
yeah, no, they were. You can see they gave each other respect and space and all those nice things. And yeah, so and we still have all 21 starters are still in the race. So,
Lekker.
so
True.
that's yeah, well done.
Right. So while I've got you on the phone, I have given you the details. So I don't know if you want to try and do that while we're chatting and see if you
Yes,
can
let's do that.
get this working. So Russ, we're just working on a process that'll allow the other commentators or admins, being Bertus, etc., and who else is it that's going to come in later, possibly, or is it just going to be you?
I think it's just going to be me for
Yeah.
now. So
And then
let's
you
see.
can drive the cameras. So let's see if you can get in
Yeah.
here. And I just want to make sure my port's running. So if you can't, I've got to do something on the port. But let me know. Try.
For some reason it won't connect now.
Okay, Bakabiki then.
IP port is 9,000.
No, but I might need to redo my bit on my router. So just
Okay.
hold on a second. Watching a good dice happen here with Van der Westhuizen in the Lambo, by the way. Forwarding. Let me see. There it is. Right, try now.
Still nothing. This is
Okay, so has the public IP maybe changed?
weird. You'll have to go and have a look.
Yeah, okay, Becky. It has, sure. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Hey, I'm in. Let's see.
Yes, as you were saying about clean racing, we are actually only up to 9 incidents in just over 3 hours now.
That's
So it's
amazing.
been an incredibly clean race so far.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
that's one incident every 20 minutes.
Right.
And you know,
We've seen
with the
worse than
weather,
this.
I mean, with the weather as well, we have been given a bit of
Yeah.
extra leeway, just because the conditions are that accidents do happen.
No, it's still only 9 incidents reported. So on the mountain, in the dark, in the wet.
Exactly.
I think it's great.
I think the last time we ran it in these conditions, we had almost the entire field parked up at one part of the track on the first lap.
Sure. Good. Right, Bertus, you got this thing going. I am going to then mute myself, and I'll be around, but I'm going to remove myself from chats for a while and go and have something to eat and just put my feet up a little bit.
That's perfect. Thanks for the first 3 hours, Alan.
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll see you later then, and we'll try and take it from here.
Cool. Good luck. I'll be in touch just now, but I'm going to go on mute now.
Okay, so Russ, it's me and you for the next 3 hours. I know you have to run off at some point, but
Yeah, I've got an
Yeah,
hour
well-
till I get ESCOM, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to go and switch the generator on.
okay, great. So welcome everyone.
Yeah, hang on. That is true because my backup commentator and game comes through the same channel. So I will try and separate that, and because what are you saying is wrong though? You're not hearing the game. Yeah, there's no car engines, but your voices should be going. Oh, I can see it now. Okay, hang on. Sorry, I know what's wrong. Oh, no, I'm muted. Hold on, it's coming. Yeah, I've realized what I've done wrong. Hold on. Sorry. I put a headphone on to charge, so I turned it off. Right.
I'm not hearing it. I don't know, Bertus, if you can.
I can hear the.
Yeah, it's there now.
I don't hear cars, but I can hear.
All right, give it
us.
30 seconds. It'll come back now, Russ. I'm sorry. You're now live back on the headphone set that I put on to charge. So I've just plugged the cable in and turned it on. You should be coming back through now.
There we go.
You there?
Yeah, we are here. Thanks, Alan.
Sorry, guys.
We see someone saying good afternoon, and now you're listening to Alan Unplugged.
All right, let me
So
go.
yes, we are.
Okay.
We were unplugged for a bit there.
Apologies, guys. I'll be back a little bit later.
No problem. Thank you, Alan.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Slight technical issues.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. Yeah, Alan.
Apologies. Heard that.
Yeah. We'll need to speak to Alan to just mute his mic, but not unplug it. Yeah, I think we'll get there. We'll get there. Let me just maybe while we follow. We're following Barkhuizen. Barkhuizen has had an interesting issue at the start of the race. They qualified in 17th, but for some reason the game put them down to last, and they started last, and they are fighting back, and they are currently running in 6th position. So yeah, good fight back there from Bernard Barkhuizen, Bernard King, and Azarkavor, my teammate in the GT3 and Sprint series. So let's see what they can do.
The 222 Porsche is having a very good race as well. He's been fighting his way up through the grid for a while now, but it looks like he's finally got himself some space.
Yeah, that's the team of Cabello Matsumai, and I know is it Corne Strauss is in there as well.
I believe so.
Strong team. It's a strong team. They just didn't qualify. I think they qualified out of position a little bit. They started down, I think, in 18th or 19th. No, actually, they started in 11th. Yeah, they also have Kuketsu Pelani, who is one of the quicker drivers around, and he's been, it's up and coming driver, but we haven't seen him so much in Raceface, but in other series I've seen quite a bit of him. Nice to have him in a Raceface event.
I mean, even after the pit stops, they've worked back up to. They've worked their way back up to 4th, even after the driver swaps, etc. So they're having a very good drive.
Jason Luck also doing well for BWR. I think is he teamed up with Hannes? No, he's not. I think that's the second BWR team, also doing very well, in 3rd at the moment.
the fastest lap times are starting to tumble again. We've got new fastest lap at 2.4, 2 minutes 2.4. So we're getting very close to dry track, full speed conditions again.
I think I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, JJ, as you said, he's motoring up behind him now.
Russ, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but my
I can indeed.
It's I think I'm on a
Oh, I think we've lost you again.
it seems like the technical issues is just it seems like we're having some, well, I'm having some technical issues. My screen is just dropping, so I'm just going to move a bit. So Russ, I'll be back in, let's say, 2 or 3 minutes. I just want to sort this out. Seems like I don't know what's going on. Maybe the connection is not too great, so I'm just going to restart it quickly.
Not a problem. It looks like Kieran Patterson is catching Martin by just over a second a lap. So in the next few laps, if he can keep the pace up, looks like we should have a battle for 8th place starting up again.
Yeah, Kieran Patterson obviously out of position. They had those incidents at the start, so they're also fighting their and through the field. So so it'll be interesting to see. You know, once it's easier to make your way past the slower drivers, but the further you go up the field, the harder it's gonna get. So it's gonna be interesting.
Okay, I've been listening in the lounge. I hear you've got some hardware issues. Bertus, are you okay, or what's wrong?
I believe he's just restarting things. He's having audio issues.
So that'll include the cameras. So I'm going to just come back here. I see Kieran's quickest at the moment, so he's starting to pedal and catch these guys at a rate.
Yeah, he's reeling in Martin at a rate of knots. I'm just wondering whether he can catch him before the rain starts up proper, because you know the pit stops are going to end up quite far out of position.
Exactly. Last lap's just FYI. Jason McGregor and Martin Reitenbach doing 204.4s. Kieran doing 202.4s. So he's a good 2 seconds quicker than everyone. Even Baker had a bad lap there at a 206.3. So still a lot to go. I mean, it's 8 hours 45 minutes of this race. So there's going to be a lot of stuff still to happen, yeah.
I mean, we've got what, 5th, 6th and 7th right on top of each other as well. So as soon as he catches up to Martin, it's going to be a huge number of places if he can keep the pace up.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he's clearly he struggled with the car in the wet. I haven't chatted to him. We might still chat to them later. Martin and McGregor just up ahead of them. Here comes Martin in the BMW, and just up ahead of him we're looking at Jason McGregor in the pink Merc. There it is. So these guys are only 1.9 seconds apart.
And then we've got Barkes and only a second just over in front of them as well.
Exactly. That's 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Then there's a big gap back to Matsumai in the Porsche. He's 2 laps down. Yeah.
Not sure what happened to them. They've lost. They must have pitted again, I believe, because they were running much further up a couple of minutes ago.
So currently, Baker Krobler on 89 laps. Dwayne Hall's just gone over the line onto 89 laps. Then Jason Luck in third in 87, and all of these guys we're watching, including Matsumai. So he is on the same lap. He's just a good couple of seconds further back. And then Mac van der Merwe on 86 laps in 11th place. So that's the spread in the top 10 as far as the lap counts go. But with more rain coming, that's going to... there's a couple more curveballs coming at these guys, I think.
It's going to be who blinks last getting onto the wet tyres without putting it in the wall.
Exactly. Bidding, is he back?
And it seems like I'm back.
Are you good? Is it working?
I am going to just quickly reconnect. For some reason it just stopped completely, so
That's weird, man. Rain in 10 minutes, and it's going to intensify in 30 minutes, people. So it's about to get heavy. Yeah, sorry guys about the... So this is what happens. I have the game audio and my fellow commentators' microphone feeds coming through Discord on one channel. I don't have a mixing desk or any fancy drama. I just do this via OBS. When I disconnected just now, I put my headphones on to charge, and that backup commentator and game microphone goes through my headphones. So when I put that on charge, it turns that feed off from the YouTube channel, and that's why YouTube went silent. So I overheard you guys talking, and I overheard Russ calling me or saying my name about the problem, and that's when I heard you guys. So then I listened and I came and sorted it out. So it's all good. I won't mute the headphones again, or disconnect the headphones, but the audio should be good.
I think you can mute it, Alan, because we still heard you afterwards.
No,
when
you didn't.
Walked away.
I had muted it. I had muted
okay.
it.
Okay.
Nice try.
Okay.
Cool. Well, I'm going to go and carry on helping with the supper, and I'll come chat to you guys a little bit later.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alan.
Okay, man.
So we've had the number 6 BMW spun up on top of the mountain. Luckily didn't collect anyone else.
The number 6, that's Van der Rest. Well, he's starting another lap, so
I can't, from his onboard I don't see any real damage, so he may have got lucky. I only caught the tail end of it.
if you spin on the mountain and you don't get damaged, then you should play lotto. Let's see if we can find a battle or two. Mac van der Merwe also in a bit of a recovery drive. I believe they had the wrong tires on at the start, so they had to pit on lap 1.
Ah, that does explain it, because I went back to look to see if they'd had an incident and I couldn't see anything, but yes, that does explain why they pitted early. We do have a bit of a battle going on for, is that 6th place? 5th place, sorry.
Barkhuizen and McGregor, yes. So Barkhuizen for KSR Prism, and
it looks like Kieran Patterson has managed to take your teammate as well for 7th place. So he's quickly marching his way up the grid.
Yeah, look, I can tell you now, our strategy is not to battle anyone. We just want to stay alive. So we are bargaining on everyone else to at least spend 1 or 2 unscheduled pit stops, and then we will try and just stay alive and overtake them and wave as we drive past. seems like everything is working again. So we'll work through the cameras and.
Oh, both of them off at the slow down chicane, and I believe. Yep, Patterson is now in front of McGregor. Oh, no. Yes, McGregor's pitting. So there we go. We've got position changes again.
Yeah, apologies to the stream if I'm not following the action 100%. I'm just making sure everything is working.
It was very close between the two of them. I don't think Patterson expected McGregor to be pitting when he did.
Yeah, I saw that last bit of him sort of avoiding him, but I think it's good. It's obviously, instead of battling, if you're close to your pit stop and you still have 2 or 3 laps left, it's probably better to pit instead of trying to battle and then having to go pit anyway. So if you battle, you just lose time. So it's wise to rather get out of the way, get on with your race, get on with your pit stop.
I can only assume that would be for fuel, because they can see that the rain's coming.
Yeah, or they are trying. I don't think you can take wet tires now. You'll just end up
No, you'd melt them.
Yeah, before the first drop, unless they have damage. But yeah, I'm not sure. It would be great if we could see damage somewhere, if on some kind of
a commentator's graphic sort of thing.
Yeah. Oh, and who's that? That is that Patterson, who takes a trip. Oof.
Oh,
and he's into the wall there.
The rain started up at the back of the track.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay,
so there we go. The rain has started. So we should see another raft of pit stops as the track damps up.
Yeah, and it caught Kieran out there at the end of the chase, and he made a trip through the sand, through the grass, into the wall, and straight into the pits.
So that's all. So that's probably going to put him down into maybe 9th or 10th place, looking at where they are on the track at the moment.
Probably, yes. But that released Barkhuizen to get on with his race without someone in his mirrors. But I assume if it started raining, then everyone will dive into the pits in the next couple of laps.
Yep, and we just had the 404, Gavin Scrunton's just come into the pit lane as well. Oh, yeah, and here we go, yep. A whole raft of people coming in already. And we have the number 11 Audi has spun on the tail end of the mountain. It gets going again, clean enough. Fair bit of damage though, so...
So they can make a pit stop, repair, switch tires, and do it all in one.
I'm not sure if the people on the stream can see the rain yet. It is quite light, but it has shifted the track to greasy already.
I think, well, I can see it. I can definitely see the rain on my side. With the track in this condition, I think it's already it already given indication to the drivers that wet is optimal. Yeah, everyone is diving into the pits now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's worth the risk of trying to go longer, especially up over the mountain with all the off-camber corners. You'll lose so much time just dinging a wall.
Especially on those 2 quick left-handers before Skyline. That's usually where I'm extra careful, even in the dry. Let's see what the leader is doing.
Yeah, it's just a queue of cars going into the pit lane. No, it appears that the leader's staying out.
Yeah. I haven't seen them in the pits yet, so they're definitely staying out.
Oh, we had the teammate was on just before you joined saying that they've found a very happy hybrid setup and the car seems to behave itself quite well. So maybe they're risking it that little bit more.
Yeah, I also it seems like they have quite an interesting strategy where they pit more often, but they're probably double stinting their tires. So I think they are going 45 minutes on a stint but double stinting and only refueling halfway through the stint. I'm not sure if that is the strategy, but if it is, then it's quite interesting.
I mean, the Mercedes is one of the heavier cars, so maybe it's just, that compromise between stopping more or slowing down a lot more.
Yeah, I know that between them, they've got a couple of good strategist. I know Bago is quite into the numbers and the stats, so I'm sure they would have tested whatever strategy they are on, and if that is the case, I mean then it's just quali laps all the way through. They are doing the Michael Schumacher Hungaroring 1998 strategy, and yeah, it is. If that is the case, then it's quite a high risk strategy, because if you do get damage and you have an unscheduled pit stop, I guess, yeah, it will put you out of sync. But then again, if you're only doing 45 minutes per stint, then you can. It's probably more easy to switch it up and come in a little bit earlier, and or stay out for 2 or 3 laps longer, and because you were going to stop anyway.
But as you say, it's that risk. If you are skating your way around, it just takes a fraction of a second, and then all of a sudden you've lost a minute and a half.
Yeah, okay, and he comes into the pits, so they stay out 1 extra lap from everyone else, and the leader is in the pits now. Let's see where okay, so number 2 is still on the peak of the mountain, coming over Skyline now, going down the dipper. So I'm pretty sure that the leaders will still have a good margin coming out.
I think the only if they driver swap fuel and tyres, then it'll be close. But yeah, I think you're right. They should come out in the lead again.
Giovanni Poggio.
That's intriguing. We've got Patterson's list. It's yeah, something very strange is going on. We've got someone in the pits showing up as a yellow flag. The number 95 of Cavor. I'm not sure. There must be something going on with the game there. So yes, we did have a driver change in first. It's now Radloff taking the 58 Mercedes on to the next stint. And we have the number 11 Audi is spun down at the bottom of the hill, trying to get out of the way, but there's a huge queue of cars coming through, so he's stuck there for now, unfortunately. Okay, and now we're back to his clear track again. So not a huge amount of change with the pit stops. We'll have to give it a couple of laps just to see who is managing to catch back up as the track starts changing again. Because we've got extremely heavy rain coming in the next half an hour.
I just had a little interruption there. So, okay, let's see. So Christopher Adloff taking the lead car for now. They've got quite a good lead. Hard work going into the race so far, and we are up to 4.5 hours. No, that's 3.5 hours. 4.5 hours after noon. 3.5 hours into the race, so we are, basically at what's that? About 30% almost, between 20 and 30 somewhere. So still a long way to go, and it's good to see. I think we still have all the teams in the race.
I believe we've lost one, but I'm not sure which one it is at this point in time. I'll have to go back and have a look.
Yeah, I know Wynand Kershop and his team, I think they are a few laps behind, but they are. I spoke to him a bit earlier, and he said, "Well, we're gonna finish this race. It doesn't matter how far we end behind the rest." So he's happy to go. And I mean, I've been in a 12-hour race before at Bathurst. I think it was an RCI 12-hour, and we had a disconnect in the first hour, so that put us back quite a few laps. I think 4 or 5 laps, and yeah, in the end I think we made up 10 positions in the last hour or two, which was very, very satisfying. And in the end, it still felt like a win, even though it was hard. It was a long day and hard work for the most part. But yeah, if you see the checkered flag, doesn't matter what happened in the race. If you manage to finish it, it's still quite a satisfying feeling.
Yeah, so we've got a warning for the 11 for ignoring blue flags. Yes, sorry, 111 Lamborghini. What we tend to do with the blue flag rule is if you have blues for an entire lap, there isn't really an excuse for not moving over. So the game automatically dictates that. So we find a point on the track and go, right, did he have blue flags all the way through? And then after 3 warnings, we will decide on a time penalty. It's usually 30 seconds because of the amount of time you're holding up leaders over that 3 incidents.
Yeah, obviously the blue flag rule sometimes misinterpreted. I think many drivers, especially the newer guys, they see it as they think it's like the Formula One rule, but you do get a bit of leeway as long as you don't race or block or defend the quicker car behind you. You can get on with your race, and it's the responsibility of the quicker driver to make a clean pass and then overtake you fairly. But yeah, also in saying that, the best is to just get out of the way as soon as you can.
Bertus, could we just jump onto the 222 Porsche on board to get an idea of how bad the spray is at the moment?
Let's see, on board. There we go.
Just trying to find someone close enough so we can get representation of it.
And he's blue line. Yaku no deer. I don't think Yaku will try and fight him too hard. Yaku on his first stint. Okay, let's see this battle. Oof.
Oh no!
And they do make contact.
But well held though, coming through the first corner. Just a mild brush on the wall. And we have a second warning issued for car number 75, this time for ignoring blue flags. The first was causing avoidable contact in the wet. It was only minor contact, so it wasn't deemed that it would be a penalty that time.
And that's the team of Reiner Pieterse. I think they're also a little bit out of position. So they're obviously trying to fight back and make their way back up the field.
Actually, now you say that, they do seem to have lost a huge amount of time in the last few laps.
Okay, let's get back to this battle. It's Cabello Matsumai versus Yaku no deer. I really thought Yaku would let him go there, but I think Yaku is also still finding his rhythm in the car. It's his first stint for the afternoon, so...
and he's been dumped into a wettening track, shall we say.
He just has the worst luck when it comes to driving in the wet, because when we did the virtual 9-hour, every time he got into the car, it started raining just as he got into the car. Oh, and they're very close side by side. Almost looked like there was a little bit of contact again, and he keeps the position. He's not going to let him go easily.
And there was you saying that you weren't going to be fighting for position.
Well, that was the plan, but obviously Yaku didn't get that memo. Oh, that's the worst, when you have someone on your gearbox in the wet on the mountain.
Well, here's hoping it doesn't all end in tears for both of them.
Okay, now on the exit, let's see what they can do on Conrad Strait. Cabello is right on him, but that Porsche is not as quick as the BMW. He's got the slipstream. He does make a move on the inside. Okay, move done. It's quite interesting, the Porsche. I mean, the Porsche is usually it should be quick, in the slower sections on the mountain, but on the straight, the Porsche is usually not the best car. But I think that slipstream just helped him to drag along.
But I mean, that BMW is monstrously quick on a straight line, though.
Yeah.
So you've sort of got that. He can hold him back over the mountain because he's faster, but on the straight. So if he keeps in shooting distance over the mountain, then he probably will get him back, coming back down Conrad on the next lap, I would guess.
Yeah, but it seems like Cabello is already stretching out a small little lead there. It's funny, the Porsche is not in the last. I don't know if there was an update or something on ACC, but I've had the Porsche hassle me once or twice in the weekly races, where I didn't expect it to on the top end. Or they're running low wing.
It doesn't look like he's running low wing. He's not.
There's a
he's
big
not
wing
kicking,
there.
and I mean, he's not kicking the tail out coming out of any of the slower-ish corners.
Yeah.
That I can see. Looks fairly well planted.
Okay, let's see if the BMW can make up time on him. 6/10, is it closing? Is that gap closing a little bit maybe? Not really. The thing is, the Porsche is very good on the exit, so he'll pick up good speed, and then he'll just hope he can hang on for the rest of the straight.
No, I mean, he's got enough of a gap that he's held him off.
Luke Addison says the Porsche got some top end buff, so yeah, it seems like the Porsche did get a little bit of an update.
I mean, apart from over the mountain, it does look fairly evenly matched between the two of them now.
Yeah, Nadia is a solid driver. He's a bit unlucky sometimes. He's in a bit of a battle with... is he in a battle? No, is that Stewart behind? No, Stewart is quite a bit behind, but he's got a back marker behind him. See, where's Dane Stewart in his Lamborghini? Oh, someone parked it at the back there. Not sure who that is.
It appears like he's got himself going again.
Well, it looked like an Audi or a Lambo, but there's only one Lambo and he's still running fine.
So bad news for the teams. We've got even heavier rain coming in half an hour's time.
We really didn't plan on this. It does seem like it... I don't know if it's forming a pattern now. It does tend to happen on ACC, where sometimes you have the randomness set up, but then it goes into cycles where it forms like a pattern where every hour and a half it would rain, and then it would stop, and an hour and a half later it would start to rain again.
And I mean, on the flip side, we've had races where you've set the random weather and it's just stayed exactly the same the entire race.
Yeah. We've had all of them, and I remember the one. I think it was the Imola race, the 6 hour or 4 hour? No, it was the 6 hour last season, or the last endurance race we had there. I think it was the track was damp, greasy and damp for probably an hour and a half before it eventually started raining, and it only started raining, I think, with like half an hour or something to go.
Oh,
so,
yes, I remember that. And there was a couple of teams tried to just not pit and get to the end.
Yeah. And
So, I caught YouTube chat. Thank you, Herritz. It was the 465 BMW that lost it. And looking at his onboard, yes, you can see he's carrying some damage.
it's my team. Let me go back here.
And we have a 5-second penalty for McGregor, car number 59. He missed his braking marker, went straight over the slowdown chicane, minor contact with the car in front of him.
Yeah, I guess that happens in the wet.
Yeah, it was just as it started raining, but there was contact. It was for position, but he gave the position back. So it's just a warning penalty rather than anything too serious.
Yeah. Okay, I think we've got a guest here. Kurt, we've got 2 guests, Kurt and Bago. So, welcome Kurt, welcome Bago.
Evening, gents.
Good evening.
Okay, so first I'll ask Kurt, how is your race going so far?
So, not too bad. We were caught out a bit with the starting in heavy rain. We were really hoping not to have rain. So our strategy had to shift very quickly. But it's been pretty stable. Dane's been doing a great job for us in the rain. He's got a lot of pace in the rain for us. So yeah, just trying to keep it on track really. Get through the back markers. I just saw someone in front of Dane come off. So yeah, just trying to get through some of the back markers nice and safely, and just keep it sort of in the top 10. That's our plan.
That's it seems like you've been keeping consistent for now. I can't remember, did you have any no, I think we were just out of sync, because I saw you in front of the 465 car and then you went to pit. You didn't have any issues like contact with the wall or anything?
No, so in this last couple 5 minutes, the 465 car went off going down the mountain, and we got through past him all okay. I never had any trouble with the 465 car myself, but yeah, we've kept it kind of clean in terms of racing with other guys. It's just been some few touches against the wall that we've had a bit of an issue with, but nothing that won't buff out.
Okay, and your setup, do you have a good setup for dry and wet, or were you a bit caught out with all the rain?
We were caught out slightly with the rain, I'd say, but we did change a few things sort of on the fly, as needed just before the start of the race. But we're kind of using quite a universal setup that's been okay in both with the testing that we've done. But yeah, we bumped a few things up, changed a few things here and there. The biggest thing has just been the tire pressures to try and get that right. We had a whole plan and that's gone completely out the window. So I'm sure that's not just us that are in that position, but we've been dealing with it as best as we can. So
your setup has been looking remarkably stable in the wet, especially for the Lambo and how tail happy it can be.
That's true. We've we've tried our best to keep it as stable as possible. We were struggling a little bit in the dry with sort of mid-corner oversteer that was creeping through, especially as the stint went on. But we were addressing that in the dry, and then obviously in the wet we didn't really have too many issues, but we weren't as fast as we'd like to have been with the few things that we were running there. So it would have been nice to optimize it a little bit more, but unfortunately weren't able to get it 100%. But we're still running fine, and it's nice and stable. So quite happy with how it's going so far.
Very cool. Bago, you guys are just flying at the moment, and well, from the start really. So how's the race been? I mean, no issues so far from what I can see.
Yeah, not too sure what happened to PWS or car in the start, but obviously we got the lead right off the bat, so something we didn't really plan on, but happy to accept. Yeah, and then we tried to just keep it out the walls for the most part, which we've been doing, and then once we sort of got that 20-30 second gap, it was just sort of now trying to manage the pace, trying to make sure we don't make any mistakes. Trying our best to make the right strategy calls as well, and yeah, just keeping it safe.
Oh, without giving away your strategy, are you running low fuel? Because it seems like you guys are pitting a few more times, or is it?
No, I think there's a few oaks that would like to hear me say we're running low fuel, but no, we've been running 120.
Is it
on the
okay?
last couple of stints, so yeah.
Okay, so then that Beamer is just running on hacks, it seemed. Okay.
Yeah, they are. We initially thought about not running a full tank just to be a bit more agile with the changing conditions, but when we saw the stint lengths they can run, we've decided to now also stretch. So yeah.
Okay, very cool. So Radloff is in the car. Who's going to be in the car next?
Well, Chris likes the rain, so I don't know if we're gonna get him out the car, but I think Ryan is due some time in the car next, I think. Yeah, Yavi obviously did 2.5 hours right at the start. He was in a good rhythm, and we felt best to just leave him in the car. And then when it went dry, I jumped in, and then luckily the change in weather this time corresponded perfectly with our scheduled pit stop, and Chris, like I said, likes the rain, so we decided to get him in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ryan will be up next, I reckon.
You stayed out a lap longer than most other drivers. That you was that sort of did you just want to feel what the car is like, or did you?
Yeah, and something we're trying to avoid is trying to make sort of rushed decisions and possibly messing up pit settings and that sort of thing. So we, it wasn't terrible to drive on the dries just yet. I don't think we pitted a lap too late. I think we got away with it, but yeah, we just took that extra lap just to make sure everything is according to plan before bringing the car in.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's nice having everyone in the comms box. Russ has been here the whole time, helping Alan. So everyone, thanks for joining, and also the chat. Luke is in here. I see JJ and Gerrit Jansen van Viering. That is your team, number 59. Yes. So yeah, it's. I must say it's been so far. It's probably with the rain, with the dark start on the mountain, still a very clean race so far. I think all the drivers have been very cautious. I think that's one of the reasons, but very clean so far. How many incidents did we have so far, Russ?
Oh, I've just closed the sheet as my power's about to go off. I believe we're on 11 total.
11. Okay, well, yeah, there we go. We've had races where in 80 minutes we have how many 20 odd incidents. So
and that's in the dry.
And that's in the dry, yes. So yeah, so far so good.
Right, I'll be back with you in about 5 minutes.
Okay, great. thanks to ESCOM. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone has been hit by load shedding too much.
It's starting now, so I know mine's
Starting
going
out,
off.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so hopefully we don't see too many teams dropping off. Yeah, Kurt, just a question I had. Are you affiliated with Lamborghini in any way?
Not at all. We just happened to really we found some really good pace in this car. I think when I started racing, I started with the Porsche, and
Yeah.
we found a car that both Dane and I could use, and were quite quick in, very evenly matched. And this Lambo has actually been very good to us. Everybody else asks us if we're on some sort of drug, but it's been quite good for us. So it's a bit of a mission to tame, but once you get it right, it's very rewarding.
Yeah, but I mean, it still seems like it's quite heavy on tires.
It is rather heavy on tires. Yeah, definitely quite heavy on tires, especially at tracks that are quite hard on the wear. So we do find that, you know, in the Thursday night leagues, we have to take tires sometimes twice in the 2 mandatory stops. But we've been okay for tires now. An hour stint roughly seems to be okay for us. Got to watch it towards the end of the stint as the car lightens up things, but otherwise it's been okay.
Yeah, I think myself, I've been driving the Bentley since forever, so I don't really know other cars too well. But yeah, I think I'm the only one in the Bentley in the championship at the moment, and yeah, you just get so comfortable with the car that,
Of course.
And my teammate, when we wanted to decide on what cars are we going to use for the endurance series, at first myself and Cavol were going to team up, and he tried the Bentley. Now, I think the Bentley is one of the easier cars to drive, and Cavol tried it. He just couldn't get going in it. I think he died 3 times in 4 laps. So yeah, I think sometimes get a different style. But he's a Ferrari driver, so that's a completely different car, I guess.
Yeah, trying to go from that mid-engine to the front engine. If you're used to that mid-engine car, it's very difficult. I see, you know, one of the other drivers, KB, Prince KB, he's been in the Porsche, and we had a good battle, him and I, at Paul Ricard the other night. So that Porsche seems to be pretty fast for some people, but we enjoy our Lambo. It's got a lot of power as well. I've given the Bentley a try before. Can't say that it's something I'm willing to switch to at this moment, but yeah, it's not. I don't find it too bad. So yeah.
I think the Bentley for me, the thing is I arrive and drive. So for me, it's an easy car to just jump in, and within 5 laps I sort of have my pace, and I know what to do, and you know, I know it's not gonna bite me, you know, at any point. So it just makes it easier for me to jump in, and
Of course.
now I've got so many setups for the thing.
That's the biggest thing.
Seasons. So
it takes a while to get these setups right and get a nice rhythm and a very comfortable feel in the car, and then you go and change it if you want to change to another car, and it becomes a problem.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I tried the M4, and yeah, I mean, firstly, getting used to the car is one thing, and then getting quick in it, and trying to get on the same pace as with my Bentley. It's just it's a mission. So yeah, stick with what you know. But some people say it's boring, but yeah, I'm happy to stick with my car. So I can understand. As I had to ask the question, but I can understand why you stick with the car that you know by now.
Of
I
course.
still think you you are a bit suicidal sometimes, but yeah.
No, it's a handful, but it's like I said, it's very rewarding when you get it right. So it's treated us well so far. Had a few crashes here and there in certain races, but yeah, it's been good to us.
Let's see. I like your livery.
Thank you, thank you. We're running a special livery for the endurance series compared to our normal Thursday night livery, and yeah, we based it off a Lamborghini. I can't exactly remember the team name, but there's a Jack Daniels Lamborghini that runs
Okay.
that's run in the 12-hour, 24-hour. I think it's a 24-hour Bathurst that it ran once, and it's a black car with white Jack Daniels writings on the side. So we kind of based it off that, and a big thanks to Chris for doing another awesome livery for us.
Okay.
So yeah, we really like it. Just something different. It's a bit annoying though at night because being a black car
No one can
in
see
the
you.
early hours of the morning, I had a few guys break quite late, and I was thinking, do you not see me, or what's going on? So it was a bit. We didn't think that one through, but no, it's been good so far.
Yeah, cool. Vega, you can jump in whenever you like. This is not an interview. This is a party. We are, yeah, we're just here filling in for Alan. I'm going to be honest. It's it's not my. I won't quit my day job for commentary, but it's nice being on the stream and having a couple of chats and hopefully a couple of laughs.
Good.
Thanks to everyone joining again. See, we've got 33 watching now. It's getting to a stage where everyone sort of finding their rhythm, and cars spaced out mostly. We only have 21 cars, but there's 82 drivers in the race today. So yeah, across all the cars, actually, yeah, that's about 80 drivers, I think. So still a good turnout, even though there's only 21 cars on the grid. But yeah, it's interesting.
I think half the challenge of Bathurst is anyway, racing the mountain as opposed to racing the other cars. So always going to be a good race around here, even if there's only 20 cars on the grid.
Yeah, I think, and that's one of the things is like you don't really want to race too hard because someone else is going to put it in the wall. So, and I think that also gives you hope, even if you get some damage early on, you go pit and you come out 30 seconds behind or whatever, but you feel like I can still make up some time because someone else is going to put it in the wall. So so I guess everyone has got a few turns to go to the pits unscheduled. You just need to make sure it's not you.
Yeah, absolutely. Something we were talking about is just that around here you can be leading by 60, 70 seconds. We're on another track where it's one little mistake, maybe 10 meters too late on the brakes or whatever, will cost you 5 or 10 seconds and you'll be fine. But over here, you can be leading this race for 11 hours, 50 minutes, and it takes one mistake and your minute lead is gone. So yeah, definitely a whole different proposition this.
Yeah, and I'm sure your team owner, Daniel Rowe, he knows all about it. I remember the 10-hour Silverstone race we had last year, leading with quite a margin going into the last hour, and then things started to go a bit weird. so yeah, anything can still happen. I mean, you guys have a good lead, but I don't think you're comfortable yet. I mean, this is like you said.
No, definitely not. And it's also worth remembering that this lead an hour or two into the race was 50 seconds. So and we've not really had any major issues, but still we actually had to make a pass on track for first place in my stint. So
Yeah.
it just shows you how quickly and by how much things can turn around.
Yeah. But I mean, so far no unscheduled pit stops, so I think that's still good. Like as long as you are still sticking to your original strategy, then you're still like you're on the better end or the better side of the fight. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We didn't have an unscheduled stop, but we did have a bit of a mishap in one of our stops, and we put the wrong tire on. So,
oh no. Okay.
but luckily Javier was in the car, and he was already sort of had his eye in and had a very good rhythm going, so he managed to keep it on the track. So we didn't pit again. We decided to take the knock, with a lap time for the remaining 40 minutes of the stint, rather than take the minute and 10 seconds extra in the pits. And
Yeah. Okay.
looking back now, I think the right decision.
Yeah.
Because we probably would have lost a lot more time. But so it hasn't been all plain sailing, but too bad.
Yeah. But I mean, it's one thing. It's one thing putting on an old set of tires, and at least you didn't put on a dry set in the wet.
That is exactly what we did. So
Is it?
Javier
Oh,
ran
okay.
the last 40 minutes in the rain on dry tires. So
Okay, all right. Okay, I take it back.
we lost about, I'd say, 20 to 30 seconds. Now, if you put that into perspective, 40 minutes on dries in the wet, only to lose 20 seconds. He did a hell
that's
of a
not
job.
bad. Yeah.
So
Okay.
we'll take it.
Okay. Okay. I take it back. That's that's good. Oh, so he's the driver of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. He's, what he did there was nothing short of a miracle, I think.
Yeah. Poor Mac van der Merwe and his team, they put on the wrong tire at the start of the race, so they had to go pit for wet on the first lap. So they've been on a fight back from the start.
That'll hurt. But they're doing well. Where are they running at the moment? So they are in 9th, I believe.
Yeah, they're 9th.
Yeah.
Back
decent.
into the top 10.
Good comeback from them.
Yeah, and still, I mean, we still have 7 hours and 50 minutes left, so
yeah, exactly. And
time.
they are actually, if it's net P8, because Jason McGregor in our sister car, he's got a 5-second penalty, so Gideon will get that position in the pits if he doesn't get it on track. So yeah, good job.
Yeah, he's not too far behind him at the moment. You can see him on the straight.
Yeah, gap 2.8 seconds. So things could get interesting. Yeah, it's just from what we've seen, following in the rain with a spray is you need big ones to pull that off.
Well, we spoke about it earlier. Even the spotters are struggling to, if you follow on a car, you need to change your cameras to be able to spot properly.
Yeah. I was spotting for Javier, the first 2 hours of the race, and I had it on free cam and just zoomed out a lot.
Okay.
Because otherwise, as you say, yes, exactly. Otherwise, you can't see anything. And Javier was also saying, while he was driving, how bad the visibility is. So yeah, it's not easy. There's very little room for error with the walls on either side on top of the mountain, and then the track itself is slippery. And then you add into that the low visibility, then this is definitely, I don't think in ACC it gets much harder than this.
Yeah. No, that's what I said earlier as well. Is, I mean, it's Bathurst. It started in the dark, in wet weather conditions, and to see everyone make it through. Yeah, I mean, this has been one of the cleanest races we've had. We only have, I think it's 11. As we said, 11. There's, I think, Alan is. Alan, you're streaming. There we go. Thanks, Alan.
We're not quite there yet, Alan. We're not on DSTV yet.
Almost. We just had like 5 seconds of fame on DSTV.
Sorry, man.
It's cool,
I
Alan.
put the wrong thing on the wrong screen.
No, we were on DSTV now, so it's cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
there you go.
Well, earlier we were unplugged, so yeah, and now we're on DSTV, so it's all happening, yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's cool. Yeah, the other thing is our rain settings, and I mean we've had a couple of discussions around how to change it, how to manage it, but it almost seems like it's going into cycles again.
It is cycling a bit, but you know, it's not sort of terrible. You know, it's giving time to sort of make informed decisions. Yeah, and I mean, that's just ACC's weather system. I know. I mean, we've talked about it at length, and just when you think you've got it figured out, then it politely tells you that you don't. So,
like today, yeah.
exactly.
At least it's not every half an hour it changes, because that is that's frustrating. I mean, to go an hour and a half, 2 hours with rain and then with dry, that's sort of realistic. But
tomorrow from 3:45, Sky Sports action on the red
30
button on
minutes
the
or
main
20
channel.
minutes,
Scott
even
Dixon
every
on
40
pole,
minutes, that
5:30 following us here.
Yeah.
because then you can never get your tire pressures right. You can never get your
the flight attendant is available
Yeah.
now
always
on
on the
Sky
wrong
Max.
tire almost.
That's the thing, you know. I mean, it is the same for everybody
And
at
there
the
we
end
go.
of the day.
We're going
So,
to react to what
you know, and I
happens.
know for a fact there are a few guys that
Full end
do
to
like that sort of
qualifying here
thing.
in Monaco, not what
Daniel,
Max
Ro.
Verstappen, Sergio Perez,
But
Carlos
you know, I think
Sainz
for
would
the
have
for the
wanted.
most part, if you
Town
want
boy Charles Leclerc it
sort
is.
of
We're leaving our
close
main
racing,
event.
then
We'll
you
rejoin
sort of
on
need
Sky Sports F1 in a moment.
somewhat predictable conditions, because the more people get caught out by the conditions, obviously the bigger the fuel spread starts getting. So yeah, but I mean, yeah, I mean, we enjoying the weather. It's like I said, it's not terrible. It's is cycling a bit, but in a way that kind of makes sense. So yeah, all good.
Yeah, I see Dion Potgieter from the chat says, "What's the point of playing this game for 12 hours? Doesn't seem like anyone is passing anyone." Well, we have seen a couple of passes. I have to just say this is a very long track, and the cars are a bit spread out. We see some interesting battles here and there, but yeah, I would say, if you want to know what it feels like or what the point is of a 12-hour, you only really see the point of a 12-hour once you've done a 12-hour, and you only see it after 12 hours. So once you completed the 12-hour, that's when you realize. So yeah. Okay. And Isherwood says there's a copyright strike inbound. Okay.
Oh yes, I was yeah, for DSTV. Thank you. Sorry, multi-choice. Wasn't on purpose.
We're giving them free advertising, free exposure. They should thank us.
Yeah, exactly. Wink, wink.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, but we try and do what we can with the weather, with the settings and everything. So hopefully the race is interesting. I mean, it's a bit of a challenge. At least it's not too much. There was a point in the first stint, or the first hour or two, where it was just it was bucketing down, and it was a bit of a mess. But I mean, it's still drivable. Like, you can still make it around the track. It's not like it's completely impossible.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's been drivable throughout. I think the what made the first part of the race quite difficult is the fact that the race started wet, and obviously there was a bit of water on the track already. I think transitioning like this from dry to wet, it's a bit better, because obviously as soon as the water starts hitting the track, the cars are still moving it around. So dispersing some of it. So yeah, I think for the rest of the race, I think it was probably as bad as it was going to get in that opening hour or two.
And Truss is back.
I am indeed. I was just about to add in, I think a big problem was, because it was sunrise, the lights and the headlights of the cars on the spray just made it even worse. It's similar to like Spa a couple of years ago, that spray was just hanging around, so you just couldn't see through it.
Yeah, absolutely. That definitely. And I know Yeve at some point tried to turn off his lights for visibility, but obviously it wouldn't allow him. But yeah, definitely, Russ. As you say, it's that the spray that gets kicked up. I mean, it's like driving your road car through very thick fog or mist. It's at some point almost better to run with your your park lights on than with your I-beams necessarily. So very much the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Hello, gents. I'm back.
Hey, Alan. Are you hearing that we are sort of, I don't know, talking too much nonsense?
Not at all. It's good to get different views and everything. Awesome to hear from Johan on his insights and everything there. I was hoping to chat to him. So yeah, good stuff and well done so far, Bagger. Lekker, man.
Thanks, Alan.
Cool.
Unlucky for your call. We hope you guys get back in the fight.
Hopefully. So a couple of ways off, but they'll do something to get there.
Yeah, pace is looking strong. We've not taken our eyes off you. We're very conscious of that threat still. So pace looking good there, definitely.
Yeah, cool, man. Bertus, I was just running it on that 16th place because this is for positions. So just let me go back here. He's gone back to pits. No, he's not. Here he is.
Yeah, I was also. Oh, there's someone in the pits.
Yeah, he was there, but that car's. There's the Audi, so the pass happened. You changed the camera and you didn't see the pass, Bertus. You fail.
Yeah, I fail. I'm not good at this. I'm telling you. I'm only filling in.
It's all good. Cool.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to add value with some useless conversation instead of brilliant production and camera work. So
let me just add, Travis, whoever it is sitting in the steward's room. I don't know if he's waiting to talk to you or to Russ.
He is doing stewarding, so
right.
but
okay,
yeah,
cool.
I did say he can join us. He is on push to talk, so
all good.
so we can drag him in here. But I said to him, he needs to let us know when he's ready. So you'll probably jump into the interview room. I do see him add more bacon. Is his name on the chat? So he's in the chat as well.
Yeah.
So Travis, if you want, you can join us. We're just having a casual. We're having a braai. That's what it feels like, with some racing in the background.
Christopher Edlos, he's putting in laps now. Your teamie, Bagger.
Yeah. Look, Chris, when funny story. I think we planned for me to double stint, but after my first stint, I said, boys, listen, we got to make a plan here because I'm not too keen on washing this seat of mine tomorrow. So I had to take a little bit of a bathroom break. So Chris put his hand up. He's quite keen to get in the wet, and yeah, he's been doing a great job. So hats off to him.
Am I correct in saying that this is a real racing driver? I think I saw him on TV the other day in the endurance series.
Yeah, so Chris runs one of the Backcroft Cobras in the SA Endurance Series. Yes,
it is same person. Cool, man.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
very nice.
And he also he was on the Toyota team at the Dakar as one of the mechanics.
Oh, okay.
So he travelled there and shared pictures and some behind the scenes with us. So very much racing in his blood. And
awesome.
One thing about Chris is once he gets into that rhythm, he just goes.
Yeah, he's like clockwork.
Yeah. So very, very well done so far.
Lionel's Aston's looking a little bit worse for wear at the moment. I think he's had some rubs on both sides of the car. Both sides are scraped up, so... And it's going to get harder. More rain coming. Oh, almost.
Yeah. The weatherman let us down again.
No, it's good. You've gone wet, dry, wet. We're going to go dry again and then probably wet again.
Yeah. I think you're going to go through another patch where the spray is going to be hectic.
Yeah, but it's in daytime though, so it should be a bit better. You don't have headlights then.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Yeah. 12 hours of Bathurst, it's impressive. Let's think about the guys currently on Nürburgring. They've been going for an hour, 20 minutes. The Nürburgring 24. They've got 24 hours round the green hell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
that's big.
I think in terms of difficulty or a challenge as far as the track goes, the green hell is probably you get the green hell and then you get Bathurst and then the rest.
Yeah, agreed.
Maybe Monaco, but Monaco is just for Formula One.
Yes.
So I don't know. What would be the third most difficult track out there?
I mean, Sebring in the US is fairly hard on the drivers, but that's mainly because of how bumpy it is. I mean, in real life, I can't speak for sim racing.
I agree. As far as maybe length goes or endurance, you can't write Le Mans off. I mean, the full Le Mans circuit is also a big circuit, but it's LMP and GT, endurance cars.
Yeah. We've got Doe in the chat. Doe, you're welcome to join us whenever you are ready. And
yeah, Doe, just walk right in, buddy.
Just walk in. You've got the keys. You can open the door and come in. JC's saying when Bertha says chance of rain, what it actually means bring your swimsuit.
Exactly.
This is the first time. Last year, people were begging me for rain, and we had the settings, and then it just won't rain. And now, and I actually think the settings isn't so different. But yeah, I mean we've had it pouring down, and it seems like it's pouring down again. So yeah, but I mean this weather is not bad. I mean, if over a 6 hour, this would be perfect because you'll have halfway would be rain, and then it will stop, and then it would rain again.
Yeah.
And I mean, it could have started anyway. It could have started dry and then turned wet and then dry again. But yeah, we'll see what we can do for the next one.
So based on my timings, Jason's just had a huge moment on the top of the mountain somewhere, because we had Gideon ahead of him, behind him, who's now ahead of him, and the front of this Mercedes is looking very, very. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's in the pits. So Jason McGregor's just hammered the wall somewhere on top of the mountain. There you go. There's the bonnet getting sorted. So that's a position change. Yeah.
As
there you go,
those
your people.
As those
we'll be taking that out of Jason's paycheck, don't worry.
As Doze just pointed out in the YouTube chat, how we all forgot about Macau.
I was about to say
yes.
Macau, and
Yes.
also the castle
yes.
section on Baku is also
Oh yes,
very tricky.
If you haven't seen it, go and look up the GT3 crash at Macau. It's about $20-30
No,
million a car
Yeah.
sparked up.
That just closed the track off. That was insane. That.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Well, give in the chat. That's why there is a chat. So let us know. Give us the track that you think is most challenging, apart from the Green Hell and Bathurst.
I mean, I would so like to see the Green Hell come to ACC. I think
Yes.
half the planet would, if not more.
Yeah. Well, as soon as that drops, you can bet we'll have the first 24-hour on there.
Might be the first race nobody finishes.
Yes.
We'll need more than 20 cars, I believe. I mean, yeah, I think this is, and I just have to say, I don't think it's a bad turnout in terms of the number of drivers. As I said before, we have 80 drivers, but they're all into like this year we're running bigger teams, so obviously bigger teams means less cars. Last year we only had up to 3 drivers per team, so we had I think we had over we had about 100 drivers or so, and that translated into about 45 or 46 teams.
Okay.
But yeah, hopefully we get a few more cars in the grid for the next one. I think 30 cars is a good number.
Oh, that Lambo's just thrown it away on the mountain. If you're not watching my screen,
that's Kurt's car.
It's Kurt's car. I'll go back 30 seconds.
Kurt, you can join us again. Tell us what happened.
Just hang on a second. What changed here?
Oh, we've got another 30-second stop go for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh.
For the number 11 now. No, not number 11, sorry. The number 6 BMW.
Yes. Just come on.
I tell you what, this pit entry though in the wet is not a joke.
No, it's tricky, eh?
It is very, very tricky. I mean, speeding wise, I don't know how you really carry enough speed through there to speed, but just keeping it on the road on entry is tricky enough.
And we've got a number 1 McLaren backwards up on the back of the mountain as well. He's got going again. Looks like the rain's getting a bit heavier. We're getting a few people losing it now.
Let's see if this Lambo comes in the pits. It is. So this is what Bago was talking about. Like right there, you just go straight through it kind of thing. But here's where you can get a drama, because if you get that wrong, then you speed into the pit lane. Yeah, so he had to come in. I was trying to get the replay to work and it wouldn't work. So I don't know if it's because you're on or not. But yeah, he clapped the wall going up over the top, one heavy stint. So that's going to hurt him a little bit.
I can close my app.
If you want to for now. I'm going... yeah.
It's closed.
That's fine. Let me see what happens here. I'll find something and just go 10 back. Okay, that's fine now. It just wouldn't work at all just now, so I couldn't show you where it happened while we were talking. That was odd. Maybe it doesn't when we got multiple connections on, but okay, we're back live. Big separations in the deltas at the moment with a lot of the teams here. But that comes with endurance racing, especially at the mountain.
It's starting to turn more into the swimming pool, though.
Yeah. Sean Skitter pushing Van der Merwe up the hill.
Imagine doing a small grid race at Monaco, says Keegan Sanderson.
Yeah, Monaco is also totally unforgiving. Oh, and here we go to slow marker. It's going to be an issue here if they're not oh, watch out! Oh, that car just pitched up out of the mist. I didn't even see him on the left yesterday. Oh, there it goes.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, well done. Good job there, Sean.
Yeah.
He helped him round, so that helped a little bit.
See, this is where you just need to decide, okay, I'm not going to battle anyone, I'm just going to keep it on the track and out of the walls for the next 20 minutes, and then it will, the rain will slow down a bit. But, oh, here we go. That was close.
That was close. Van der Merwe was like, what the heck, man? I gave you all that space. I'll tell you what, if you watch the stream back, you can ask Russ almost anybody that I selected with the camera in the first 2 hours would have an incident as soon as I selected them.
It was literally instant. As soon as he clicked on someone, they were in the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, it was bad. Like
Alan, don't click on car 465 anymore, please.
yesterday, so I felt quite bad about that.
It was. I think it was about 6 in a row, wasn't it?
It was. It was insane, man. So Chris even said, my teamie on YouTube, next time I race, you don't commentate, you don't touch my car, you don't click on me, nothing. Shame, man. Chris Heineke slowly, him and Marcus, they're slowly bringing their slick car back up the grid. Jeez, they had a torrid time in the first 2 hours. They got stuck on the curbs, they couldn't get the car going. Up and down the grid, but Chris in. Marcus did a great couple of first stints, and they're slowly busy trying to drive back up the grid. They're still 4 laps off the leaders, but going strong, and then up into 12th.
Yeah, they had 2 big incidents in 2 laps from what I can remember. And that unfortunate one with Hansi Meiberg, where I think Hansi wanted to let Marcus through, and then Marcus didn't see him in the spray and
hit him.
Just hit him, and then got stuck on the curb.
That's it. That's the one we saw. So shame, he had a really tough time.
But yeah, well done for keeping at it, and they still, I mean, they can still get into the top 10.
No, but it's never over. Not this length of a race. You can't start considering, we're going to finish down here. There's still 6 hours to go in this race, and there's still a lot of rain that's going to happen. So, touch wood, it doesn't happen with the leading teams, but you need, Radloff or somebody to have a really bad off or just one incident, and maybe go get the car fixed, come out, and then get hit once by somebody by mistake, and you're 2 laps down. It'll happen that quickly. Do you know what I mean? And then the leaders will all be on the same lap again. That's kind of what happened with everybody else this morning. So
that's exactly what Bago said as well. They are in the lead, and they've got a good lead, but they're definitely not comfortable.
Yeah. No, you can't. There's no way you can say who's going to win this yet. I mean, first, second, and third are relatively, well, first and second on the lead lap, but then Lionel Clue and 5 other cars are 2 laps back, so at the moment they're pretty comfortable, but not as far as outright lead winners go, because of the fact that Jason and company are on the same lap and kind of within striking distance. I mean, and long way to go. So we're still in for some good racing, yeah.
Yeah, well, Kieran getting back up to 4th, so
yes,
good recovery.
Johan, if you're there, I wanted to ask you, because I had this kind of open debate earlier before you guys joined with Aleric about iRacing and all of that. How different is the dynamics in driving a car in iRacing versus ACC?
It is quite different. I think that the cars in ACC, you for me personally, they're obviously very, very subjective. I tend to feel like I feel the weight of the car a bit more in ACC.
Okay.
The cars in iRacing are easier to drive, I find, but almost a little bit, they're easier to drive at a decent pace, but they are a bit harder to get that last 10th or so out of it. And I find that the brakes in ACC in iRacing are a lot more sensitive than in ACC. So in ACC, you can really lean on the ABS and it doesn't really cost you lap time, whereas in iRacing, even with the GT3 cars, engaging ABS doesn't really give you optimal braking. So, and I think that's why sort of the general consensus in iRacing is that if you want to be proper fast in iRacing, you do sort of need load cells and that sort of thing.
Okay. So it's more equipment dependent, you think?
Yes, I mean, look, it's not impossible to be fast if you don't have top of the range equipment.
Yeah.
And there are some oaks that are stupid fast with your basic stuff there. I just think for the average Joe, you see a lot more bang for buck if you spend the extra on decent equipment.
Gotcha.
You translate that sort of extra spend into on-track performance a bit easier than in something like ACC, for instance. But at the end of the day, I mean, sort of the same principles apply, I guess. But yeah, definitely two totally different sims, totally different feel.
And there's more cost involved because you've got to buy more stuff in iRacing, correct?
You do. So the nice thing about iRacing is obviously the variety, but at the same time, that's the downside to it, because if you want to use that variety, you got to spend quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's the subscription that you need to pay every month, which isn't, I mean, it's not a huge amount of money. And obviously the servers and the stuff, the ability to jump on every hour and do a race, and there'll be a decent sized lobby, that sort of thing, you can understand that. But then my gripe with iRacing has always been, you pay a subscription, but now you also need to pay for every track and every car. You pay what a ACC DLC pack costs,
Yeah.
So it does get quite expensive.
At least you can, once you buy a track, it's yours. So I bought tracks in 2018, which is still active on my account, so on iRacing. If I can just jump in on the iRacing conversation.
Sure.
My friends have all they've all heard this story so many times, but I have to say this to the new guys out there. If you want to get up to speed and really learn about someone.
No, that's what I'm just doing the replay on.
Okay.
Carry on.
So iRacing, the free tier, if you just pay the subscription fee, you get access to an MX-5 at the Mazda, and you can run the MX-5 Global Series, which is open to everyone on iRacing, and all the tracks on that series is free. And that small little slow car teaches you so much about weight transfer and trail braking and all the different techniques, and racing wheel to wheel, negotiating turn one, all those things. So I won't say go spend money, but if you are new and you want to learn about the dynamics of a race car, I think that's quite useful. Do a season or two in the MX-5, because it's not too quick, so you can really sort of easily get used to the car, but it's all those extra things that you learn about it, and the physics and everything. So
but you had that opportunity as well in AC before ACC came around, where you could select a single make, like a little MX-5 or whatever, and similar feeling, surely.
Yeah. No, I mean I've driven with the car in the MX-5 in AC. I think it actually feels a bit better, or it feels quicker in AC than in iRacing. I think the nice thing about iRacing is you can jump on every hour and there will be a race. So there will be other cars on the grid, and you can do a race. You don't have to wait for a week to join a league, that kind of thing. So that helped me in the beginning. Obviously I'm not the quickest guy, so at least, but I can keep it on the track. So don't take advice from me, but if you are new and you want to learn, then I'd say that's one place to start.
Good. So watching the man himself, Mr. Redloff, 126 laps. We have been going for 5 hours and some minutes. We still got 7 hours, 20 minutes and counting. So we haven't got halfway yet. 126 laps over Mount Panorama. Chris Radloff's, well, the car since the last pit stop, best lap at 202.6. That's not going to help you. Our last lap time at 213.4 in the wet, and as I say that, he comes in. So we could be looking at a double stint or possibly a driver change. I see PWSR is also in, Kieran's in, as is Gideon Renner. So a couple of teams pitting now. A little bit before the hour. But that's obviously the rain that's induced that. Are you are the drivers double stinting here, Bago, or is there a driver change going to happen?
Alan, I am not sure. I actually jumped off before we had that discussion.
Okay.
I've got it open here, so I'll let you know as soon as I know. But
Awesome.
yeah, with the rain and the little bit of added fuel economy, I guess you get from lifting a bit earlier and that sort of thing. I think we ran about 1 hour 15 now on a full tank, so I think the next round of stops, if it stays wet, will probably be on the 6 hour mark.
Got you. Right. Helmet view. Literally, we're in the helmet of Chris Heineke, looking forward at Kurt Glashagen, who we were talking to just now. He's back in the Lambo. So they've done a driver change. And this, the closest on the track at the moment. This is position 11th and 12th place.
Oh, just look at that visibility.
Yeah.
It's tough, I tell you.
Definitely not as bad as it was
No.
when it started, but I think it was the headlights
agree.
making it seem worse.
It was just a whiteout. I mean, it was insane. You couldn't see anything. Guys are literally driving by. When you hear the bang, it's too late. Yeah, it was bad. Gee whiz.
Just interesting to see Chris, and something we noticed as well in our team. When it's raining, the guy's not too keen to pick up that slipstream down
No.
Conrad, because you can't actually
You
judge
can't, exactly.
exactly. You can't
Yeah.
judge the closing speed.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
whole different ball game this in the wet.
Yeah, I said to Russ, it seems like the guys are leaving the deltas and the gaps wider so that they can see ahead and spot their braking points, because you can't see anything when you ride in the stream, in the slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely. It's zero visibility when you get that close, and I mean then that's just going to end in tears for everybody. So.
In your stints, how important was this racing line? Because we did see your team also hunting for wet parts of the track. Did the tires, even when it was starting to cool, the rain to cool down, were the tires overheating? Were you needing to go and cool them down?
Yes, we had about a 15-minute period, I'd say, towards the end of Javier's stint where he needed to cool. And
Okay.
then obviously when Chris took the car over, we put him on wets immediately, but the track wasn't really wet yet. So
Yes.
for the first 10 or 15 minutes of his stint, he also tried to just cool them, so we didn't blister them right at the start.
Yeah.
So, obviously not been with him for a while, so not too sure. But yeah, definitely once that dry line, if you're on wets, you lose. You start overheating them very, very quickly once
Yes.
the dry line starts forming. And then when at the end of my stint down Conrad, I mean, the track wasn't even damp yet. I think it was just greasy. It just started raining, and you lost like 2 psi of pressure instantly on the dry tires again. As soon as it started raining, light rain even. So I think the length of the track and the length of the straights, where it's kind of hard to maintain pressure, and then on top of the mountain where it's constant leaning on the tires, I think makes it very tricky to manage the temps and the pressures in the changing conditions.
You've got the leaders changed again. The 53 BMW's just pulled into the pits, so 58 is now back in the lead again.
Okay. Yeah, pit stops all happening. The top 5 cars have all now pitted. We were just watching Chris having a dice with the Lambo, and he's decided, forget that, he's pulling into the pits himself. Runs almost misses the whole pit lane, but anyway, he's in.
I just want to, with Russ here, Russ being one of these two, I just want to come up for the drivers and say, I hope you guys don't consider that as trying to gain an advantage into pit lane, because it's so difficult.
Yeah.
No, I mean, with it being wet, I've sort of gone, no, it's because every time I've looked at it, it's been a wheel on the grass that's caused it. There's
Yeah,
nothing that's
exactly.
been, they've just gone straight across it to try and save 0.2 of a second.
And also, what makes it really tricky, and it's something that we've communicated to each other whenever somebody's coming to the pits, is you're running in the wet, yes, and you're accustomed to a certain grip level, but at the same time, there is that racing line and there's cars dispersing water there. But as soon as you come into the pit lane, that is wet track. There's nobody lap after lap after lap clearing water there. So you sort of arrive there with a sort of unknown grip. You don't really know
Yes,
what to
you don't know.
expect when you
Yes.
start braking. So very, very tricky.
I'm not sure if it's just visual, but on the second sort of jink into the pit lane, it does look like there's a huge puddle there as well.
There might be, yes, now that you mention it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, not the easiest part of the track, the pit entry. Yeah.
I just go super slow.
Is that on pit entry or just in general?
In general. But it happens to help with the pit entry as well. So Russ, when are you gonna put on your racing boots again?
There's a couple of people I could forward that question to, because I'd love to answer it. Unfortunately, being in the maritime industry and with silly things happening in parts of the world at the moment, it's very complicated.
Okay, we understand, but we appreciate you.
I was actually in Cape Town this morning to sort something out. I wasn't actually sure if I'd make it back for the start of the race.
Where's back?
I live in Hermanus, about an hour and a half out of Cape Town.
Yeah, okay. I was just wondering what your location is. Yeah, the marine industry is, it's a complete different industry.
Yes, and having an office in Turkey with its proximity to certain things, it's complicated.
Yep, I'm sure. We've just been watching LaRue here in the BMW, and you guys can see on the live, on my stream and on the live stream, the front of this car is absolutely kaput. It's seen better days for sure. So his lap times running 2:22, his last lap, in comparison to 2:13s and 2:14s. So they're gonna probably be pitting shortly because this car's hammered.
He just got in. They just had a pit stop a couple of laps ago.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure if they changed. They changed from Nadir to LaRue.
No, he's carrying on.
I'm not sure if they had any damage since he took over. I know Nadir was in the. Sorry?
No, that's just a question for you guys. So you've got, in that car, you've got John LaRue, who's a religious McLaren driver. You've got Jack
exactly.
who's been doing really well in the Honda.
And the inner BM.
We've got you in there as well, Mr. Bentley himself. Why are you guys all jumping in the BM?
Yeah. You walked away from 3 other manufacturers for this car in the space of 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, as I said earlier, I think it was before Bago joined us. So we had, we were doing laps
in the Honda.
Yeah. With about 20 minutes to go, and myself and John and Martin, we all died. And we tried different setups, and for some reason we just couldn't get the car around the track. So then we were like, okay, because I said to him, well, I know someone who can help them change their car at the last minute. So let's not get stuck on one car if none of us are comfortable with it. And then we decided, okay, what's going to be quick we know the BMW is quick, and it's an easy car to drive for everyone. So it's easy. It's the first time Jean is driving this car, I believe. I think it's the first time ever. I at least have some experience because I did the summer league with it, and Martin. Oof.
Yes,
Sure. This is.
yeah, what a place to
crazy.
overtake.
Oh, I tell you what.
Oh, okay.
Tell you
Glitch in
what,
the
as
Matrix.
As the second place car,
Yeah.
going through that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'll put air on your chest for sure.
Did you even
Sure.
mention Bentley to the team at all, or not?
I did, but
They-
yeah, they were more keen on a quicker car. So
Interesting.
so yeah, but I mean, we all have experience with it. We did the virtual 9-hour in the BMW, myself and Dia and Rautenbach. So
Okay.
so I think it was sort of the one car that all of us at least had some experience, except for Jean. But I mean, he's quick enough to be able to adapt to any car. So he did a couple of laps and he was like, okay, let's go. And then we decided, okay, right, BMW, there we go. German.
The Germans.
I think that, I don't know what it is, but it just seems like no one is interested in a Bentley anymore. So I just don't get it. I mean, I think it's one of the best cars out there.
You know
It's
what it
light
is?
on tires and fuel.
Isn't it?
It's
the
easy to
only
drive.
It's the only right-hand drive car.
That's the
isn't it?
thing. That car is
Probably.
it's the same how we drive our normal cars in the road, but we've all been driving these racing cars, so we know where the left and right of the car is. And you get in
Yeah.
the Bentley and you hammer every single curb on the opposite side of the car because you're not sitting on that side of the car.
Yeah. It happened to me when I switched to the Ferrari for
Yeah.
one season.
Yeah.
At, just before 130R on Suzuka.
Oh,
You-
just
you-
to interrupt, sorry.
Yeah.
Third place has just lost it on the slowdown chicane.
Okay, I've got him.
He's about fourth, is catching him very quickly.
It's fine. Here's the
Oh, I
replay. Replay is coming live. Yeah, carry on, Bertus.
No, I mean, you try and stay as far to the right as possible. Oh yeah, you just had a bit of a oversteer moment there. You try and stay as far to the right as possible. You literally want to be on that white line. And with the Bentley, it's very easy because it's a right-hand drive, so you can easily judge where the track is before 130R.
Exactly.
And with the Ferrari, there's that small little strip of grass between the track and the wall.
Yeah,
I mean, it must be like
a strip.
it's literally like 20 centimeters
Yeah.
or something. And I managed to hit that piece of grass lap after lap in the Ferrari, and every time I'm like, yeah, I can't judge it. I just
Yeah.
eventually I got used to it, but it's there were a couple of corners. I mean, the sausage cheetah at
Yes,
Kailami,
Kailami.
it's much easier in a Bentley
Yeah.
because you can judge
It's
it better.
right there,
But
exactly.
I almost, I won't say I never died there, but I can't remember when last I died there, because in the Bentley it's so easy. You on the right hand side, you can judge it, you can stay clear of it, and yeah, I think it's a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it's an interesting car. It's a complete. It messes with your mind because it's such a humongously big car, and yet it is so quick and rapid. You know.
Yeah, light on tires, light on fuel. I think that's the biggest advantage for it, and especially in endurance races. I mean, I don't understand why not more people take it.
Yeah. Have you seen the bonnet off that car? Have you seen its engine placing?
No.
I mean, it's a front engine mount, but the engine is like under the windscreen. There's there's like 1.5 meters of nothing from the radiator to where the engine is. It's so far back.
Almost mid-mounted.
Exactly.
That's why it always feels so balanced. Like how can I explain it? It just feels like, it's not the rear won't step out easily. The front don't misbehave because I guess the best place is probably if the engine is right in between the two wheels,
Yeah.
So yeah, the closer you can get to it, the better. So it makes sense.
I'm just keeping my eyes and our eyes peeled on this. There in the distance, you can see Cody Sherritt. This is for third. This is now PWSR getting back up there, and Hannes van Wyk having that spin that Russ grabbed our attention to. So it's allowed them to close up to within 7 seconds. So it's still...
Pretty sure they must have a bit of damage there.
Yeah, I mean, he did hit the tyre wall softly in the front, so I'm sure there's going to be something there. I had a good chuckle now on the YouTube saying upside down metal bathtubs with those legs. I think the guys are talking about lots of blik met villa here.
Yeah.
So yeah, Hannes trying hard. He's a stalwart of the old Aston Martin. He's been in this car, I think, non-stop for 2 years, if not more.
Yeah.
Very comfortable with the Aston.
Looks like we've got a fight for 10th place as well. About to come up again.
Mr. Buck, here he is. So, Kurt Glashagen. Let's go into the helmet view, because now the rain's going to start. If you see the pluses, in 10 minutes and 30 minutes, it's going to start coming down, cats and dogs. And that view already, you can't see that BMW in the mist, as Baker was saying. So, although it's bright and clear, the mist does... I mean, this game's awesome when you consider what's actually going on, that you don't see the car for the mist coming off the car ahead of you. Oh, they both run wide. Oh, he followed him. Oh, the BM ran deep and the Lambo followed him and now moves over and gets out of the way. I think he's just letting somebody go through there.
That would be the 22 BMW in 6th.
Okay, so he's just getting out the way.
That's Brandon Krier, yeah.
But Kurt Glashagen definitely following LaRue right almost into the barriers in T3, the cutting, as they started going up the mountain.
That's the worst, when you follow someone.
Yes, you're watching them.
Mistake.
Yes, it's unreal how that happens. In bike training, that we talk about target fixation, and where bikers get it often wrong on tracks or even cars. You target fixate on a barrier and you look where you go. So if you're looking at that barrier, you're going to drive into it. And the same goes for the car ahead of you. You've still got to watch the track and look ahead through the corner, but you're watching the car ahead of you that missed his braking point, and you go where he goes. It catches you out that very much. So Sean Buck,
had that before.
Yeah. We'll see these drops start increasing shortly. We're about to be hit with a deluge of downpour, and it's going to get a lot wetter. So just keeping eyes peeled on third place. That gap's still 6.9 seconds, so pretty static between Hannes and Cody Sherritt. JC, if you're with us still and watching on the YouTubes, etc., when actually are you getting in the car? Because it's almost 6 hours. We haven't seen you in the PWSR car. Gerrit on YouTube saying, almost time to join the madness. Bathurst is a bath of rain. Bertus, what did you do? Shame.
I like I said when I joined the stream, I'm the one who needs to behave, because there's always someone who's mad at me for some reason.
Next thing we'll have kangaroos hopping down the mountain.
Yeah, imagine that, a couple of roos. I watched the other night on YouTube moments where roos caused problems in Bathurst, and they actually, a nice part of it, they kind of, if a whole bunch of them or whatever, a herd of them come near or get on the track, they actually red flag it and give them a chance to get off the track.
Yeah.
There was one bit I saw a few years ago where they actually did commentary for the kangaroos line coming down the mountain.
Oh, really? Oh, wow, that would have been funny. Alright, we'll see how they all react now to this, because it's about to, literally, it's just going to get all of a sudden a whole lot worse. And this gap is getting smaller and smaller. Oh, there it is. Oh, Hannes. Wow, he grabbed that by the scruff of the neck. I'll go back 10 seconds and watch that. Oh. Ew.
Wow.
That was close.
Well done.
Yeah, he did
I
well
don't
to
think
grab
there was
that.
contact.
No, I don't think so. But he definitely locked up and got a big slide going, and that gap's now come down to 4-point-something seconds. So
I think a bit of scoreboard pressure at play there. I think he's seeing Cody catching and just trying to give it everything, giving a little bit too much maybe.
Oh, there's more than one way to park it, I guess.
look at this. Oh, we
Trying to
just missed
defend.
it. The Lamborghini getting past Sean Buck down Conrad Straight. So Kurt Glashagen going and sending, full send, and good clean pass there.
Yeah, Buck appeared to lose it coming out of the corner onto the straight ever so slightly, so I think he just lost too much speed.
Who was that?
Buck.
Oh,
He
Sean
just
Buck.
outbraked himself. He stayed out of the wall, but obviously lost a load of speed.
Yeah.
Buck, Mr. Sean Buck.
Mr. Sean Buck.
The owner of Logistical Nightmare.
Yep.
One of our friendly, let's say, I don't know, do you call it sister
League. Yeah.
leagues?
Yeah. That'll work.
And but he's one of the loyal endurance racers in Raceface. He always joins for the longer races. So yeah, always nice to see the LNR guys here.
Oh, going down to 16th quickly.
Ooh, I will be back in a moment. I have been unescommed.
Oh dear. Okay.
Right.
This was big. Tinas Buerta. I'm going to go back 30 seconds and see if we catch it. Oh, we didn't catch it.
That's Hansi Mayberg's teammate.
Jude Neville was right there, and the guy, I think somebody's gone back to pits, so we missed the incident, whatever happened. Anyway, we'll wait for this to just come back to live. Back to Hannes coming up the hill, and that gap getting less and less. He can see in the mirrors, he knows that PWSR Honda is getting closer, so the pressure's on now.
No, there's some serious pace in that Honda, so
Yeah.
it
But-
won't be long, I reckon.
I raced that in a friendly at LNR on Tuesday. Well, I tried to at Kyalami. And it is such a difficult car to drive. It's like a skateboard. It is so small and short, and if you get a tank slap on, there's no chance you catch it. So I have no clue how my aliens get this thing around as quick as they do.
Yeah, the key with that car is setup. It is an extremely difficult car to set up, but once you get it right, there's also quite a specific driving style you need for it.
Yes.
But I tell you what, the oaks that get it right in that car, they get it properly right.
Yeah, they do.
Freaking fast.
Well, we
Agreed.
didn't get it right, so that's why we decided on the BMW. So-
Hansi, how are you, buddy? You muted.
yeah, there we go.
Hello, how's it, gentlemen? How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Lekker, not too bad.
Awesome, man. Thanks for coming in and saying hello. And how's your day been?
Jeez, what a start to the race, eh? Holy crap. Yeah, there was an interesting start.
It was.
Especially that mist. It was just, oh wow, I've never seen something like that, eh?
It was tough. Seriously, if anybody wants to complain about Berta setting up boring servers, they can all now go and eat humble pie and say sorry.
Yo, no, that was interesting, and yeah, I don't know. It was a challenge, really it was.
You had some bad luck there with. I saw you as you came out of the pits. You had another incident.
Yeah,
with
just hitting the wall or something there. I'm not too sure what happened there as well.
Stein I think you tried to let him through, and then he ran into you because of the spray, and then
Yeah, that was my whole idea. Was seeing the guy coming up to me, I was trying to avoid him because
Yeah.
I know, we're gonna slow down. You can't see in front of you at all if somebody's in front of you. So I wanted to go slightly to the right and slow down, and then all of a sudden I just felt it, and yeah, it was just one of those things. I mean,
Yeah,
I
you're a
couldn't do anything
passenger.
about it.
Yep.
yeah.
I see while we're chatting here, old Sean Buck's gone back past Glashagen, so and a decent gap already. So he's not going to slow down. It was an immediate challenge the next lap, and he went right back past him.
Maybe Glashagen had a bit of an issue somewhere.
Maybe, because again, it keeps on saying. I mean, the camera is showing a little bit more rain now, and we can see it for the next 10 and 30, but it's not getting here. The track's still wet. This is
Yeah, it's same conditions.
same, exactly. Track temp at 21. Some more challenges because the drivers are now going to be in wets with the temperature 6 degrees higher than it was at start. Okay, let's go and have a look at Hannes, because Hannes is now sweating.
Yeah. So, but what, Ansi, what happened to Tinus just now?
Nothing happened to Tinus. Neville was catching up on him on the mountain,
Okay.
and then Neville lost it. I think it's Neville. I can't recall the front initial, but I know it's Neville something. He lost it coming out the fast left-hander through the mountain, and he knocked onto the wall just before you get the little drop-down thingy.
That's Jude
Okay.
Neville.
Yeah. So that's what happened there. Otherwise, Tinus, still cruising at 16th. So yeah, nothing happened to him.
Okay. No, I thought because I saw him in the pits. So
No. I just told him let's go into the pits because we go on every hour, and I said let's just go into the pits because he was carrying some damage.
Okay.
Just go into the pits, get fresh tires because he settled in. Now it's his first, it's his first stint he did now. So now you know what the conditions is like and what the car is capable of. So I told him just go pit, get a fresh car, and go out, and then you can push again.
yeah, great stuff.
It's a long.
Yeah, still a long way to go.
Yeah,
so what's your target sort of? Do you have something in mind?
No, Bertus, it's with these things. If we finish, we finish.
That's it.
That's important. I told Dinas as well. Don't push the car. Just enjoy yourself. Just let's finish.
Yeah,
we're already up in 15th from where we were after the big accident, couple of pits, and all the interesting stuff that happened. Back in 15th. So can't complain about that.
So, Bertus, I can tell you who has unfortunately left us, and it is the Vibe Squad.
The Porker that left us, or somebody.
No,
Wasn't there 2 Porsches?
no, there's only one Porsche.
Oh, okay.
The
Yeah.
Vibe Squad.
Vibe Squad. So, Ewan Swart, Bernard Renner, Peter Maher, and Ronaldo Borsma.
Oh yes.
Oh, okay.
They're on our timing screen, but you can't select the car, and he's on here twice. So, they try to reconnect. Possibly came in with the wrong driver or just wasn't working. So
That's possible.
we're
yeah.
now at 19 cars. So
We've
that's
seen that happen.
yeah, we've lost
Oh,
them
I
to
see.
shedding.
They've got a thing in the chat as well where he said something about something is wrong with their car.
Oh dear.
He can't get back into the car.
Hey, Gideon, the other brother.
Who's driver number 1? Is it not Gideon?
No, Gideon is with.
He's another team.
Oh,
He's
sorry.
with KSR. He's with Bernard Creer and Mac van der Merwe.
Okay.
But his brother is with the Vibe Squad, Bernard trainer.
Yes.
So Gideon, do you know what happened? Do you have connectivity issues or load shedding or?
No, there's Gideon
let us
on
know.
YouTube now. How's it, man?
Yeah. I'm sure he'll let us know.
Because I can see on my timing, my camera tool, is Ewan Swart is here twice. So he obviously got kicked out and then tried to get back in, and he came back in a whole different car.
Yeah.
So
That's what happened there.
yeah.
Definitely.
Right. So
So
yeah,
then-
we're
then
going to
they
see.
probably joined in the wrong order.
That's it.
Usually when that happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
Van Wyk
Okay.
arriving on the back of the Porsche here, and he is now being held up behind Corne Strauss because there comes Sherritt behind him. So this is going to be... and he doesn't take that corner.
Sure.
Oh, and the Porsche's getting into the wall,
And he's
the
getting
Aston's
sideways.
turned.
And there goes, there goes
Yeah.
Cody.
Cody goes past. Come on, get the Aston going. Come on. See, this is commentator's curse.
And
This is what happens.
Driver number 1 is the leader. Is coming through.
Okay, he made
Okay,
it.
He's safe. And another
Next
car.
one.
Right, go.
No,
Nothing's
okay.
coming. Go.
Okay,
Ooh,
well,
well
The
done.
thing is flooded. See him sliding down that hill.
Good recovery there. Sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
He kept it safe, so well done, Hannes.
Yeah.
On at least, I had someone say to me that no one listens in the driver's
In
briefing.
the driver's
so,
brief- I
but
heard that as well.
There's proof. Hannes listened. So
Yeah.
thanks, Hannes.
Now just keep it on a break.
That would have been chaos. I mean, you
Yeah.
had the leader coming through, so that's the last car you want to take out.
But he was clearly watching his drive map, his track map, to see where the cars were, which is good.
Definitely.
That's well done.
Yeah, especially on this track, I've got the full
Exactly.
track view. I'm not taking chances. I know some people just use like yours there on the display, the little one, but I prefer the full map so I can see what's cooking.
We've got someone saying only car 27 racing. It seems so frustrating and boring to watch the same car. Sorry, man. I was thinking about this earlier. Maybe we should run down the whole order and give everyone a bit of screen
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe
Th-
we
that-
can do that.
That's the better half of our man Jason and this car. So
Is it?
yeah.
All right.
Here we go. We'll put it on this car, even though it's not having a race with anyone, just for a bit.
Okay. There we go.
And everything should be sorted now.
So Gideon says, he left the pits, but for some reason on his side he was driving, but for them he was still sitting in a pit, so he left and joined again, but Ewan should have joined first. So it seems like an issue. And then Gideon said he had some bad luck as he got in the car and had no force feedback.
Again, you see, how does this game do this? Ew.
Yeah.
Right, there comes Cornet out the pits in the Porker. So that was a normal pit stop. JC, there you are. When are you getting in the car? Is my question, if you're now listening again. I mean, we asked you just now, but you didn't answer. Trench Bay. You don't need a Bentley or a BMW. Just start me on top of the mountain with a boogie board and some sunlight liquid. He's going to come.
Oh,
That's
please.
Breer Smith.
Hey.
Okay.
He has been, so Breers has been racing with Raceface for a very long time.
Wow.
So he was one of the first guys to join us in the Formula One league back in the day. But yeah, we haven't seen him much, but it's nice to have him on the stream.
Yeah, he joined me the other day in a talk-off, and yeah, he's been playing a bit of talk-off as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you
Alright,
go.
so-
There-
Yeah. I mean, he's a
interesting.
good racer, fun guy, but yeah, he needs to come race again.
See,
JC says he's just here for moral support.
yeah, I don't know about that. I'm sure he's going to be driving just now. But there you can see all's good in YouTube land now that we've shown car number 53.
Yeah, we
Go
give some love.
to
There we go.
go to Brandon Kruger. I'll see some nice tight racing there.
Let's get there. Oh, here we go. Yo! No, he's trying to get past you, yeah? BM on BM with the Porsche in the way.
And then in the back as well as Tinas and Devin Ellis.
Yes.
That Porsche going slow there. Who's that? Is that
That's Corne Strauss, yeah.
Is he just letting them through?
Yeah, he's obviously just letting them go because...
I think he's probably still warming up his tyres because he just got out of the pits. So,
No, he's going back in.
oof.
I think he might have... Maybe he had an issue.
Hey, put dryers on.
That's
he might
No,
have put
it
the wrong
can't be.
tyres on.
His last lap was a 220 versus everyone doing 214, so possibly contact somewhere. And he's hurt the car, but that's what was going on there. So
Okay. Oh, bad luck. This is the mountain. It's not your friend. Looks friendly, but it's not.
exactly. Right.
Don't let the kangaroos fool you.
Just looking up while we watch Van der Merwe here. If you look at third place, Sherritt, Van Wyk and Cavor, they are now, that's 3 cars within 20 seconds, give or take, of third place. So it's getting close, even though they're 2 laps down. If that gap just open, we'll see now when the gap fills in where Van Wyk is on the timing screen. There it is. So he's 21 seconds off Sherritt, and Cavor is only 7 seconds behind him. So it's got a little close. This isn't getting heavier. It's been like this now for at least 20 minutes, and it promised us it was getting heavier.
Yeah, they say in the next 30 minutes again a plus, so I'm not sure.
Sean back in his BMW.
It actually does look if there is a little bit more water on the track by the looks of... If I look at Genius's car, it looks a bit more slidey.
Definitely more slidey. And also Brandon Kruger in 6th. I think he's 41 seconds behind Cavor, but he is what I would call a wet weather specialist. So I'm sure he'll be catching up to that fight for third at some point. Seems like Cavor is losing a bit of time on Van Wyk.
No, he's going. Look here. Cavor's heading up the hill here. Here he is. He is on 140 laps. And here's Brandon Kruger now starting 140. So that's that gap, which is 37 seconds. And then you say 16 and 21. Yeah,
it was 41 seconds just a moment ago. So
right.
Kruger is
so Cavor's last lap. His last lap was a 2:18 versus Kruger 2:13. So good. Good difference in that in his previous lap.
Look, Cavor is sort of on my pace in the championship. So Kruger will definitely catch him if that's, if he keeps it at the same pace more or less.
JC in the YouTube chat saying the weather's broken, red flag restart.
Good one.
It's definitely something. I don't know. That mist doesn't look normal to me.
Yeah, Marcus,
especially the evening one.
Marcus has had a drama in the BM again. You can see the whole front of that car's quite hurt. His last lap was a 2:19 versus everyone doing 2:14s, and here he comes. So he's had a moment, and he's got to get it in the pits to fix. Shame they haven't. Nothing much has gone well for Slick today, but at least they're still out there and going, and they're in the 11th with 6 hours still to go. So you never know; it's never over. Dane Stewart on this lap is currently almost 4 tenths up on his lap. So he's going a little bit quick in the Lambo. His last lap was a 2:15.9.
Yeah, I think they are in a fight with Steyn. Still, it's they are just out of sync on the
pit stops.
Pit stops.
I agree.
And then you've got Hansi's other teammates, Devon Ali's.
No, they're doing good. 13's not too bad.
Sean Stradom in 16th, also a little bit out of position, I'd say. But I saw them also having issues somewhere.
Russ, are you okay with all the submissions and the logged reports and stuff? Everything's still on track?
Everything's going fine. There's one I can't do, but that's why we've got other stewards, because the report came in while I was restarting, so I don't have the replay.
Okay.
So
all quiet in the stewards booth, though. I think we're up to 13 reports, so it's not almost 1 an hour. Or 2 an hour, sorry.
Yeah, but considering the conditions and the track and that's not bad at all, eh?
I was also looking at them, and I was also pretty impressed with the reports.
As you said that, I just saw a yellow pop up on the track, but it was just someone lost it coming down onto the straight.
Okay. Where do you
Gideon
see...
Renner's saying in YouTube chat they're on the dry setup.
Oh, right. So that was my question earlier. If any of the teams are running a dry setup with wet. So, Gideon, thanks for the answer there. But that's not exactly going to help because, yeah, the hybrid is probably the best way to go here at the moment.
Well, Brandon is still flying.
Right. I'm going to draw your attention to the leaders, Mr. Radloff, and specifically the front of this car, which seems to have met something. The bonnet is up and there's a lot of damage on the front of that Merc, so they must have had a little issue or a drama somewhere as they arrive on the back of Corne Strauss's Porsche. Look there. So there's definitely been an issue. Yeah. Last lap at 2:14.7, so it wasn't the last lap, it was maybe a couple of laps ago, but the gap to Giovanni Pozio has now come down to like 50 something seconds, where it was well past a minute.
Yeah, and that Porsche is struggling, and they are quick drivers, Corne Strauss and his teammates.
Yeah. His last laps, for discussion's sake, are 2:16.9, make it 2:17, so 3 seconds off the pace of the car behind him. Yeah, Gideon's saying the car's super loose on the mountain, so it takes a lot of concentration to go over the mountain. I can imagine, Gideon.
So we're up to 43 viewers now. I think if you haven't put a like on this stream, please, click that button. So, gents, I'm just going to have a quick break on my side. I'll be back just before 7, I think.
No problem. All good.
Before the switch over.
We've got the 399 BMWs just had to return to pits. Not sure what happened to them. I'll just try and find out.
Sean Stradham, LNR car. Right, I'm getting a little bit of a cluttered timing system, so I'm going to just do a restart on my camera tools, which is going to require me to also restart my game feed, which is going to require me just to put a static image on the screen for about 30 seconds. So just bear with me, everybody in YouTube land. We'll be back live with you in literally 30 seconds. Right, sorry about that. Back with you. Everything's been reset and back to normal. So we do seem to have somebody that has reconnected or managed to reconnect, because we've gone back up to 20 cars. Hello, Chris. Yeah. This is not a pickup channel, buddy. No, behave yourself.
Oh, there we go. According to chat, car 399 disconnected on the second stint.
Wow. 399. Who is that?
Stradom.
Oh no. Sean Stradom for LNR, so that's what happened. 399. Did they have come back in? Okay, they are. They're
Yes.
there in 18. They're obviously waiting for the countdown to release them.
Oh, he appears to have disconnected again.
Oh, you're right. He has just left. Is he driver number 1 for that team? Paul Fenton needs to connect. So, Sean Stradom, if you can hear us, or Sean Buck, you need your number 1 driver to get back in first. Sean Stradom is your number 1 driver, I think, according to our printout. No, Paul Fenter, I'm sorry. Paul Fenter's your number 1 driver. I don't know. Hopefully they can get themselves sorted. Right, Giovanni Pozio still in the car for Retro Esports. And let's try and see what the gap is at the moment. Okay, so we're at 50 seconds now. He's definitely closed in a little bit on Christopher Radloff. And I heard that he kind of had to feather his way through as he was going up the mountain there. Right now, Radloff and Pozio on 146 laps. Cody Sherritt in 3rd place on 144, now 145. Hannes van Wyk 144, Lazar Vor 144, Brandon Kruger 144, then Van der Merwe 143, LaRue 143, Buck 143, and Corne Strauss 142, Marcus Stein 142, Dane Stewart 142, and everyone else 141 and worse. Or less. So 10th place is 5 laps apart, with 6.5 hours to go as we go into night time here. The race time, it's 10:30 in the morning, and weather's just showing rain, rain and rain. So it's a wet season in Bathurst at the moment. The McLaren almost went into the wall. That's that man Michael Prinsloo. And at least they're just rolling along, and hopefully they'll get that car to the finish, because that's what endurance racing's all about, is getting it to the finish. Okay, Brandon Kruger, let's go to 6th place. Brandon Kruger here, Kinetic Simworks Racing Vibe. This is this black and green BMW, and he is looking forward to Lazar Cavour, who is up the road a couple of seconds. Here he is, who in turn is 5 seconds off the back of Hannes van Wyk.
Yes, I believe he did have a moment over the mountain, Heinrich. His last lap was 2:16.
Okay. Right, there we go. Samantha Siebold finally has shown you've shown your face, you've shown your ace up your sleeve. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, and thanks for being here, Samantha. Dane Stewart, 19 seconds off Marcus Stein. So some action going on. Let's go all the way down to 17th. Here's Harry Duplessis. Oh dear. Did I just do what I just did? Oh, that BM smashed. He did. He hit the wall. Oh. So Kerry Duplessis was in a super close dice here, and 1.4 seconds off the back of Kleinhans. And there he's just going straight as he goes over Skyline, so he's struggling in this car. Tiptoeing over the top of the mountain, and that gap that he had behind the Audi is gone now, but he's going to, I'm sure, try and get it down Conrad Straight and maybe go into the pits. I'm sure there's a steering. It's going to look in car here. Not that one. Not that one. Yeah, you can see where the steering's facing. So he's got a link that's been bent with that connection with the wall. He's steering into the car all the time. So he'll be coming into the pits. Oh, is he going to get round here without causing more damage? Tiptoe, tiptoe. Gets through the slowdown chicane, okay. And he'll peel off to the pits, I'm sure. And there he goes. He's just got to get it in the pits. Careful now. Oh, there we go. Good man. So they've had a drama on the mountain. Dane Stewart in the pits with the Lamborghini as well. Devin Ellis, who is next in 13th behind Dane Stewart, currently going over the top of the mountain. So he's got a ways to get all the way back down to the pits, but this might be a position change for them. It is for position when Devin Ellis does get down there. Going back ahead to Lazar Cavor. This gap now closing down to 3 seconds. There they are. That's Hannes van Wyk in the red and green with Lazar Cavor in the background closing in on him. That gap.
I'm looking at Van Wyk and he's got a lot of damage to the front of his car. So that might explain why the gap's closing quite quickly.
Okay, both of their last laps 2:15, so they're very... Oh no, Lazar Cavor did a 2:14, but yeah, there we go. He probably had a moment somewhere. But we'll see how quick and if there's any handling issues with Van Wyk as he goes over this up the mountain. Oh, he ran a little bit far through there. Did tap the wall. So he's got a little bit of damage on the side. Now he's onto the grass almost. So Hanna's struggling here. He's been in the car quite a long time. So I'm sure he's due for possibly a driver change. But Lazar, there he is. Closing in hand over fist. See who else might be number 27. Yeah, that's Black Widow racing. So his teammates are Lionel Clue and Jason Luck. So I'm sure we'll see them maybe get in the car sometime soon. I think Hannes has done a double stint here and is possibly having a little bit of fatigue or whatever, because he's not happy in the car at the moment. Yeah, Chris, I hear you. Chris on YouTube. Never point the camera at you. Jaco Krobler. Russ. Jaco Krobler saying, are we sure we didn't get the weather stuck?
I mean, it's as soon as the server's running, it's out of our hands. I even had a look to see if I could force the weather to change, but there's no way of doing it.
You can't do that.
So,
no, it's all good. Look, there is something happening because the temp's gone up to 22. So it's getting warmer as it goes towards midday. It's just the amount of rain, and if it's gonna, it should actually stop.
I think we're just as in the dark as everyone watching, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I see Sean Strader on car 399 is disconnected again, so I think they've called it quits for the day. That's terrible luck for them. Alright, Kurt Glashagen out of the pits in the Lambo through T2 and starts his climb up the mountain. Oh, they're being behind him into the wall a little bit. Yeah, agreed, JC. There's no wind. The direction is changing, but look, it's ACC dynamic weather. I mean, let's see what happens. Got to be positive. There's nothing we can do about it. It is what it is. And if anything, it has introduced a couple of curveballs where there are some cars and some teams that do run better in inclement weather than they do in just plain, flat, boring, dry, high-speed kind of, alien type territory. So there we go. At least we've got some interesting dynamics happening. But 6 hours. We're 23 minutes away from halfway. So it's a long way to carry on going here, that's for sure. Van der Merwe from 7th. Robin brings his Mercedes into the pits. Lazar Cavor gets to within 2.7 seconds now of Hannes van Wyk. There they go. Last laps, Hannes has a 2:14.6 and Lazar 2:14.9. So Hannes still pushing, trying to get away from him.
Just reeling him in ever so slowly, lap after lap.
Yeah.
Just looking through the grid, I don't really see any other races for position, unfortunately.
No. I mean, Sean Buck is close off the back of LaRue, who was close behind Kruger, who was, there's 60 seconds separating three cars. But then everyone else, okay, Devon Ellis is 13 seconds off the back of Kurt Glashagen after his pit stop. So there's a little bit of something that could happen there, but we'll keep our eyes peeled on them and show some other cars. Cavor takes a very wide line attack into Forrest's elbow to get this drive down the straight. I noticed he was super wide and took a late apex. I'm going to go and get a cold drink quickly. I will be back in 30 seconds. Right, back in black.
So unfortunately for Hannes van Wyk, he has just caught lap traffic as he gets onto the mountain.
That's true.
So this could put Cavor right on top of him again.
This is Sean Lourero's team, this BMW that they've caught up with. Luxury Time Racing. Got Jude Neville, I think, in the car at the moment. That's right. So they're 14th, but the front of that car looking decidedly hurt, and their last lap time 2:19 versus the 2:15 of the guys behind. So this is now going to allow Lazar to close in. Oh, and both of them hammer the wall. There's that target fixation. Even Hannes hit the wall. He followed the BMW. Look. If you watch the car ahead of you, you go where it goes. And they just both went into the wall. So that's going to have hurt Hannes a little bit. And Lazar coming also past that BMW into the chicane at down Conrad Straight. That gap now down to 1 second. It's amazing how that happens. It's you look where you go, really, and especially following the car, you're just going to follow him straight into the wall. Yeah, JJ, that's not hard, at least not possible to say. We don't have people keeping track. We don't have stats on the system here that says Hybrid Academy have only spent 3 minutes in the pits, that kind of stuff. So you'd need a much bigger, more professional system to give you those kind of details. It's nothing we've got here that we can tell you. But I think,
unfortunately, there's limitations to what data we can get out of ACC, even down to the broadcasting mode. It's quite complicated at times.
Yeah, but I think logically speaking, the Radloff and Hybrid Academy have spent the least amount of time in the pits because they're in first place. That's just how you got to look at this game. The guys up at the sharp end of the stick haven't... Oh, has Lazar lost that? Did he? Let me just go back 10 seconds. No, he did catch it. I thought he lost it going up the...
They just caught it,
yeah. But yeah, to answer your question, the guys in the lead are the guys that have spent the least amount of time in the pits. It's simple. It's maths. Yeah, no, that stat isn't. You don't see that.
Yeah, actually, it's an interesting point. It doesn't actually say how many pit stops each team's done either.
I mean, I think it does in a log file on the server. Everything happens in this game gets logged, by the way. So, but then you've got to go and sift through, a couple of 100,000 lines of text file or JSON file to see what happened in the logs, which we don't do because it's not a stat that we need, to be honest. Let's go to 14th. I'm just saying.
Bit of a lock up from Cavor there. He's lost about a second on that lap.
Yeah, both of them. So Hannes did a 2:15.5 and Lazar Cavor at 2:16.6. So 1.1 seconds back. Hey, Kalen, how's it, man? Yeah. Got you, Andrew. I hear you. It's just, we don't have that as far as readable information goes. Right, Cornet Strauss right in the middle of this dice now. Cavor takes very strange lines through some of these corners. Either that or he's grappling with grip in this car. Or struggling. Because now Hannes has got ahead of the Porsche and that gap is now growing again. Pause here, 44.5 seconds off Radloff, so they are in fact closing down the leaders. Oh, there's our first drive-through. Kleinans in the Audi in 16th. That is the first game or second game issue drive-through for the day. That's not bad actually. I mean, it's not easy to get drive-throughs on Mount Panorama, but you put too many wheels over white lines in the wrong places and 3-4 of them, you're going to get a drive-through.
Okay, so Cavor's managed to clear Strauss coming down onto the Conrod, so he's back in the chase for fourth. Back up to just over 3 seconds, though.
Yeah, he hemorrhaged a lot of time there. Looking at Sean Buck just further down in 8th. He's 17 seconds off his race with Jean Leroux. Devin Alley's 12 seconds off his race with Kurt Glashagen. And Van Nieuwenhuizen's just come into the pits, as has Prinsloo in the McLaren from last place. There's Marcus Stein back out and going for slick, and that BMW looking brand new and clean, so full repair jobs having been done. And he's in 11th at the moment, doing 2:15.2s. Quickest man on the track at the moment is Brandon Kruger in 6th place. His last lap was at 2 minutes 13 versus the leaders doing 2:15. Giovanni Pozio in 2nd place did a 2:14.7. Hannes van Wyk did a 2:14.8. Everyone else 2:16s, 2:18s, etc. The 17th, 18th place positions, they're doing 2:28s and 2:24s. So, yeah, a very clear difference in lap times between the top and the bottom of the grid here. So Kleinhans will have to come in and complete that drive-through in the next 3 laps. I'd hesitate to guess he's driven 1 lap already as the McLaren comes out. Prinsloo still in the car. So, and there I say, Kleinhans comes into the pits and serves his penalty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a straight disqualification if you ignore that,
Oh, yes.
and it's game issued, so we wouldn't even contemplate overturning it.
Christopher Radloff been ticking over here for a good couple of laps. And Hybrid Academy Shake. Complete domination so far in this race. Starting 156 laps. Giovanni Pozio, he's only just started to get on the Conrad Straight in 2nd place. That gap is 45 seconds, I think. 155 laps. And then Cody Sherritt coming up and starting to go into the mountain on 154 laps. So, Hannes van Wyk. Oh, sorry, go.
I don't know if Radloff had a small issue because Porzio was catching him for just over a lap, and now it seems to have calmed down again.
Yes.
And keeping the gap.
I think there was we missed an actual pit. Yeah, we did, because I asked Bertus about that. If you remember earlier, I said the front of that car looked a little bit second-hand. So they must have come in for possibly a normal duty stop, a refill and a repair and all the rest. But Radloff, yeah, Chris Radloff, he stayed in the car. It was him that... Yes, it was him in the car. So I think they just did a normal pit stop. But that gap now, we'll wait to see what it comes up as. But I would say it is 45 to 50 seconds again. Yeah, 44.3. In fact, it's coming down. Porzio is definitely closing in on Radloff.
Just having a look at the front of Radloff's car, he definitely has repaired it. So yes, we must have missed them pitting at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it looks perfect now. So
okay, so we must be coming up on the next round of pit stops, because I see we've got LaRue and Ali's in the pits.
True, we're 10 minutes away from halfway in, with halfway to go. So mid-race distance. Ali's in the pits with Jean Leroux and Brandon Kruger here, who was closing in on that before we did go into the pit stop. Cavor still 3.8 seconds off the back of Hannes van Wyk. So that race for 4th and 5th still entertaining to watch. The closest race at the moment on the track. But I'll keep my eyes peeled on that Porzio gap. Last lap Radloff at 2:14.8 and Porzio at 2:14.6. So this BMW has just come out the pits on the right-hand side here. And they haven't done a damage repair. The car still looks second-hand. I don't understand that concept. I mean, it surely has to be slower than normal with the damage, and yet they haven't fixed it. Which is Brandon Kruger. No, it's not Brandon Kruger. It's, let's just get the right car for once here. Is it Devin Ullies? No.
The 222 Porsche is Strauss.
No, not the Porsche. It's a BMW. It's Van der Raced. No, it's not. Damn it. Always struggle.
Oh, yes, I found him. It is Rautenbach in the 465.
It is. So Martin's just come out the pits and he hasn't repaired the damage to this car. His last lap was a 220. I mean, the car can't be working properly or handling. Why would you not do a repair to it? I don't understand that.
I mean, maybe he accidentally ticked it off in as he went into the pits.
That's it. I mean, that's what I'm putting it down to, is that they forgot to tick it at the bottom of the screen. Because in your pit strat, it is right down at the bottom and you don't necessarily go and look there. So I'm going to kind of assimilate that he's probably going, we forgot to tick this or we forgot to do that, because this is not mild damage. This BMW is pretty messed in the front, and this lap is going to be even slower. So the 220 was the drama that he had to cause the damage, and he came in the pits and did a pit stop and forgot to fix the damage. That's just weird. How far is Cody behind Porzio in seconds? He is a lap and a whole bunch of seconds. And there he locks up with the BMW as we see that front wheel locking up. So this lap time, it's a 3:43. So that was a full service pit stop and he didn't repair it. Weird, eh?
I mean, as you said, it must have been he just didn't tick it. And I'd be surprised if he'd waste the time going and pitting again. But I mean, we don't know how badly damaged the car is.
Yeah, we'll have to see what his next, a fast lap is in comparison. Radloff in the pits from the lead. So, Porzio, there he goes. He has just gone past the pit exit and he goes back into the lead. And we'll carry on looking down the screen, and that Mercedes still hasn't come out the pits. So this is a long stop for Radloff. This is a very long stop. Okay, they were 45 seconds back. Remember, just before 43 seconds. There he goes. He's off the jacks. He's going. So now we've got to wait for Radloff to go through that time, and we'll get a good idea of what that pit stop took.
The desperate wait for the timing screens to update themselves.
Yeah.
At a guess, I'd say it was about 30 seconds looking at the gap on track.
I agree. It's going to be give or take. Then we've got to do the maths. So they were 28, so make it 30. So it was 43 ahead and he came out 30 behind. I don't know how you'd even work that out, to be honest, Russ.
It's just under 60 seconds total.
Okay. There we go. So
I mean, we did find out earlier that they are filling to the brim on each stop, so maybe it just takes that little bit of extra time, fix a bit of damage here and there.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, they may even have decided to change the brakes. I mean, there's the option for that as well.
That's also possible.
Oh, hello, Burgess.
I'm back.
You just like Mr. Invisible. You just kind of appear and go, click, I'm here. So we're going to watch Porzio go over the line now and then see where Cody Sherritt is on track, and we'll try and work out what the distance is. So he's going over the line now, and Cody Sherritt is up there, and that is a lap and that distance away. So what is the seconds from up there all the way back down to the line, give or take?
I've just started a timer now, so
Good
we'll get
man.
a rough idea.
That's what I was hoping for, Russ. Well done.
Russ is prepared for this.
Yeah, so we're going to then say an average lap time at the moment's 2:15 plus whatever Russ has is the gap between second and third, with 6 hours to go. Which I would hesitate to guess is going to be close to a minute. That was about halfway around the track.
Heinrich de Wet in the chat.
Ryan Ottens indeed is in the car. So we've got a driver change. Ryan Ottens takes over from Chris Radloff. And I think it's the first time Ottens is in the car. So it's a little bit of trial by fire for him. He's got to obviously get used to everything and the handling and all the rest. Right, Cody Sherritt here. They did a driver change earlier, but he's coming up to the start-finish line. You must be close to a minute. Right, on the line now, Russ. There's to Russ. Where'd you go? Where's our stopwatch, man? Is Russ just disconnected?
I don't know.
Oh, no, I was pressing the wrong push to talk button, sorry.
Okay.
A minute 10 seconds.
Right, so
that's what, 3:15,
3:15, 3 minutes 25 seconds. 180. So 200, about 220 seconds is the gap between second and third. That's there we go. We passed maths. Thanks, Bertus.
And Cody, he just scraped the wall down there.
No, he didn't. No, you saw wrong. We just now switching to Cornet Strauss. Right, 1.5 seconds off the back of poor Martin's damaged BM. And as I said, Martin doing 2:17s with that car now. So we probably should be in the 14s or 15s. That's all we can put it down to, is the man forgot to click fix. And he's just going to go with it.
Bertus, do you know why Martin didn't repair the damage at the last stop? I don't know if you've been in communication.
I haven't been in communication with my team. No, I'll need to go find out. I'm watching them now.
Oh, this is an interesting point. Heinrich de Wet saying on the YouTube is he think with me resetting the game, I might have got rid of some old damage or residue damage. It might not have been a pit stop to fix that. But yet you could see the damage, couldn't you, Kurt? Russ?
Radloff, I
remember the Mercedes?
Saw it on the stream, yes. I'm sure I saw there was damage on the front of that car, but it could be as you restarted, because I'm on the spectator.
Okay, so yeah.
So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Heinrich, that you could be very right there, so we're not going to argue that at all. This BMW, he's having so much drama, Martin is. He's hit the wall twice, literally, on this one pass over the mountain, so...
No, it didn't happen. You didn't see anything.
No, I didn't. I made a mistake. Sherritt's in the pits. Why is PWSI in the pits? I suppose they have to take a pit stop, so we'll see what happens. He might be double stinting, I don't know.
He does look like he's got a bit of damage that probably needs repaired as well.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Cavor's coming in as well, from 4th. So here we go, here comes some changes. Where's Gideon Renner now? Oh, he's right up at the top.
Is probably, he's going to either hand over to Barkhuizen or to King.
Yeah, I think Bernsey hasn't driven yet. Barkhuizen's driven. I don't know if...
King was at work until 4 or 5, so okay. I think it's his turn to put in some laps. And he's quite quick, so
Renner is just coming off the mountain now. So it's going to be quite close as they come round onto the start-finish straight.
Well, yeah, that gap says 35 seconds, so it was before. But I think that's Cavor to Sherritt possibly. But they both in the pits.
The leader's pitted as well.
Yeah, Porzio's in. So Ottens is going to cruise through. Here he comes. I can hear an Aston. That's Cavor's Aston in the pits going by.
Cavor's just started moving as Renner's just crossed the start-finish line now.
Okay, so there comes Cavor out in 4th.
Did Cavor hand over? I don't think he did.
Well, we got to wait for first sector to see if a driver change happens. I also don't think so. I think he stayed in it. Go, camera, go. Right, here we go.
Yes, he has switched to King.
Cavor.
Yeah,
Yes.
as expected.
And it looks like we have Isherwood is back in the car as well.
How do you see that so much quicker than me?
I'm going into the drive.
Oh, right. Okay, good. Okay, I'm with you. So, Otten's in the lead. What is the gap now? We'll wait for an update to come onto our screens. As Isherwood, so 23.5 seconds. As he starts the mountain, and Sherrod just peels off the mountain. And then Bernard King is only 20 seconds off the back of Sherrod. That's 3rd and 4th place. So, and then Renner 3 seconds off the back of Bernard King. So it's getting a little bit. The race for the next best on the podium at the moment is starting to close up, gents.
Oh, King and Renner, that's 2 KSR teams, just the teams fighting it out.
Kieran Patterson typing in the open chat on Discord saying some wind on the server would be nice, but it's just 0 kilometers an hour. The weather's not changing. It is getting hotter, but it's the same rain. It's been like this for hours.
I don't have a clue what happened to the rain settings. Wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
Nothing happened.
Oof, Sean Buck's BMW is so second-hand. I'm going to go back a minute. This is a lot. Let's go 30 seconds. Oh, it's already happened. So
Yeah, he's crawling.
he
to the
is
pit
crawling.
lane.
I've got him halfway down Conrad, and the front of that BMW looks like it's a Mercedes right now. He's absolutely killed the car. So he's going to come straight into the pits from 7th. And unfortunately, we didn't see that happen.
They also had a very good race so far. Well, before a lap ago.
World, yeah. Jude Neville also in the BMW going over the top of the mountain, and their BMW is extremely second-hand. As the Lamborghini arrives on the rear end, that's the... Is it the Lambo or is it the Audi? No, it is the Lambo, so it's Kirk Glashagen who's coming up to lap this BM, but I mean, these guys with damage, they know that the car's handling and grip and the dynamics, the aerodynamics are all out the window in the cars like this. So it just makes sense to repair the car when you're in the pits. You're not going to improve your time by not fixing the car.
Yeah, we've had that discussion many times. I mean, if it's 5 seconds or so, then I guess you can still get away with it. But
what do you mean, 5 seconds a lap?
No, I mean 5 seconds of damage. So I mean, under 5 seconds, you can still sort of, you know, if the car feels okay. But
yeah, I agree.
But then again, you know, you're going to lose that time somewhere, or a fresh car is just better.
Totally. I mean, 5 seconds is a bit of paint, but just this bonnet is up and the headlights are looking at each other. Yeah. It's seriously hammered. So
yeah.
It looks like Buck put it into the wall coming through the S's.
Oh, did you find it?
Around 13, 14, yeah.
Yeah, he's still in the pits. I mean, the car's still damaged. You can see the amount of damage on this car. How's it, Leslie, on the YouTube? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Les.
Les traveling around the country. He's unfortunately, apparently, so busy now after coming out of COVID that he's putting thousands of Ks a month on his car to get to various jobs.
and that's more important than racing.
Yeah, it's
I think we
Leslie.
need
It's
to-
priorities, buddy. I
Yeah,
mean, yes. it's-
Leslie, we need to have a talk. I just want to say JJ McClure.
Yeah.
Is that how you pronounce it?
All right. So JJ
he's been-
McClure. JJ
he's-
McClure. Listen to me.
Yeah?
This
Do
is
you
a
know him?
yes, I do. Very.
Okay,
very he's close to me.
Okay.
That is a
okay.
character from the movie Cannonball Run. Did you ever see the movie Cannonball
Yes.
I thought I recognised that name.
Run? Okay.
I
So
remember.
Burt Reynolds is JJ McClure.
Yes, that's right.
Right. That's the history.
Okay.
He's family. So
Okay.
there you go.
He's been the most active guy here on the
He
street.
is. He's our biggest supporter. He's up in Joburg, and yeah, he digs it. So good to have him on board. He's a MVP of PWSR.
Okay, great.
MVG, I mean, sorry, most valued guest, or most valued member, MVM, whichever. How's it, Leslie? Right, we do have a change here. It's Jason Luck who's in the car for BWR. So Hannes has finally said, I need the toilet. He's pitted, and Jason Luck's climbed in the car. Jason is extremely out of his comfort zone here because, as you know, he is Mr. Porsche. He drives every league and race in the Porsche. It's his favorite car. So when I saw him early on in the week, I thought, oh, he's going to be struggling in the Aston, but he's actually doing very well. And I think it's kind of opened his eyes to the fact that he doesn't always need to drive the rear engine Porsche.
Yeah.
We have a change of position. Renault has just taken King for
Bernard
fourth
King.
place.
Tell me, man, I missed it.
It was the last corner.
Benzie
Oh,
King.
King is back in his slipstream.
Indeed.
I don't think they'll fight too hard.
And that's Jason Isherwood behind them, isn't it? In the other BM?
Let's see. No, it's not.
No, sorry, wrong car.
BM is that? It is Stein.
Oh, it's Marcus. It's Slick Racing,
Marcus,
of course. Yeah. Okay, another driver change that's happened is for. Oh, look at this. Bernard King's going near.
Yes.
I'm coming
Okay,
back.
so they are fighting. All right.
Yeah. He's going to have another go at him. He had to look there. He was close
That
to losing
was-
control. I always kind of, well, not always, but most races, I happen to end up on the same piece of tar often with Bernard King, and we have good close dices. Or I get hammered and I get taken out and killed, but we're very similar in pace and speed sometimes.
Is King the one who hammers you and
No.
take you out?
No, he's the one I'm trying to hang on to, or he comes past me at a huge rate of knots.
Yeah, he's usually very clean.
So also, Niall Bullion is in the car. So Niall, in 11th place, here he is, and he's chasing the Porsche of Cogetzo Pelane. And Niall Bullion is part of the LNR crew, and unfortunately, he's also looking very second-hand. Jeez, he's hammered that BM as well. So Niall is, I said it early on stream, he's a Scottish friend, and I met him and raced with him at LNR. So hell of a nice guy, and has some good pace. So I seriously thought these guys would slowly but surely climb up the grid, but they've obviously just had a whole lot of bad luck, and as you can see from the condition of this car. But he's staying out, and he's going to push with it like... Oh, he's missed the whole braking zone has now. Wow. Okay, that's a bit of commentator's curse. You see? That's how it works.
Hey, are you
And-
still are you still good friends?
Yeah, we are.
Lux also just turned it round as well. I don't think he took any damage.
Let's go back 30 and have a look. Oh, it's at the chicane. I mean, the slowdown chicane. Byron on YouTube, how are you, my man? Yeah, still going strong. Been going for 6 hours. Oh, the bit of wind diesel going on there by Jason. gosh, he's right across the track. Okay, he's going to go the long way around. Nice donut turn there. Great
Good
control.
stuff.
Well done, Jason. Not bad. Good recovery spin. Corne Strauss saying, keep an eye out for the Ark being built somewhere in Bathurst. Yeah, it's... Oh, Jason. I spoke too soon about him being comfortable in this Aston because he's now really not happy right now. Needs to settle down. Let's go up the road to Bernard King. Bernard King and Gideon Renner, they're only 2.2 seconds apart here.
The rain is still, it still says it's increasing, and
I know, it just doesn't get
wind.
there. No wind. Remember to put a 10 or 15 next to the wind's power, Burgess.
Yeah, if I had the option, yes.
Sorry, man.
With ACC, it's like you add a bit of rain, you add a bit of clouds, you add a bit of randomness, and you throw it in a pot, and then
And you stir and then see what comes out.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Well, ACC would stir and then produce something that you never know what. I mean, we thought it was going into cycles, like it sometimes
Yeah.
does. It goes, in certain every hour and a half, or every 90 minutes, or every 40 minutes, whatever. And that didn't happen. So we had a dry stint, and
Back to
the
wet.
rest of it all wet.
Yeah,
And
so we've had one cycle, let's be real. So in 6 hours, we've had one cycle of wet, dry, wet. So who knows?
Yeah.
Let's see now. It might go dry. Ooh. Bernsey struggling around T2 in the Aston. And Marcus staying full send up the inside. He licked and sent it, and he goes by, but that's not for position. That's an unlap move.
yeah.
Admiral Bacon saying that's a 9.5 out of 10 for that donut resto direction change of Jason Luck. I agree. That was
Bacon is our steward.
Okay.
Who is in the steward's room, all by himself.
it's
and
Travis.
I feel so sorry for Travis. Travis, if you want to join us, you're more than welcome.
You
man.
are, buddy. If you want to come and sit here and say something every now and then, please do. Feel free, bud.
Travis and Russ, they never raced, but they're always here for the stewarding, and
That's cool.
yeah, I have to give them credit.
Still got a decent amount watching. 36 people. We are at, oh my word, it's 7:15. I was supposed to turn this thing off and turn it back on again.
Yes, I just thought about it a couple of minutes ago, and then I forgot again.
All right.
We were
I
watching
suppose I have to do this, hey?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, people. So we're going to quickly, we're going to pause. We're going to go to a static image. No, in fact, I'm going to stop streaming, and you're going to need to go and find the Raceface stream on part 2, which we're going to do right now. So we will be back with you in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, just go back to the channel, youtube.com/Raceface.PRO, and you will see part 2 will go live in about, I guess, 2 or 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, just give us a, YouTube just needs to do something. So there we go. We'll be back just now.